Dread primates and hominids. The gorilla forages on more than 24 plants. Man added to it greatly, not only by utilizing roots, stems, nuts, either repulsive to taste or toxic in their raw state, but also by experimenting with the properties of herbs that other animals seem by instinct to avoid. Almost the first two phrases learned by the children of Australian Aborigines are good to eat and not good to eat. Unfortunately, we can hardly venture to guess how much of the knowledge accumulated by late Paleolithic times had reached the point we discover in surviving primitives. Did Magdalenian hunters already follow the Bushman's practice of cunningly tipping their arrows with stronger or weaker poisons, derived from the amaryllis, the scorpion, the spider, or the snake, according to the size and vitality of the intended victim? Quite possibly. But plainly, this kind of observation, which goes likewise into primitive medicine, is of the same order that makes science possible, and to explain all that followed one must perhaps assign an even longer period to its acquisition than to language itself. What I would stress in all this dim but indubitable evidence is the amount of intelligent discrimination, evaluation, and ingenuity it reveals, equivalent to that displayed in the evolution of ritual and language, and far beyond what one finds, until late Paleolithic culture, in the shaping of stone tools. At first probably the only animals included in the diet of early man were the small creatures, like rodents, turtles, frogs, insects, that could be caught by hand, as they are still caught in the Kalahari Desert or the Australian bush by small primitive groups surviving with meager Paleolithic equipment, stones, throwing sticks, bows supplemented by possibly later blowguns and boomerangs. Insofar as primitive man killed bigger animals, as the collection of bones in widely scattered caves would indicate, it is safer to assume that they were ambushed or trapped rather than killed. In the chase, superior social coordination and cunning alone could offset the absence of effective weapons. What early man's diet lacked in quantity, except perhaps in tropical habitats, it made up for in variety, thanks to his persistent experiments. But new foods brought about more than bodily nourishment, the constant practice of searching, tasting, selecting, identifying, and above all noting the results, which must sometimes have been cramps, illness, early death, was, I repeat, a more important contribution to man's mental development than ages of flint knapping and big game hunting could have been. Such searching and experimenting demanded plenty of motor activity, and this exploratory foraging, along with ritual and dance, must be given a fuller share of credit for man's development. Let me give a concrete example of the way intelligence must have 104. Developed long before man had a large kit of tools or material equipment comparable to that of the Aurignacian hunters. One finds an excellent description of a truly primitive economy, from which almost every trace of later culture except language and tradition is absent, in Elizabeth Marshall's account of the Bushmen of the Kalahari Desert. In the dry season, when there is a dire lack of water, the Bushmen gather a plant called bai for its watery fibrous root, and bring it back to the werf, the hollow that serves as a home. Before the sun is hot, it is scraped, and the scrapings are squeezed dry. The people drink the juice they squeeze. They then dig shallow pits for themselves in the shade. They urinate on the bai scrapings and line the pits with the moist pulp, then lie in the pits and spend the day letting the moisture evaporating from the urine preserve the moisture of their bodies. Except in scraping, tools play no part in this process, but the kind of causal insight and seasoned observation disclosed by this life-preserving routine shows a high order of mind. Here the strategy of survival was worked out through close observation of such a far from obvious process as evaporation, by utilizing all the materials at hand, including the water from their own bodies, to counteract it. In this we see at work three aspects of mind that were intertwined with the development of language as well as with adaptation to the environment: identification, discrimination, and causal insight. The last named, which Western man has too often assumed as his special triumph, and a very recent one, could never have been absent from primitive existence. If anything, early man's mistake was rather to overstress and misplace the role of causality, and to attribute both accidental events or autonomous organic processes, as in a disease, to the deliberate intervention of malicious men or demons. Unlike the later hunting cultures that were based upon following wide-ranging herds of bison or reindeer, the early food grubbing and foraging activities must have been relatively sedentary, for this literally hand-to-mouth existence demands an intimate knowledge of the habitat through all its seasonal changes, as well as firmly established knowledge of the proper ties of plants, insects, small animals, birds, such as can be achieved only by recurrent occupation for generations in an area small enough to be ransacked in every nook and corner. Thoreau, not Leatherstocking, is the contemporary exemplar of truly primitive man. The kind of detailed knowledge coming from this sort of exploration must have been subject to heavy loss until language was developed. But long before even the crudest form of domestication can be suggested, man must have achieved an encyclopedic inventory of the contents of his environment, what plants had edible seeds or fruits, what others had 105 nourishing roots or leaves, what nuts needed leaching or roasting, what insects tasted good, what fibers were tough enough to shred, and 1,000 other discoveries upon which his life depended. All these insights denote not merely habits of curiosity but powers of abstraction and qualitative appreciation. If we may judge by later evidence, some of this knowledge was intellectually quite detached and had nothing to do with ensuring physical survival. Levi Strauss cites an observer of the Penobscot Indians who found that they had the most exact knowledge of reptiles, but except on rare occasions when they wanted charms against sickness or sorcery, made no use of them. When we persist in thinking of hunting as the primary source of food throughout man's early existence, and stone shaping as his principal manual occupation, man's cultural progress seems unaccountably slow, for essentially the same process was used in chipping the fine Solutrean tools as in rough-hewing the Acheulean ones, stone striking stone. This snail-like pace has been somewhat concealed by the practice of preserving Paleolithic tools and weapons in museums, where they are telescoped in space and show marked improvement within a relatively short distance. If each foot represented a year, these improvements would have to be strung along a distance of roughly 90 miles, of which only the last 5 or 10 miles would denote a period of rapid advance. But if one accepts the notion that tool making began with the Australopithecines, the rate of advance is 3 times slower, and the effect of selection pressure favoring the brain development supposedly derived from tool making becomes even more questionable. What is missing from the usual petrified model is all the knowledge and art and equipment passed on by example from man's early exploration of his environment. It was this foraging activity, with its limited need for tools, that possibly accounts for the slowness in their improvement. His best extraneous tools, for long his only ones, were, as Darrell Ford points out, staves for knocking down fruits, prizing shellfish from rocks, and digging for buried organisms. Yet the continued occupation and intensive exploitation of a small territory must have been favorable not only to the increase of knowledge but to the stability of family life, and the better care of the young under such conditions would increase the prospect of transmitting learned behavior by imitation. Darwin was impressed by the exquisite mimicry of both words and bodily movements that primitive peoples displayed, along with unusual retentiveness. These traits would seem to indicate some environmental continuity. So there is reason to support Carl Sauer's contention that Paleolithic man was in the main no roving nomad, but a territory-occupying family. 106. Maintaining, child-nurturing, settled creature, who habitually accumulated and stored the necessities of life, and at most shifted with the season from open clearing or prairie to woods, from valley bottom to hillside. Such a life would help account for early man's opportunity, if my original hypothesis is sound, for giving so much of his attention to ritual and language. Historical tradition, the philosopher Whitehead observed, is handed down by the direct experience of physical surroundings. Provided of course that these surroundings remain coherent and stable. Under such conditions, material accumulations would remain small, but the immaterial accumulations, which have left no visible record, might be considerable. Looked at in one way, man's original method of getting a living, by foraging and food gathering, seems a desperately shiftless, penurious, anxious, cultural vacuous existence. Yet it brought genuine rewards, and it left a deep mark on human life, for by the very terms of his existence, the food gatherer must have ransacked the natural environment more thoroughly than it was combed again until the 19th century, and if he often had experience of the parsimonies and stringencies of nature, he also knew something of its variegated largesse when the means of life might be obtained without much forethought and often without any serious muscular effort. Gathering, collecting, storing, went hand in hand, and some of the earliest cave finds bear witness to the fact that primitive man did not hoard merely foods or dead bodies. In the caves inhabited by Peking man, stones were found which had been transported from a distance, but for no visible purpose, while Leroy Gourhan notes that in the Perigordian stage, on 2 different occasions, chunks of galena were found, collected. Like later stones and jewels, because of their shining faces and cubic crystalline structure. These first efforts of man to master his environment, blank though they seem when one looks for visible results, left their mark on every subsequent achievement in culture, even though the actual connection cannot be established. On this I may again quote Oakes Ames. When the elaborate methods of preparation of some of the plants used to break down the monotony of life are studied, it becomes quite evident that primitive man must have possessed something other than chance to reveal to him the properties of food and drug plants. He must have been a keen observer of accidents to discover fermentation, the effect and localization of alkaloids and toxic resins, and the arts of roasting and burning a product to gain from it the desired narcotization or pleasing aromas, coffee. To fermentation and fire, civilization owes a tremendous debt. But before the Knoll 107 edge could be transmitted by language, to say nothing of a written record, it might well take 1,000 years to register a single gain. This 4-stage of prospecting and collecting, then, was a prelude to the later arts of agriculture and metallurgy, and it still goes on today with every kind of object, from postage stamps and coins to weapons and bones, books and paintings, so that as the end product of this oldest manifestation of human culture we have had to create a specialized institution, the museum, to house such collections. From this it would seem that the foundations of an acquisitive society were laid before those of an affluent society. But if the vices of the collecting economy were hoarding and niggardliness, secrecy and avarice, it carried with it also on happier occasions a marvelous sense of release, when most human needs were met directly without all the circuitous preparations and the painful physical exertions that even hunting entails. From that ancient collection economy, perhaps, mankind is still haunted by dreams of effortless superabundance, dreams that come back in swift realization to those who go berry picking or mushroom hunting or flower gathering, when more fruit or blossoms are there for the asking than can ever be picked. Hours so sunnily spent possess an innocent enchantment that only the gold or the diamond prospector can rival, though perhaps not so innocently. Even at a more sophisticated level this ancient propensity shows through. The attraction that the huge supermarket holds for the present generation may be partly due to the fact that it is a mechanical replica of that earlier Eden until one reaches the pay counter. But in giving first place to finding over making, to collecting over hunting, let us not make the error of exchanging the term food collecting for hunting, to describe early man's means of getting a living. Man is by nature omnivorous, Darrell Ford correctly reminds us, and we shall seek in vain for pure gleaners, pure hunters, or pure fishers. Early man never committed himself to a single source of food, or a single mode of life. He spread over the whole planet and tested life under radically different circumstances, taking the bad with the good, the harsh with the temperate, glacial cold, and tropical heat. His adaptability, his non-specialization, his readiness to come up with more than one answer to the same problem of animal existence, all this was his salvation. 108. 3. Reading back from the preoccupations of our own immensely productive and prodigiously wasteful and destructive era, we tend to bestow on early man too generous a measure of our own greedy, aggressive attributes. Too often we patronizingly picture the small scattered groups of the early Stone Age as engaged in a desperate struggle for survival, in ferocious competition with equally forlorn and savage beings. Observing that once flourishing Neanderthal man died out, even some well-trained anthropologists too quickly jump to the conclusion that Homo sapiens must have slaughtered him, though in the absence of evidence they might at least have allowed for the possibility that a new disease, a volcanic upheaval, a reduced food supply, or some stubborn fixation and inadaptability might have been responsible. Until comparatively late Paleolithic times, there is little evidence to show that man was half as effective as a bee in reshaping his domestic environment, though perhaps he already had a symbolic home, like the hollowed-out wharf of the African bushman, or the crossed sticks of the Somali tribesman, which may have actualized the idea before he made the first dugout or stamped down the first clay hearth or built the gable-roofed houses that may be skeletonized in the tectiform drawings found in Magdalenian caves. But there was one sphere besides language where all the traits I have been sorting out and evaluating were put to work. Ancient cave finds show that one of the phenomena man investigated most eagerly and altered most ingeniously was his own physical body. As with the gift of tongues, this was not only the most accessible part of his environment, but the one that continually fascinated him, and upon which he was readily able to effect radical if not always salutary changes. Though Greek myth has anticipated the modern psychologist's discovery that man during adolescence falls in love with his own image, narcissism, early man strangely did not love that image in its own right, he rather treated it as raw material for special improvements of his own that would thereby change his nature and give expression to another self. One might say he sought to rectify his bodily appearance almost before he had identified his original self. This propensity may go back to the widespread animal practice of grooming, notable among apes. Without this persistent cosmetic drive, in 109, which licking and picking are almost indistinguishable from fondling and petting, man's early social life would have been poorer. Indeed, without attentive grooming, the long head and facial hair of many races would have turned into an embarrassing matted bundle, dirty, vermin-infected, sight-obscuring. Such a grotesque growth of hair made the Indian wild girl, Kamala, seem more of an animal when captured than the wolves that reared her. From the universality of ornaments, cosmetics, body decorations, masks, costumes, wigs, tattooings, scarifications, in all peoples down to our own day, one must assume, as I noted before, that this character-transforming practice is an extremely ancient one, and that the naked, unpainted, undeformed, unadorned human body would be either an extremely early or an extremely late and rare cultural achievement. If we are to judge by surviving primitives, our own little children, or the few remaining groups that were still mainly in the Stone Age when discovered by Western man, there was no function of the body that did not, at an early stage, provoke curiosity and invite experiment. Early man looked with respect, often with awe, on the effluvia and excreta of the body, not merely on the blood whose unabated oozing might bring life to an end, but on the placenta or caul of the newborn, the urine, the feces, the semen, the menstrual flow. All these phenomena roused either wonder or fear and in some sense were sacred, while the very air he exhaled eventually became identified with the highest manifestation of life, the soul. This kind of infantile interest, which is still exhibited by contemporary adults afflicted by various neurotic disorders, must have occupied some little part of primitive man's days, if we take full note of the many marks it has left on our culture. Some of this dabbling with his own waste products might in time serve a utilitarian turn, as with the urine that the bushman still uses for tanning leather, just as the Roman metal founders mixed urine with fuller's earth. Kroeber notes that this whole group of traits characterizes backward as against advanced cultures, though he had no premonition when he wrote that within a few years the novelists and painters of so-called advanced Western cultures would express their own disintegration by wallowing once more in this infantile symbolism. The structure of the human body, no less than its functions and its excreta, called forth early efforts at modification. The cutting or braiding or curling or pasting together of the hair, the removal of the male foreskin, the piercing of the penis, the extirpation of the testicles, even the trepanning of the skull were among the many ingenious experiments man first made on himself, prompted perhaps by magical illusions, long before he sheared 110 wool from the backs of sheep or turned the fierce bull by castration into the docile ox, in a religious ceremony where the animal may well have served as a substitute for a human victim. On the surface, most of these efforts seem to come under the head of Brocioskian saint, as my grandmother used to call such unrewarding practices. But they are not without resemblance to the displays of idle curiosity that Thorstein Veblen looked upon as the surest mark of scientific inquiry, or to even more startling parallels in idle experimentation that goes on in many biological laboratories today, as in the experiment of flaying live dogs to death in order to ascertain the bodily changes that take place under shock. Primitive man, less cultivated but perhaps more fully human, was content to visit the most fiendish tortures upon himself. And some of these mutilations turned out to be far from futile. What incited man to operate on his own body is hard to fathom. Many of these primitive body transformations involved difficult and painful surgery, and were often, considering the likelihood of infection, highly dangerous. Yet tattooing, scarification, sexual alteration, were all in evidence, the Abbé Bruil reported, in the cave he explored at Albacete in Spain. What is more, many of these surgical operations not merely deformed the body, but lowered its capacities. Witness the late Pleistocene Negro skull, with its central upper incisors knocked out, which imposed a willful handicap in eating. That sort of self-injury has remained a savage practice in more than one tribe till today. What all this seems to add up to is that primitive man's first attack upon his environment was probably an attack upon his own body, and that his first efforts at magical control were visited upon himself. As if life were not hard enough under these rude conditions, he toughened himself further in such grotesque ordeals of beautification. Whether decoration or surgery was involved, none of these practices had any direct contribution to make to physical survival. They count rather as the earliest evidence of an even deeper tendency in man, to impose his own conditions, however ill-conceived, upon nature. Yet what they point to even more significantly is a conscious effort toward self-mastery and self-actualization, and even, though often exhibited in perverse, irrational ways, at self-perfection. But the technological implications of body alteration and decoration must not be overlooked. Possibly the passage from purely symbolic ritual to an effective techniques was opened through surgery and body ornament. Scarification, tooth extraction, skin painting, to say nothing of later elaborations like tattooing, lip extension, ear enlarging, and skull lengthening were the first steps in man's emancipation from the complacent animal self that nature had provided. Our own contemporaries should hardly be surprised. 111. Still less shocked, at this emphasis. Despite our wholehearted dedication to the machine, the amount of money spent in technically advanced countries on cosmetics, perfumes, hairdressing, and cosmetic surgery vies with that spent on education, and until only recently the barber and the surgeon were one. Yet in some obscure way, still not quite explicable, the arts of body decoration may have been helpful to hominization. For a dawning sense of formal beauty, otherwise found only in the bowerbird's confections, accompanied this. Captain Cook noted of the inhabitants of the Tierra del Fuego, although they are content to be naked, they are very ambitious to be fine. Their faces were painted in various forms, the region of the eye was in general white, and the rest of the face adorned in horizontal streaks of red and black, yet scarcely any two were exactly alike. Both men and women wore bracelets of such beads as they could make themselves of shells or bones. We are never so sure of the presence of a creature who thought and acted like ourselves as when we find, alongside his bones, even when tools are absent, the first necklaces of teeth or shells. If one looks for the first evidence of the wheel, one will discover the earliest form of it, not in the fire drill or the potter's wheel, but in the hollow ivory rings, carved out of an elephant's tusk, in Aurignacian finds. And it is not without significance that three of the most important components of modern techniques, copper, iron, and glass, were first used as bead ornaments, perhaps with magical associations, thousands of years before they had an industrial use. Thus, while the Iron Age begins around 1400 BC, iron beads from before 3000 BC have been found. As with language and ritual, body decoration was an effort to establish a human identity, a human significance, a human purpose. Without that, all other acts and labors would be performed in vain. 4. The glacial epoch, which geologists call Pleistocene, extended over the last million years and buried much of the northern hemisphere under ice. 4 long periods of cold alternated with briefer periods of more temperate climate, warmer, wetter, cloudier. Under such formidable environmental pressures, early man made his appearance, perfecting the anatomical stroke. 112. Tour that made walking, talking, and fabricating possible, above all, learning to bring these traits into the service of a more fully socialized and humanized personality. Man's survival at the margin of the ice sheet by the skin of his teeth testifies to both his stubborn fortitude and his adaptability. The evidences of fire and hunting go back 500,000 years, tool making perhaps farther. Whatever man's ancestral deficiencies, he was at least well seasoned. Many animals found these conditions difficult. Some surmounted them by acquiring heavy coverings of wool, like the mammoth and the rhinoceros, and man himself, once he had developed sufficient skill in the hunt, not merely protected himself with the fur of better equipped animals, but even pieced them into more or less fitting Eskimo-like clothes. In the terminal period of glaciation, beginning roughly 100,000 years ago, the geographic horizon narrowed and the human horizon widened. Here A.J. Toynbee's belief that the challenge of hard conditions may draw forth resourceful human responses, which the easier existence of the tropics does not encourage, seems if anywhere to hold. Partway through this period a new mutant of the human species appeared, Homo sapiens, and he made greater advances in every department of culture than his predecessors had been able to make in 10 times the span of his existence, if only because the last steps always prove the easiest. The relative rapidity of man's advance, in a period when the physical conditions of existence, up to 10,000 BC, were often quite formidable, would indicate 2 things: further genetic and social changes that favored intelligence, and a sufficient advance in the art of symbol making in speech and images to permit the transmission of acquired habits and knowledge more effectively than ever before. We find plentiful testimony to both conditions in the paintings and artifacts first discovered in the caves of France and Spain little more than a century ago. These discoveries revolutionized the picture of early man, but so fixed are the ancient images of his brutish existence that even now the pat association word for caveman would be club. Up to this phase there is no evidence of vocational specialism, and therefore no craft incentive to make improvements in stone tools. Such improvements as are noticeable must be measured in terms not of 10,000 but 50,000 years. From Middle Pleistocene times on, Braidwood notes, the standardization of at least chip tools is assured. This shows that the users had developed notions of an ideal standard form or two for some particular job, or jobs, and could reproduce it well. Braidwood properly treats this as implying both a sense of future occasions. 113. When the tool could be used, and a capacity for symbol making, in which a visible or audible this refers to an invisible that. This is the most generous judgment that can be made about man's earliest technological accomplishment. The same rough shapes that Tearized the Acheulean culture persisted for over 200,000 years, while the somewhat improved implements of the succeeding Levalloisian phase lasted almost equally long, 40 times as long as the entire period of recorded history. Even Neanderthal man, who had a big brain case and buried his dead, some 50,000 or more years ago, cannot be accused of making headlong advances. But around 30,000 years ago the timescale changes. Though new finds may shift these provisional datings, one definable culture follows another at intervals of 3 to 5,000 years, very short periods compared with the earlier phases. The cold of this last glacial period wrought severe changes in the plant and animal life of the northern hemisphere, for the growing season became as short as that around the Arctic Circle today, and groups mainly dependent upon food gathering had the alternative of retreating into a warmer zone, or changing their way of life and living off the big herd animals that also stood their ground. Under these pressures, great and rapid advances were made in the fabrication of tools, quarrying and even mining began, and the marked increase of skill shown in shaping stone implies specialization and possibly lifetime employment. So far from being daunted by the dour conditions of the glacial climate, Paleolithic man was later keyed up by them, and in many ways seems even to have prospered under them, for once he had mastered the art of big game hunting, he had a more plentiful supply of protein and fat than he had ever, in all likelihood, had before. The tall skeletons of Aurignacian man, like the tall frames of our own youth of today, testify to this rich diet. By exercising great ingenuity and cooperative effort in contriving pit falls or deadfalls for big animals, by starting or taking advantage of forest fires that panicked great herds, by perfecting his stone weapons so that they would pierce tough hides impossible to penetrate with fire-charred spear points, and doubtless by availing himself of the wintry coldness to preserve the meat he had accumulated, these new hunters mastered the environment as never before, and even, thanks to the extra supply of fat, were able to endure the long winters. Though this existence was strenuous, and the lifespan possibly short, there was time for reflection and invention, for ritual and art. Here again, at the risk of tedious overemphasis, I must point out that the fixation on stone tools has turned attention away from the bigger 114 technical equipment of leather, sinew, fiber, and wood, and in particular has failed to give sufficient weight to the one outstanding weapon produced under these conditions, a weapon that reveals a remarkable capacity for abstract thought. For between 30,000 and 15,000 years ago, Paleolithic man invented and perfected the bow and arrow. This turns out to be the first real machine. Up to this point, tools and weapons had been mere extensions of the human body, like the throwing stick, or, like the boomerang, an imitation of some other creature's specialized organ. But the bow and arrow is like nothing whatever in nature, as strange, as peculiarly a product of the human mind as the square root of -1. This weapon is a pure abstraction translated into physical form, but at the same time it drew upon the three major sources of primitive techniques: wood, stone, and animal guts. Now, a creature who was clever enough to use the potential energy of a drawn bowstring to propel a small spear, arrow, beyond ordinary hurling distance had reached a new level of thought. This was an advance upon an even simpler device, midway between a tool and a machine, the throwing stick. Yet that combination of slot and javelin was so effective that Captain James Cook noted it was more accurate and deadly at 150 feet than his own 18th-century muskets. These technical improvements were contemporary with equivalent advances in art, though the four stages in the latter case are obscure, for suddenly well-modelled figures appear, out of a nowhere that cannot yet be adequately described. From the very nature of these advances one may legitimately infer an even more decisive improvement in the older art of language, with such finer differentiation of the meaning of events in time and space as later languages show. The first musical pipe, an instrument we associate with Pan, appears in a Magdalenian picture of a very Pan-like figure, either a masked sorcerer or an imaginary being, half man, half animal, like Pan himself. But who knows when a music-making reed was first invented? Yaquain took out his hunting bow and, setting one tip on a dry melon shell, he began to tap the string with the reed, making a sound. This image, taken from the admirable book about the Bushman that I have drawn on before, bears witness to an earlier interplay of art and techniques. It takes us back to a point where Prometheus and Orpheus were twins, almost Siamese twins. Conceivably, if doubtfully, the first use of a bow was as a musical instrument, before the twanging gut suggested one of its many later uses, as a weapon of the hunt, or as an instrument for causing rotary motion in the fire drill or the bow drill. This hypothetical history of the bow 115 would end, then, with its return to its point of origin in the last exquisite refinements of the Cremona violin. The bow and arrow might serve as archetypal model for mechanical inventions, by the translation of human needs but not necessities. Sorely organic aptitudes into detachable, specialized, abstract forms. As with language, the key idea is detachable / and yet the feathering of the arrow, which ensured the accuracy of the weapon, was possibly due to a purely magical identification of the arrow with the wings of a living bird. This is one of those cases in which magical thinking often misled men further by sometimes actually paying off. But between the bow and the next visible machines, such as the potter's wheel, something like 10 or 20,000 years seems to have elapsed. Meanwhile, the improvement of tools and the fabrication of varied objects made with tools had served these Paleolithic artisans in three ways. For one thing, the regularity of effort needed acted as a counter-discipline to the spasmodic life of the hunter. Then, 2, the intractability of the hard materials made the craftsman come to terms with his environment and realize the impotence of purely subjective desire or magic ritual accompanied by intelligent insight and effort. Both were needed. Finally, Paleolithic man's increasing skill heightened his self-confidence and brought an immediate reward, not merely the joy of work, but the finished object itself, his own creation. Now at this point, since I have sufficiently offset the over-petrified image of man's earliest economy, it is time to do justice to the positive role stone actually played from an early moment in human development. Stone singled itself out from every other part of the environment by its own special character, its hardness and durability. Rivers might change their course, great trees, struck by lightning, might fall or be burned up. But stone outcrops and columns remained fixed landmarks in a changing landscape. Throughout human history, stone has been the agent and symbol of continuity, and its very hardness, color, and texture seem to have fascinated early man and challenged him. Stone prospecting may have gone along with food collecting, well before stones like flint and obsidian, that were especially fit for making tools, were identified and skillfully put to use. The mining of flints and the fabrication of stone tools gave man his first taste of systematic, unremitting work. That the digging of flint with reindeer picks required hard muscular effort I can personally bear witness, since one of my tasks, as a naval recruit in 1918, was to dig into a hummock of flint on our island base at Newport, Rhode Island. Even with a steel pickaxe that was no light task, so it may well have required the hopeful imaginative reinforcement of magic to summon early man to this back. 116. Breaking effort, though it brought an extra reward in building up a certain masculine pride, a pride that long clung, before the days of automation, to the miner. Partly through working stone, early man learned to respect the reality principle, the need for persistence and intense effort in order to achieve a distant reward, as opposed to the pleasure principle of obeying momentary impulse and expecting an immediate response, with little effort. If Paleolithic man had been as indifferent to stone as civilized man has long proved indifferent to the organic environment, civilization itself would never have taken form, for, as we shall soon see, it was originally a Stone Age artifact, shaped by stone tools and stony-hearted men. 5. Hunting, ritual, and art. Behind the fine craftsmanship and expressive art that characterized the last phases of Paleolithic culture was the mode of life brought about by specialization in hunting big game. In this pursuit a more cooperative strategy, requiring larger numbers of trackers, beaters, and killers, was required, and that presupposes a tribal or clan organization. Single-family groups of less than 50 people, only a minority being adult males, could hardly have done the job. That Ice Age hunting life was necessarily dependent upon the movement of the great herds in search of fresh grazing or browsing grounds, yet it developed fixed points of reference and return watercourses, springs, camping grounds, summer pastures, not least caves, and even, in late Paleolithic times, hamlets of houses. If curiosity, cunning, adaptability, inurement to repetition were along with sociability the prime virtues of early man, the later Paleolithic hunter needed still other traits: courage, imagination, adroitness, readiness to face the unexpected. At a critical moment in the hunt, when an enraged buffalo, already wounded, turned upon the hunters closing in upon him, the ability to act in concert at the command of the most experienced and daring hunter was the price of avoiding injury and sudden death. There was no parallel to this situation in food gathering, nor yet in the later modes of Neolithic agriculture. Probably the nearest modern equivalent to the slaying of big game in Paleolithic times was the hunting of another big mammal, the sperm whale, a century and more ago. Without unduly stretching the imagination, 117 can find in the pages of Melville's Moby Dick the cycle and social parallels of the Paleolithic hunt. In both cases, fortitude in pursuit, unflinching courage, and the ability on the part of the leader to give commands and exact obedience were necessary to the success of the venture, and here, too, youth was probably a greater qualification than age and experience. Leadership and loyalty, those keys to military success and large-scale organization, flourished in this milieu. Both were at a later period to have technological consequences. It was from this cultural complex that a commanding personage, the hunting chief, finally walks onto the stage of civilized history, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, and in the pre-dynastic Egyptian hunter's palette. As we shall shortly see, that combination of docile ritualistic conformity, an early and deeply engraved trait, with exhilarating self-confidence, venturesome command, and, not least, a certain savage readiness to take life, were the essential prerequisites for the greatest early achievement in technics, the collective human machine. Unlike food gathering, be it noted, hunting carried with it an insidious danger to man's tenderer, parental, life-fostering nature, the necessity to kill as a recurrent occupation. The stone-pointed javelin or arrow, with its capacity to strike home at a distance as well as at close quarters, enlarged the range of killing and appears at first to have awakened anxious misgivings as to its effects. Even toward the cave bears he expelled from their shelters and ate for food, Paleolithic man seems to have nourished a sacred fear, as with his later totemic animals. The skulls of these animals have been found arranged as if they were the objects of a cult. Like some hunting tribes to this day, Paleolithic hunters possibly begged the slain creature's forgiveness, pleading hunger as justification, and limiting the kill to such food as was actually needed. Millennia passed before man would take the life of his own kind in cold blood, without even the excuse, magical or otherwise, of needing to eat them. Yet the very compulsion to overplay the more brutal masculine qualities may have resulted, on a Jungian interpretation, in the enlargement of the feminine component in the male unconscious. The so-called mother goddesses in Paleolithic art may represent the hunter's instinctual attempt to counterbalance the occupational overemphasis on killing by an increased sensitiveness to sexual enjoyment and protective tenderness. When in the army, my son Geddes noticed that it was the ugliest and toughest characters in his unit who often showed the greatest gentleness toward children, a similar compensation. The systematic killing of big game probably had still another effect upon Paleolithic man. He was confronted by the fact of death, not at infrequent 118 intervals, but as an everyday accompaniment to life. To the extent that he may have identified himself with his victim, he was forced to take into consciousness his own death, too, and that of his family, his kinsmen, his fellow tribesmen. Here, under the further incitements of dream, may lie the beginnings of man's devious efforts to prolong his life in the imagination, by assuming that the dead, though physically removed from the scene, are still in some sense alive, watching, intervening, prompting, sometimes benignly, as a source of wisdom and comfort, but in no small number of instances the spirits of the departed, haunting the dream life, are full of malice and must be exorcised, or propitiated, lest they bring on disaster. Perhaps the memorial arts of sculpture and painting which flourished now for the first time, were deliberate attempts to outwit death. Life departs, but the image remains and continues to enhance other lives. The greater part of Paleolithic art was preserved in caves, and in the case of some of the painted images and sculpture found there, about 10% of the total number, we have reason to associate the art with magic rituals to invoke success in hunting. But the artists who painted these images, under the most difficult conditions, undeterred by the rough surfaces, sometimes taking advantage of their contours, must have acquired their skill by long practice somewhere else than on the walls of the cave. The corroborating evidence for this comes from Leo Frobenius' experience with a group of African pygmies. Once when he suggested going on an elephant hunt, they professed to find the conditions unfavorable and refused. But next morning he discovered that the hunters had gathered at a secret spot. Drawing the outline of an elephant on the cleared surface of the earth, they then thrust a spear into it, while going through a magic formula. Only then were they ready for the hunt. This lucky bit of evidence throws a light on certain aspects of both Paleolithic ritual and art. Hunting under Paleolithic conditions was not a hit or miss scramble for food, it required forethought, a studious care, fully rehearsed strategy, intimate knowledge, graphically conveyable, of the anatomy of the hunted creature, such a knowledge as that which, embodied in the drawings illustrating Ves alius, preceded the advances of surgery and medicine in our own age. One finds a similar magic ritual, Salas pointed out, among the Ojibwe Indians of North America, where the shaman made a drawing on the ground of the animal to be hunted, painted the heart in vermilion, as European cave animals were often painted, and drew a line from it to the creature's mouth, along which the magic would flow to ensure death. In the same vein, the Mandan Indians welcomed George Catlin as a medicine man because his paintings brought the bisons. 119. Lately, Femund Windels reports in his study of the Lascaux Caves, ethnologists have spent months with a desert tribe in Australia and brought back films. In one of these, an Australian, the head of his tribe, is seen decorating the wall of his cave. The sight is quite astounding. The film shows not an artist working, but a priest, or a sorcerer, officiating. Each gesture is accompanied by songs and ritual dances, and these take a much more important place in the whole ceremony than the decoration itself. If dance, song, and language detached themselves from ritual, as I have argued, painting may likewise have done so. Originally all the arts were sacred, since it was only to achieve communion with sacred forces that man would make the necessary efforts and sacrifices for aesthetic perfection. With these associated acts of dance, ritual, and graphic motion, we perhaps have a clue to the mysterious macaroni-like tracings on the walls of various caves. Those abstract images may have been a byproduct of ritual gestures, an act recorded on the walls as it can now be recorded on film. If magic ritual was invoked by the hunter, it was because in the very performance of it he acquired both the insight and the skill necessary to carry out his task successfully. The kind of graphic line achieved in the paintings of the bisons of Altamira or the deer of Lascaux implies fine sensory muscular coordination, along with the sharpest kind of eye for subtle detail. Hunting, as everyone who has hunted even in the most desultory way knows, requires a high degree of visual and oral alertness to the least quiver of movement in leaves or grass, along with hair-trigger readiness to react promptly. That the Magdalenian hunter had attained this state of sensory vividness and aesthetic tension is shown, not merely by the evocative realism of his highly abstract representations, but by the fact that many of his animals are depicted in motion. This was a higher achievement than static symbolization. One of the purposes of creating a realistic image of an animal was to capture it, and what greater triumph was possible than to capture it in motion, the highest test of the hunter's skill with assegai or bow and arrow. In English we still speak in portraiture of capturing a likeness. But this art was not just an agent of practical magic, it was likewise a higher mode of magic in its own right, as miraculous as the magic of words, yet even more secret and sacrosanct. Like the interior of the cave itself, walled and vaulted by natural forces, which gave man his first insight into the possibilities of symbolic architecture, these images opened up a world of color and form that transcended the aesthetic range of natural objects because it likewise included, as an unavoidable ingredient, man's own personality. 120. Was this art not merely magical and sacred, but even more, a cult secret not open to all members of the tribe? The difficult physical passage to the painted interior walls, which often necessitated dangerous crawls, may indicate more than an initiation ordeal. Was this perhaps a device deliberately chosen by the elite, in their selection of the almost closed cave, to keep for their own use and instruction the art of making images, an early anticipation and equivalent of the esoteric language and the inviolable temple sanctum of later priesthoods? Was some memory of the layout of the cave carried over into the secret passage to the interior of an Egyptian pyramid? These will always remain unanswerable questions, yet it is important that we should keep on asking them, lest we close our eyes too quickly to related positive evidence we may yet find. Something of this cavernous secrecy and mystery normally attended all the great moments of life, up to our own desacralized modern culture: birth, sexual intercourse, initiation into the stages of life, and death. And if to capture a likeness was to have power over the soul, as many primitives still believe, this may account for the fact that the human face is so conspicuously absent from cave paintings, though attenuated bodies, with masks or bird-like features, may be depicted. This failure would not be due to any lack of skill, but was rather because of the inherent magical danger to the person so represented. The threatening scowl and protesting gesture that met me when I once photographed from a decent distance a Hawaiian native at a Honolulu market, reminds me of how deep the fear of the transferred image remains. One does not exhaust the meanings of Paleolithic art by referring some, but not all, of the cave paintings to magic ritual. In his comprehensive examination of cave art, as rich in evidence as it is fertile in fresh hypotheses and discriminating in judgment, André Leroy-Gourhan shows reason to deduce from the nature and the position of the images and signs that the cave artists were endeavoring to formulate their new religious perspectives, based on the polarity of male and female principles. Surely, these images transcended any practical effort to promote the reproduction of game animals and ensure good hunting. What can hardly be doubted, in an art whose practice was attended by so many difficulties, is that beliefs of supreme importance, which seemed more essential to man's development than mere food and bodily security, must have been the source of this cave painting. It is only in the pursuit of a more significant life that man has exhibited such devotion or been ready without a sense of grievance to make such sacrifices. With sculpture in the round another interest came into play and another function was possibly served. Here the unabashed handling of the 121 human body, including feminine nudes unequaled till the Egyptians, may indicate a pre-magical culture. Even in the cave paintings, I would not be so sure as some interpreters have been that the paintings of allegedly pregnant animals are, inevitably, only attempts to ensure by some sympathetic magic large yields of food. This explanation hardly fits in with the evidence of a teeming abundance of these animals, well beyond the capacity of a small hunting population to decimate. But sculpture shows a quite different range of interests and feelings. The carved ibexes confronting each other found at El Iroquois seem scarcely symbols of anything but themselves, and the Venus of Lossel is a woman in every dimension, even her head. Did sculpture represent the plane of daily experience, while painting kept closer to dream, magic, religion? All that we can say with any surety about this phase of human development is that hunting was a propitious medium for imaginative art. And at last, man's overcharged nervous system had material worthy of its potentialities to work on. The dangers of the big game hunt brought forth vigorous self-confident human breeds, with swift emotional responses, a ready supply of adrenaline, stimulated by fear, excitement, and rage, and above all fine coordinations that would serve in painting and carving as well as in slaying animals. Both kinds of skill, both kinds of sensitiveness, were brought into play. So while hunting in the grand style required daring muscular exploits and promoted a surgical hardness about inflicting pain and taking life, it was also accompanied by an increase in aesthetic sensitiveness and emotional richness, preludes to further symbolic expression. This combination of traits is not unusual. That murderous cruelty and extreme aesthetic refinement are not incompatible we know from a long succession of historic examples, stretching from China to Aztec Mexico, from the Rome of Nero to the Florence of the Medicis, not forgetting our own times, with the exhibition of nicely planted flower beds at the entrance to the Nazi extermination camps. Whatever the hardships and gambles of the hunting mode of life, it unleashed the imagination and turned it to the arts. Above all, if one may judge from the frail evidence, it seems marked by an exuberant display of sexuality, presenting us with widely distributed images of the naked female form, with the interest centered in the vulva, the breasts, the buttocks. All magnified and swollen in many figures besides the famous Venus of Willendorf. These figures are usually called mother goddesses, and many ethnologists assume that they were the center of a religious cult. But this is imputing to the earliest cultures the same meaning such figures would have had in 122. A much later one. All we can strictly infer is a heightened consciousness of sex, and a deliberate effort, by means of symbolic images, to hold it and prolong its effects in the mind, instead of letting it be dissipated in immediate copulation. Sexual intercourse, the earliest mode of social communion and cooperation, was now directed and enriched by mind. Since representations of the male phallus are sometimes found in the same cave as female forms with open vulvas, an association that has continued to this day in Hindu temples, one has indeed reason to suspect ritual performances to awaken, enhance, and intensify interest in sex, perhaps even some definite group initiation and instruction, such as is widespread among almost all primitive peoples. An extra encouragement to sexual activity may have been imperative in a harsh climate whose long winters and forced hibernation, sometimes accompanied by a meager diet, had the usual effects of extreme cold and fasting. It depleted sexual interest and lowered sexual performance. Because both male and female figurines have been found close together, one is tempted to challenge the mother goddess explanation, for the fact that the figurines are small shows that they were meant to be carried along easily, as personal equipment, almost as if they were domestic mementos or keepsakes, rather than objects of group worship. We are faced here with the contradiction of an intensely masculine society whose main occupations excluded woman, except in the secondary capacity of butcher, cook, and tanner of skins, nevertheless elevating woman's peculiar functions and aptitudes, her capacity for sexual play, reproduction, and child-rearing, to a point where sex seized the imagination as never before. Both sculpture and the many surviving forms of ornament from shells to reindeer necklaces point to a considerable effort to enhance feminine bodily beauty and increase sexual appeal. Here was a gift that did not come to full fruition until another set of technical inventions, those of domestication, had pushed hunting into the background. This view of the imaginative transformation of art and sex that accompanied the improvement of weapons and collective hunting techniques gets support from the very distribution of the female figurines found in this period. As Graham Clark points out, the same type of sexually overemphasized figures is found from France and Italy over to the South Russian plain, most commonly made from mammoth ivory or of various kinds of stone, but also, in Czechoslovakia, from fired clay. The fact that all those with a definite provenance, Clark notes, came from settlements, whether from caves or from artificial dwellings, argues for their domestic rather than public or ceremonial significance. But domesticity, I would add from 123. The historic evidence from Ur to Rome, of priestly functions performed by the paterfamilias, surely does not preclude ceremony. Even today in Orthodox Jewish households, the house father performs this role. Along with this symbolic concentration on sex, the first evidences of hearth and home as central to a settled life appear, a mutant in hunting culture that became a dominant in the succeeding phases of Neolithic culture, and has remained a persistent since. And not without further technical significance is the fact that the first use of clay, apart from the hearth itself, is its employment as a material for art, as in the bisons in the TUC. D'Audubert cave, thousands of years before there is evidence of pottery. The suggestion here is plain: Paleolithic man began to domesticate himself before he domesticated either plants or animals. This was the first step, beyond ritual, language, and cosmetics, in transforming the human personality. And here, precisely at the point where the symbolic arts join together and supplement each other, Homo sapiens man the knower and interpreter appears in the character that marks all his later history, not just doggedly scratching for a living, grubbing and picking, tool making and hunting, but partly detached from those animal necessities, dancing, singing, playing, painting, modeling, gesturing, mimicking, dramatizing, conversing. Certainly conversing, and perhaps for the first time laughing. That laughter would identify him and certify his mastery better than tools. Like Lazarus, late Paleolithic man had at length fully emerged from the grave of preconscious existence, and there was reason for his laughter. His mind, increasingly released from brute necessity, from anxiety, dreamy confusion, panicky fear, had become fully alive. With command over words and images, no part of his world, inner or outer, animate or inanimate, lay entirely beyond his reach or his mental grasp. Man had at last perfected the kind of artifact, the symbol, upon which his highly organized brain could work directly, without any further tools than those the body itself provided. As for Magdalenian cave paintings, they are the proof of a still more general and many-sided achievement in building a symbolic world. These gifts were scattered and unevenly distributed, and they continued to develop unevenly, so that no generalization one makes about man applies to the entire human race, at all times and all places, far from it. Yet, every symbolic advance has proved as transferable and as communicable as the genetic inheritance that binds the human race together, and man's preeminently social nature ensured that in time no population, however small, remote, or isolated, would be cut off completely from this common cultural heritage. 124. 6. Around the fire. One cannot do justice to the achievements of Paleolithic man without coming back at the end to the capital discovery that ensured his survival after he had lost his own hairy fell, the utilization and perpetuation of fire. Language apart, this counts as man's unique technological achievement, unparalleled in any other species. Other creatures use tools, construct dwellings, dams, bridges, and tunnels, swim, fly, perform rituals, cooperate as families in raising the young, and even, among the social ants, wage war with soldiers, domesticate other species, and plant gardens. But man alone dared play with fire, so he learned to court danger and to discipline his own fears, and both practices must have enormously increased his self-confidence and effective mastery. Many conditions existed to retard mental activity in the Ice Age: recurrent threats of starvation, fatigue from excessive physical activity, and torpor under the cold, which produces mental sluggishness and sleep. But fire saved man, awakened him, further helped to socialize him. What is more, the command of fire released this naked creature from his original tropical habitat. The hearth lay at the center of his life, and once the beginnings of language were made, it was surely in endless conversations and storytellings around the fire that he perfected the vehicle of speech. This ancient art charmingly surprised that sympathetic proto-anthropologist, Schoolcraft, when he encountered it around the campfire of Indian tribes he had once supposed sullen, brutish, fierce, and silent. Is it merely a coincidence that the cultural hearths where one now discovers the first evidences of Neolithic domestication are those highland areas in Palestine and Asia Minor where ample supplies of firewood were once available? Starting with fire, most of the equipment needed to ensure man's further development except domesticated animals and plants was already in existence before the last ice age came to an end around, say, 10,000 BC. Let us sum up these mainly Paleolithic contributions before Neolithic domestication widened their scope and supplemented their deficiencies. Taking material equipment alone, one finds cordage, traps, nets, skin containers, lamps, possibly baskets, along with hearths, huts, hamlets, likewise specialized tools, including surgical instruments, varied weapons, paints, masks, painted images, graphic signs. But even more important than this array of material inventions was the steady accretion of the agents of significance, the social heritage or tradition, expressed in every 125 mode of ritual, custom, religion, social organization, art, and above all language. By Magdalenian times, minds of a superior order had not merely come into existence but had produced a culture through which potentialities hitherto undiscovered could be expressed and used. In surveying Paleolithic techniques I have sought to counterbalance the overemphasis of tools and weapons as such by concentrating rather upon the way of life they helped to bring into existence. The harshness of the conditions under which Paleolithic man operated at least in the northern hemisphere seems to have intensified the human reaction and widened the distance from his animal point of origin. He was fortified, not destroyed, by these ordeals. Under these circumstances, the fears and anxieties and eruptive fantasies that I have posited as an attribute of the dream time long ago may have been reduced to manageable quantities, much as the neuroses of many Londoners were wiped out, psychiatrists found, during the Blitz. Men have frequently risen to their highest potentials under conditions of stress and physical danger, a tempest, an earthquake, a battle may sum forth energies and displays of selfless devotion and sacrifice not elicited by a more prosperous way of life. It would be strange if some of the qualities selectively preserved by Paleolithic man were not still part of our biological inheritance. Chapter 6. 4 Stages of Domestication. 1. The Agricultural Revolution. Revised. When the Stone Age was first seen as falling into 2 broad periods, there seemed a sharp dividing line between the earlier flake tools and a later assortment which were ground and polished. The first belonged to the supposedly nomad food gatherers and hunters, while the latter belonged to herdsmen and settled farmers, who within a period of about 5,000 years brought about the domestication of plants and animals. But the changes in tools and weapons and utensils were much easier for the archaeologist to read than the much more significant changes in breeding, hence until recently the Neolithic phase was mainly identified with polished stone tools and mistakenly with clay pots. For a time this picture seemed plausible, but almost every feature of it has, during the past generation, been revised. Tools and utensils constitute only a small part of the total equipment needed for bodily survival, to say nothing of cultural development. Even a purely technical story of the material improvements that took place is far from self-explanatory. To know how and why and when an invention became important, one must know more than the materials and processes and previous inventions that went into it. One must likewise seek to understand the needs, the desires, the hopes, the opportunities, the magical or religious conceptions with which they have, from the beginning, been connected. In order to clarify the immense changes ultimately brought about by domestication, I shall use the terms Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and Neolithic. 126. 127. Only to describe time sequences, without necessarily tying them to any particular cultural or technical contents. Roughly, from 30,000 to 15,000 BC would be Late Paleolithic, from 15,000 to 8,000 BC, Mesolithic, and from then on to around 3,500 BC. Neolithic, provided one uses these dates only to describe the areas where significant changes first took place and where they reached their particular climax. The technical facilities and habits of life brought in by each of these phases are still with us. The domestication of plants itself appeared as a mutant well before the end of the last glacial period. To associate this process with the moment when we behold the final results, or to attribute the change to improvements in tool-making, draws our attention away from the real problems. Clay sickles in Palestine show that grain was being systematically garnered before it was deliberately planted, and stone mortars were used for grinding mineral paints thousands of years before they were used for grain. There are, nevertheless, profound cultural differences between the two epochs, despite all the evidence of continuous cultural fibers running through the successive layers that the archaeologist finds in his diggings. Partly because living conditions were so formidable during the Ice Age, Paleolithic man, apart from playing with fire, largely took his habitat as given, and bowed to its demands, even becoming a specialist in one particular mode of adaptation, hunting. Such shaping as was open to him, I have sought to show, had mainly to do with his own body and mind. But the Neolithic cultivator made numerous constructive changes in his environment, aided by the warming of the climate, and after the great melting and flooding that followed by the drying up of the swamps. With the aid of the axe he opened up the heavy forest, built dams and reservoirs and irrigation ditches, erected stockades, terraced hills, staked out permanent fields, drove piles, built clay or wooden dwellings. What neither the miner nor the hunter had been able to accomplish, the woodman and the farmer, able to support larger numbers in a small area, actually achieved, an increasingly humanized habitat. Later civilization would be inconceivable without this mighty Neolithic contribution, for only in their relatively large communities could work on this new scale be accomplished. Where the Paleolithic artist, intent on the image, was satisfied to leave the walls of his caves rough and uneven, now wooden planks were split or stone was ground and polished, or clay and plaster were applied to form smooth surfaces for house walls or painted images. Viewing this work as a whole, one must admit that there is little in either Mesolithic or Neolithic art, till we reach the threshold of urban life, that competes aesthetically with either the early carved or modeled figures. 128. Of the caves, or the paintings of Altamira and Lascaux. But a new trait appears in Neolithic culture, industriousness, the capacity for assiduous application to a single task, sometimes carried over years and generations. The intermittent technical activities of Paleolithic man no longer sufficed, it was by prolonged, dogged, unremitting effort that all the typical Neolithic achievements, from breeding to building, were accomplished. Paleolithic males, if we may judge by most surviving hunting peoples, had an aristocratic contempt for work in any form, they left such drudgery to their womenfolk. So when Neolithic peoples turned to work, one need hardly wonder that woman, with her patient, inexorable ways, took command. In this transformation, from a predominantly hunting economy to an agricultural one, much was gained, but also something was lost. And the contrast between the two cultures underlies a large part of human history. It can still be seen in more primitive communities even today. A modern observer in Africa, innocent of any of my present preoccupations, noticed a difference between the Badwe hunters, gay with an uncomplicated cheerfulness, and the rather sullen demeanor of the average Bantu in his employ. And he asks himself, is it possible that the hard but unfettered life of the hunter brings a freedom of the spirit that the sedentary agriculturists have lost? Looking only at the surviving art and artifacts, one is driven to answer, very possibly indeed for reasons that will soon come out. 2. The breeder's eye. Under the watchful breeder's eye of Neolithic man, and even more Neolithic woman, almost every part of the environment became plastic and responsive to the human touch. In a sense, the wider use of clay as against stone symbolizes this new trait in technics. Certain animals, now more important for food, became gentle and docile under man's tutelage. Wild plants that once yielded only a modicum of nutriment, under continued selection and special care in prepared plots, swelled at the roots or burgeoned with edible beans, aromatic seeds, juicy flesh, colorful flowers. With the efficient stone axe it was possible to create open glades in the forest, where, around charred stumps and roots, herbaceous annuals long in use could be planted, and under such open, protected cultivation, plants hybrid. 129. Ized rapidly, while at the edge of the woods, edible berry bushes, whose seeds were spread by cardinals and finches, multiplied. For the first time, under Neolithic cultivation and building, man began deliberately to change the face of the earth. In the open landscape, the signs of man's year-round occupation began to multiply. Little hamlets and villages made their appearance in every part of the world. Instead of the random richness and variety of nature, one finds in the Neolithic economy the beginning of a well-defined order, and this orderliness, this industriousness, transposes into physical structures much that had so long been confined to ritual and oral traditions. If it is unwise to characterize this new period in terms of polished tools alone, it is equally misleading to regard the process of domestication as a sudden one, an agricultural revolution. The implications of revolution, which derives from the hopes and fantasies of the 18th century, are deceptive, for revolution implies a peremptory rejection of the past, a break in its ways, and in that sense no agricultural revolution took place until our own day. Archaeologists have been slow to recognize what Oakes Ames called the carryover period of uninterrupted knowledge of food plants, from primate times on, which led in the Mesolithic phase to the deliberate selection and improvement of food plants, particularly the tropical fruit and nut trees valued by food-gathering groups, before systematic planting of annuals began. The significance of this long prelude has been stressed by Ames, the botanist whose work on cultivated plants carried further the original researches of de Candolle. The more important annuals, he pointed out, are unknown in their wild state. They first appear in association with man. They are as much a part of his history as is the worship of the gods to whose beneficence he attributed the origin of wheat and barley. Therefore, their appearance simultaneously on the historic record indicates a greater age for agriculture than the archaeologists and anthropologists have allowed or, I might add, as yet allow. Though there is still a tendency to date the great agricultural advance from 9000 to 7000 BC, we now have reason to see that it was a much more gradual process that took place over a much longer period in 4, possibly 5, stages. First, the early knowledge of plants and their properties that Paleolithic foragers had acquired and retained, knowledge that might have been partly lost in the northern zones but probably was continuous in the tropical and subtropical areas. Some of this early plant usage goes back so far that even the opium poppy, the first of the painkillers, is no longer found wild. At this early period, familiarity with the feeding and 130. Breeding habits of wild animals must likewise be assumed, to account for the first domestication of animals. This began, it would seem, with the dog, but if Edward Hahn was correct, it included such barnyard animals as the pig and the duck. The third stage, then, would be Mesolithic plant cultivation, which would include the care and eventual planting of various nutritive starchy tropical roots, like the yam and the taro plants. At length came the twofold process of domestication, plants and animals together, that ushered in the Neolithic phase, and created in most of the Old World, though unfortunately not in the New, the soil regenerative practices of mixed farming. The domestication of the ox, the sheep, and the goat went along with the introduction into the garden of beans, squashes, cabbages, and onions, and the wider selective cultivation, probably initiated long before, of the fruit-bearing trees, the apple, the olive, the orange, the fig, and the date. With the pressing of olives and grapes and the fermentation of grain for beer, fired pottery containers became indispensable. Now, on the eve of civilization, the last stage in this complex, long-pursued process was taken, with the domestication of the cereals, corn, barley, wheat, and the beginnings of large-scale open-field, clean-crop agriculture. This brought about an immense increase of food in the rich lands of Mesopotamia and Egypt, for the very dryness of the cereal seeds makes these grains storable at ordinary temperatures for a longer period than most other foods except nuts, and the richness in proteins and minerals gives them exceptional food value. Stored grain was potential energy, also the oldest form of capital. Witness pre-monetary commercial transactions in measures of grain. But to signalize this last step as the agricultural revolution is to overlook all the earlier steps that made it possible, for while still in their wild state many of the domesticates already served for tools, food, utensils, lashings, dyes, and medicines. Even after this phase matured, the impetus of domestication continued for a few thousand years, with the training of the llama, the vicuna, the onager, the camel, the elephant, and above all the horse, for traction and transport. The most striking events of the agricultural transformation did indeed fall within the Neolithic phase. Soon after it reached a climax, its original impulse toward domestication was exhausted. While some of the oldest domesticates, like the amaranth grains, fell out of cultivation, hardly any new species were added. Instead, both in nature and on the farm, there was an unceasing proliferation of new varieties of the existing species, strikingly exemplified in the oldest of domesticates, the dog. In various 131 parts of the world, the Neolithic technology was only partly carried out by the indigenous inhabitants, often content to stop at a halfway house. But even where the changeover was fully consummated, food gatherers still abounded, and nearer at hand, the hunter still performed a necessary function, for nowhere can crops be successfully cultivated or domestic cattle be kept safe, without trappers and hunters keeping down both the predators and the mischievous crop eaters, like the deer and the monkeys. In my own long inhabited area of Dutchess County, the multiplying raccoons, no longer hunted for their fur, now often ruin whole fields of maize. Not merely did the Paleolithic hunter remain at hand, but his special characteristics, as a wielder of weapons and a leader of men, played an essential part in the transition to the highly organized urban civilization that Neolithic agriculture made possible. As with the fable of the flowers and the weeds, what one finds depends upon what one looks for. If one seeks evidence only of changes in a culture, one may pass by equally significant evidence of continuity. For culture is a compost in which many traits temporarily disappear or become unidentifiable, but few are ever completely lost. In the culture of cities, let me add parenthetically, I pointed out that every culture can be separated into four main components, which I then called dominants and recessives, mutations and survivals. Today, to get rid of this inappropriate genetic metaphor, I would change these terms to dominance and persistence, emergence or mutants and remnants. The dominants are what give each historic phase its style and color, but without the substratum of active persistence, and without the vast underlayer of remnants, whose existence remains as unnoticed as the foundations of a house until it sags or crumbles, no fresh invention in culture could achieve dominance. If one bears this in mind, it is legitimate to characterize a cultural phase by its largest visible new feature, but in the total body of a culture the persistence and the remnants, however hidden, necessarily occupy a far larger area and play a more essential part. All this will become plainer when we trace this great transformation through in detail. Yet however radically we may be forced to alter the picture of a sudden change, there is no doubt that the development of new methods of growing and garnering and utilizing food altered man's relation to the entire habitat, and placed at his disposal vast resources of food and vital energy he had never before been able to tap. With this, getting a living ceased to be an adventure, it fell into a settled routine. the hunter had either to change his habits of life, or retreat to the jungle, the steppe, or the Arctic tundra, thwarted as he was by the steady N. 132. Encroachments of cultivated fields and human settlements, and the inevitable shrinkage of both hunting grounds and game. If one reads the record correctly, different hunting groups succeeded at all three forms of survival. But the hunter fared best when he entered into symbiotic relations with the new peasants and builders, and helped to create a new economy and a new technics, a techniques based on weapons, in which, with his imagination and his audacity, he could as an aristocratic minority gain control over a large population. 3. From collecting to planting. As evidence heaps up, it becomes plain that Mesolithic domestication, with the year-round habitation of a single site, marks a necessary transition in widely scattered areas and at different times between the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods. In the later development of culture, the northern lands of Europe were always 2,000 or 3,000 years behind the Near Eastern territory where the final innovations in domesticating cattle and grain took place, so it is not unreasonable to find in the well-established Mesolithic culture of Denmark suggestive evidence that points to many much earlier developments elsewhere. For the long series of experiments needed for the cultivation and improvement of plants, one must assume a margin of safety from starvation, and only large runs of fish, like salmon, which can be caught in weirs, as in the Pacific Northwest, or a steady supply of shellfish, would meet the earliest requirements for continuous local occupation. In such tropical or subtropical territory, an additional source of food would be available from trees like the coconut and date palms, the banana and the breadfruit. The length of time required for cultivation of fruit and nut-bearing trees, which sometimes take 30 years or more to mature, was far greater than it is necessary to allow for the hybridization of annuals. This would argue, as Oakes Ames pointed out, that the protection and tending of trees began at a much earlier date. In other words, horticulture with its prizing of single fine specimens preceded agriculture, with its emphasis on larger yields, and in no small measure made it possible. The main tropical food staples, taro, manioc, coconut, breadfruit, to say nothing of the banana, the mango, and the durian, have the widest provenance in the Pacific and the South. 133. C's, while yams, the most widely distributed of all the root vegetables, even reached South America. Though these pieces of evidence are thinly scattered and ill-assorted, they still add up to a reasonably firm conclusion. With Mesolithic culture we find the beginnings of a stable occupancy of the land, through all seasons, the very condition essential for the exhaustive observation of the habits of plants that exhibit sexual reproduction and must be cultivated from broadcast or planted seed. The resultant increase in security must sometimes have appealed to the hungry hunter. But the partnership between hunter and cultivator worked both ways, for when crops failed, hunting and fishing might tide the community over a bad season. During the Depression of the 1930s in the United States, many families in destitute rural mining communities managed to survive partly by fishing and hunting. With this new security derived from a regular food supply came a new regularity in life, and with this regularity, a new tameness, too. The little Mesolithic communities became as rooted as the tubers and the mollusk beds themselves. This indeed was a favorable condition for further experiments in domestication. The knowledge needed to stimulate such experiments probably moved along the same routes that spread the favored types of stone. Such stone traveled far, and testifies to keen prospecting and comparative testings of quality. Evans, in Man's Role in Changing the Face of the Earth, notes that certain bluestone axes found through the British Isles came from a small exposure of porcelainite on Tyavie Belayach, so small indeed as to have escaped the notice of the Geological Survey of Ireland. With the first steps toward plant domestication, Hahn postulated a correlative advance in animal domestication, the domestication of the dog and the pig. About the fact that the dog was the earliest creature to be domesticated, biologists and ethnologists are pretty well agreed, and it seems also plain that it was not due to any original usefulness as a hunting companion. The dog's ancestors, the jackal and the wolf, were rather attracted to human settlements by the same appetite that causes my country neighbors' dogs, however well fed, to haunt my garbage compost, a taste for bones and offal. In time the dog identified himself with the human community, becoming a watchman who, like another early domesticate, the goose, gave warning of intruders. Only later did he become a protector of the young and an ally in hunting and herding. But his principal first use was probably as a scavenger, and in that capacity he and his companion, the pig, served all through the development of close communities, even down to the 134th century, and in cities as big as New York and Manchester. Significantly, the pig and the fish, right into historic times in Mesopotamia, remain sacred animals. Both form part of the original Mesolithic constellation. The most important aspects of this long process of domestication can be described without reference to any new tools except the axe, but the axe, which had long been in use, was certainly improved in shape, and attached, however infirmly, to a handle, and a new technique in making other cutting implements was introduced, by utilizing small sharp stones, micromes, set in clay or wood, as saw-toothed cutting edges. One of the reasons indeed why the technique of preparing the earth for cultivation and for keeping the soil friable went on even more slowly than the improvement of plants, was the restrictive lack of adequate tools. Though Neolithic cultivation is often referred to as hoe culture, the hoe is a relatively late contribution. There could be no cheap, efficient hoes till the Iron Age. The chief means of working the soil, right into Egyptian and Sumerian times, was the digging stick, sometimes with a stone attached near the bottom to weight it. Even after the plough had been invented, it was actually a digging stick in traction, not the furrow-turning plough that came in only at a nearer point in the Iron Age. The rather late Sumerian dialogue between the plough and the pickaxe as to their respective merits suggests that the plough did not become dominant at once. The enormous increase in crop yields that the records establish for the Near East was based upon the utilization of humus-rich soils, once swamps, on manuring, on irrigation, and above all on seed selection. It owed little or nothing to improvements in tools. As for the ox-drawn plough, its great advantage was that it made extensive cultivation possible with less manual labor. This mode of labor-saving expanded acreage, but did not of itself produce higher crop yields per acre. The botanical knowledge that was achieved through long-pursued plant cultivation was not based on any precise system of symbolic abstractions, so the modern observer would hesitate to call it scientific. But could it have succeeded so well if it had not in fact been the outcome of causal insight and relevant correlations, passed on by speech? If some of the magical prescriptions that survived for thousands of years in proverbs and folk say have proved to be erroneous, there is still a greater bulk of observations that show a remarkable facility to put two and two together. The keeping in mind of the necessary sequences by proverbial saws was not the least feat of these archaic cultures. Fortunately for this interpretation, in Hesiod's works and days some of these traditional observations found their way eventually into writing. 135. Those who are still contemptuous of the errors of pre-scientific lore overlook the large accretions of positive knowledge that justified it, and this knowledge was often more important than the physical tools employed. Long before Bronze Age techniques had fully utilized the earlier improvements in horticulture and agriculture, archaic man had done the preliminary work of exploration so well that except for a few plants like the cultivated strawberry and the boysenberry, all our present domestic plants and animals are Neolithic end products. Civilized man has refined the early breeds, quantitatively increased their productivity of food, improved their form and taste and texture, exchanged plants between distant cultures, and encouraged endless variations. Granted, but he has not brought any important new species into cultivation. Except for the length of time necessary to make these first steps, the magnitude of the achievement itself is fully comparable to that of the scientific advances that have finally led to the fission of the atom and the enlargement of astronomical space. Long before the metal-using civilizations had taken form, early man had identified the most useful varieties of plants, animals, and insects out of the thousands of species themselves singled out of hundreds of thousands of species that he must have sampled. All man's food resources and most of the materials for clothing, shelter, and transportation were identified and utilized before the introduction of metallurgy. Though bitter tastes are repulsive, early man experimentally learned ways of depriving potentially useful foods of their poisonous alkaloids or acids, and though starchy, hard husk grains are not digestible in their raw state, our Neolithic predecessors learned to pulverize them and make a paste for baking a digestible bread on a flat stone. The use of the horse as a draft or mounted animal came late, well after the onager had been harnessed. And we know that the Egyptians, in historic times, tried to domesticate some of the more ferocious felines for household pets and for assault in war, only to fail in both efforts, for the still wild creatures in the panic of battle too often turned against their masters. The primitives' use, in the Amazonian forests, of the sap of the rubber tree, that essential contribution to modern motor transport, for making balls and raincoats may have come at a relatively late date, like the use of infusions of the coffee bean as a stimulant. Who can say? But the important thing to remember is that, early or late, all these innovations were direct derivatives of Neolithic horticulture. And without the endless searching and sampling that characterized man's primeval food-collecting economy, the last stage, selection and cultivation, could never have been reached. The exhaustiveness of this original series of discoveries is almost as 136. Astonishing as the variety that was achieved through sexual selection and hybridization. Edgar Anderson pointed out in Plants, Man, and Life that there are 5 natural sources of caffeine: tea, coffee, the cola plant, cacao, yerba mate, and its relatives. Early man located all of these 5 and knew that they reduced fatigue. Biochemical research has not added a single new source. Similarly, it was not the busy chemist of today's pharmaceutical laboratories, but the primitive Amerindians, who first discovered that snake root, reserpine, was a useful herb for tranquilizing people in manic states. That was a far more improbable discovery than penicillin. Only a spirit of experiment and a gift for close observation could have made this correlation. Even then it remains astonishing, indeed mysterious, like the folk belief, justified in the case of the cinchona bark, that the natural remedy lies in the area of a particular disease. The kind of knowledge demanded by domestication was not a simple identification, then, of nourishing plants, but rather an insight into soils, seasonal successions, climatic changes, plant nutriments, water supply, an exceedingly complex group of variables, different for different plants even though they occupy the same habitat. Much of this observation antedated Neolithic practices, for grain-gathering Australians, still living under Paleolithic conditions, were watchful enough in their wanderings to observe that the grain grew better if well watered, and would turn the course of a brook in order to irrigate the patch of wild grain that they utilized. In the first instance, then, I must emphasize, it is not the changes that actually took place in the manufacture of tools and utensils that identifies the Neolithic phase, for the decisive technical advances through boring and grinding, and the eventual transformation of reciprocating motion to rotary motion, in the bow drill and the fire drill were essentially late Paleolithic mutations. Even modeling in clay produced Paleolithic animal sculpture and figurines long before it formed Mesopotamian houses and pots, art again coming before utility. To understand the techniques of domestication we must rather take account of a religious change that centered increasingly on life, growth, sexuality, in all their manifestations. That new cultural pattern spread throughout the planet from about 6000 or 7000 BC onward. The individual inventions that accompanied this social change were transferred erratically, leaving many products to be invented or domesticated on the basis of purely local resources and opportunities, but the pattern as a whole forms the underlayer on which all higher civilizations until now have been based. The Daily Grind 137. 4. The Daily Grind. On this interpretation, the improvement of tools alone, except for the axe and the later pickaxe or mattock, had little to do with the Neolithic advances in domestication. But there is one aspect of Neolithic tool making that throws a significant light upon every other aspect of the culture. And this is the fact that, apart from the early development of the original microlithic sawtooth, the main method of making Neolithic tools was by grinding, boring, polishing. This practice of grinding began in Paleolithic times, as saws did well to bring out half a century ago, but the shaping of tools by grinding is a general Neolithic improvement. By itself it expresses a definite characteristic of the whole culture. The patient application to a single task, reduced to a single monotonous set of motions, advancing slowly, almost imperceptibly, toward completion, was far from characteristic of food collectors or hunters. This new trait became visible first among the skilled flint knappers who made the finely chipped Solutrean and Magdalenian spearheads and gravers. But the grinding of even soft stones is a tedious and laborious process. Granite or diorite, both extremely hard, demand a willingness to endure drudgery that no human group had ever imposed on itself before. Our very word to express ennui, boring, derives from boring. Here was ritual repetition pushed almost beyond endurance. Only groups that were prepared to remain long in the same spot, to apply themselves to the same task, to repeat the same motions day after day, were capable of gaining the rewards of Neolithic culture. The restless ones, the impatient and adventurous ones, must have found the daily routine of the Neolithic hamlet intolerable, as compared with the excitement of the chase, or of fishing with net and line. Such people reverted to the hunt or became nomadic herdsmen. One does not push the evidence too far if one says, briefly, that the Neolithic tool maker first invented daily work in the sense that all later cultures were to practice it. By work one means industrious devotion to a single task whose end product is socially useful but whose immediate reward might be small to the worker himself, or might even, if too prolonged, turn into a penalty. Such work could be justified only if its ultimate use to the community proved greater than could be achieved by a more fitful, capricious, amateurish attitude toward the job. One of our common expressions for work, the daily grind, would not have been a figure of speech in the early Neolithic community. But it was. 138. Not only grain that needed daily grinding. With the first Paleolithic stone utensils, the mortar and the stone lamp, went a decisive contribution to all later technology, circular motion. And with the translation of this motion from the hand to the wheel came the next important machine, after the bow and arrow, the potter's wheel. In grinding, steady application counts for more than the fine sensory motor coordination needed for flint knapping. Those who were ready to submit to this discipline would, it seems likely, also have the patience to watch the same plants, through all the processes of growth, season by season, and of repeating the same processes, year after year, to achieve the same anticipated result. These repetitive habits proved to be immensely productive. But there is hardly any doubt that in some degree they dulled the imagination, and tended to select and advance the more submissive types, while by providing a better food supply they in turn ensured their multiplication and survival. The process of grinding had the advantage of freeing the fabricator from a few types of stone, like flint, which are especially amenable to chipping. Tools could be made of other hard stones, like granite, and uten. Sills, like pots or vases, could be ground out of soft sandstones and lime stones, before baked clay pots were invented. But the great incentive to grinding came from the domestication of the cereals, for to use these, before pots for boiling became available, it was necessary to grind them, so that they might be made into a paste and baked on a stone. The mechanical process and the functional need, plus the botanical skill in plant selection and cultivation developed together. With the cultivation of grains, a new order of settlement became possible in parts of the planet not favored by tropical luxuriance and equable climate, for the grain-bearing grasses have as wide a distribution as grass itself, and though the systematic cultivation of grain seems to have begun. In the few great subtropical river valleys, barley, wheat, and rye eventu ally made it possible to get large yields of storable food in much colder areas. With this, the march of agriculture polewards began in both northern and southern hemispheres. The domestication of grain was accompanied by an equally radical innovation in the preparation of food, the invention of bread. In an endless variety of forms, from the unleavened wheat or barley of the Near East to the corn tortillas of the Mexicans and the yeast-risen bread of later cultures, bread has been up to now the center of every diet. No other form of food is so acceptable, so transportable, or so universal. "Give us this day our daily bread" became a universal prayer, and so venerated. The Rit2aliz at Ion of Work 139. Was this food, as the very flesh of a god, that to cut it with a knife is still, in some cultures, a sacrilege? Daily bread brought a security in the food supply that had never before been possible. Despite seasonal fluctuations in yield due to floods or droughts, the cultivation of grains made man assured of his daily nourishment, provided he worked steadily and consecutively, as he had never been certain of the supply of game or his luck in killing it. With bread and oil, bread and butter, or bread and bacon, Neolithic cultures had the backbone of a balanced diet, rich in energy, needing only fresh garden produce to be entirely adequate. With this security, it was possible to look ahead and plan ahead with confidence. Except in the tropical areas, where soil regeneration was not mastered, groups could now remain rooted in one spot, surrounded by fields under permanent cultivation, slowly making improvements in the landscape, digging ditches and irrigation canals, making terraces, planting trees, which later generations would be grateful for. Capital accumulation begins at this point, the end of hand-to-mouth living. With the domestication of grains, the future became predictable as never before, and the cultivator not merely sought to retain the ancestral past, but to expand all his present possibilities. Once the daily bread was assured, those wider migrations and transplantations of men, which made the country town and the city possible, speedily followed. 5. With grain cultivation, the daily grind took over a function that only ritual had performed before. Indeed, it would be nearer the truth, perhaps, to say that ritual regularity and repetition, through which early man had learned in some degree to control the mischievous and often dangerous outpourings of his unconscious, was now at last transferred to the sphere of work, and brought more directly into the service of life, in application to the daily tasks of the garden and the field. This brings me to a point that has been too little recognized by machine-minded technologists, concentrated mainly on the dynamic components of technology. The radical Neolithic inventions were in the realm of containers, and it was here that the effect of the tedious processes of grinding 140 was partly overcome by the utilization of the first great plastic clay. This earth is not merely easier to shape than stone, but it is lighter and more convenient to transport. And if baked clay is more fragile than stone, it is likewise far easier to replace. The creation of moisture-proof, leak-proof, vermin-proof clay vessels to store grain, oil, wine, and beer was essential to the whole Neolithic economy, as Edwin Loeb emphasized. Many scholars who have no difficulty in recognizing that tools are mechanical counterfeits of the muscles and limbs of the male body, that the hammer is a fist, the spear a lengthened arm, the pincers the human fingers, seem prudishly inhibited against the notion that woman's body is also capable of extrapolation. They recoil from the notion that the womb is a protective container and the breast a pitcher of milk. For that reason they fail to give full significance to the appearance of a large variety of containers precisely at the moment when we know from other evidence that woman was beginning to play a more distinctive role as food provider and effective ruler than she had in the earlier foraging and hunting economies. The tool and the utensil, like the sexes themselves, perform complementary functions. One moves, manipulates, assaults, the other remains in place, to hold and protect and preserve. In general, the mobile, dynamic processes are of male origin. They overcome the resistance of matter, push, pull, tear, penetrate, chip, macer. 8. Move, transport, destroy, while the static processes are female and reflect the predominant anabolism of woman's physiology, for they work from within, as in any chemical transformation, and they remain largely in place, undergoing qualitative changes, from raw meat to boiled meat, from fermenting grain to beer, from planted seed to seeding plant. It is a modern solecism to regard stable states as inferior to dynamic ones, yet savants who smile at the fact that the ancients regarded the circle as a more perfect form than the ellipse, make the equally naive discrimination in favor of the dynamic over the static, though both are equally aspects of nature. Cooking, milking, dyeing, tanning, brewing, gardening are, historically, female occupations, all derive from handling the vital processes of fertilization, growth, and decay, or the life-arresting processes of sterilization and preservation. All these functions necessarily enlarge the role of containers, indeed are inconceivable without baskets, pots, bins, vats, barns, while true domesticity, with its intimate combination of sexuality and responsible parenthood, comes in only with the permanent dwelling house, the cattle fold, and the settled village. As with the other components of Neolithic culture, this changeover was no sudden revolution, it had long been in preparation. The village itself, I must remind the reader, was a Paleolithic. The ritualization of work 141. Mutant at least 20,000 years ago, possibly earlier, though it only became a dominant after the glaciers receded. As homemaker, housekeeper, fire tender, pot molder, garden cultivator, woman was responsible for the large collection of utensils and utilities that mark Neolithic techniques, inventions quite as essential for the development of a higher culture as any later machines. And she left her personal mark on every part of the environment. If the Greeks held that the first patera was molded on the breast of Helen, the Zuni women, to corroborate the fable, used to make their pictures in the actual form of the female breast. Even if, instead, the round gourd could be plausibly regarded as the original model, that fruit, too, came within woman's province. Protection, storage, enclosure, accumulation, continuity. These contributions of Neolithic culture largely stem from woman and woman's vocations. In our current preoccupations with speed and motion and spatial extension, we tend to devaluate all these stabilizing processes. Even our containers, from the drinking cup to the recorder tape, are meant to be as transitory as the materials they contain or the functions they serve. But without this original emphasis on the organs of continuity, first provided by stone itself, then by Neolithic domesticity, the higher functions of culture could not have developed. As work begins to disappear in our society under automation, and the daily grind becomes personally meaningless, we shall perhaps for the first time realize the part that Neolithic culture played in the humanization of man. Chapter 7. Garden, Home, and Mother. 1. Domestication enthroned. The earliest animal to come under domestication was man, and the very word we use to describe the process reveals its point of origin. For domus means home, and the first step in domestication, which made all the later ones possible, was the establishment of a fixed hearth with a durable shelter, possibly in the midst of a forest clearing, where the first cultivated plants could be watched by the womenfolk, while the men continued to range abroad in search of game or fish. Darrell Ford points out that among surviving peoples living under much the same conditions, patches on which wild yams grew abundantly were protected, partially cleared, and transmitted from mother to daughter among some Australian aborigines. When the hunter returned empty-handed, perhaps cold and wet, too, he would find a fire still burning for him, and a store of edible roots or nuts would stay his hunger. Garden culture, different from later field culture, is preeminently, almost exclusively, woman's work. Clearly the first steps in domestication were taken by her. if this culture was not politically a matriarchal one. Its emphasis was nevertheless maternal, the care and nurture of life. Woman's old role as a discriminating collector of berries, roots, leaves, herbs, simples, has continued among peasants down to our own time, in the old woman, witch doctor, who knows where to find the herbs for medicine and how to apply their virtues in curing an ache, lowering a fever, or healing a wound. Neolithic domestication enlarged this role. With a more abundant and regular food supply, other results followed. 142. 143. 9. That increased the importance of hearth and home. The richer and more varied diet not only increased sexual appetite, but likewise, we now know, increased the likelihood of conception, while a fixed shelter and plenty of food contributed to the survival and better care of infants, partly because, in stable village groups, more women of various ages were at hand to keep an eye on the growing children. So if the grinding of stone was tedious, and if remaining in a single spot added to the monotony, there were compensations. Under these new conditions of security, there was longer expectation of life. This gave more time for knowledge to accumulate and be passed on, and just as more infants survived, old men and women, too, became more numerous, and served as repositories of oral tradition. Now not youth and daring, but age and experience counted as never before. The Democratic Council of Elders was an essentially Neolithic institution. But there is a marked difference between the early and late phases of Neolithic culture, which corresponds roughly to the difference between horticulture and agriculture, between growing flowers, fruit, and vegetables, and growing grain. Except for the house itself and the hamlet, this is a period of small containers, hearth and altar and shrine, baskets and pots and vegetable pits, while the latter is the period of large containers, ditch and canal, field and cattle fold, temple and town. Small or big, the emphasis falls, except for one important new tool, the axe, upon the container. In the second phase, leadership shifts, by reason of heavy demands on human muscle, back to the masculine occupations and the masculine roles, though even after the hunter has reasserted his dominance by command of the citadel and by rule over the city, in religion and the practices of daily life, woman for long played a coordinate role with man, as the written records in Egypt and Babylonia testify. But if one wishes to focus on the most critical Neolithic advances, it is within the circle of woman's interests that one will find them, above all, in the new mutant, the garden. 2. Central to the whole process of domestication was the garden. It was the bridge that united the perennial care and selective cultivation of tubers and trees with the clearing of wilds and the planting of early seeding annuals, emmer, einkorn, and barley. The wholesale cultivation of cereals. 144. Was only the culminating point in this long experimental process, and once that step was taken, fixation and stabilization began to set in. The first successful domestication of cereals could not have taken place in the grasslands or swamps of the Near East. With the existing implements, it was easier to make a clearing in the forest, which the Neolithic axe was capable of effecting, than to break the heavy grass roots of the open plain. Anyone who has tried to tackle such roots only with the aid of a steel hoe or spade will know why. Oakes Ames cites the use in New Guinea of a digging stick 10 to 14 feet long, with 8 men working it to break up the tough sod, but though such cooperative effort could offset the lack of good tools, it was obviously too costly of energy to come into general use. Since the earliest gardens must have developed from the mere guarding of wild patches that produced edible leaves or fruit, some of that wildness surely remained, as Edgar Anderson suggests, in the early gardens. He has found their variety and informality in contemporary Mexican gardens in small villages. Such Neolithic gardens contained a mixture of different botanic species, some on their way to cultivation, others intruding as weeds, with those most resembling the more cultivated seedlings often mistaken for the desired species, something that still happens to every gardener, so that this mixed garden was specially favorable to crossings, often with the aid of volunteers. In this early stage of cultivation, no cattle were needed to maintain fertility. If burning and composting were not sufficient, a shift in the clearing sufficed. Within the Neolithic garden, if one follows Anderson's shrewd reconstruction, foods, condiments, aromatics, medicines, useful fibers, flowering plants admired for their color, perfume, or beauty of form or their place in religious ritual, all grew side by side, sometimes, like the nasturtium, equally valued for salad greens as for decoration. Observe the variety and the lack of specialization, along with the concern for quality rather than quantity, and it is not perhaps an accident that some of the most useful plants to be cultivated were those that may have been prized at first for their brightly colored flowers, like the mustard, the squash, the pepper tree, the broad bean, the wild pea, or even for their perfume, like most of the aromatics. Anderson, in separating garden from field culture, goes so far as to identify the second with a conspicuous lack of interest in flowers and ornamental plants. If we confined our idea of plant domestication to the CE reals, we should completely forget this vital aesthetic contribution, not merely of floral colors and forms, but of a whole variety of delicate tastes and odors so different from the rankness of animal foods that many veg. 145. Tarian people, like the Japanese, find even the body odors of the meat-eating Westerners repulsive. Good taste, at least in clothes and food, is a distinctly Neolithic contribution. From Indonesia, where tropical horticulture probably first arose, a whole series of Neolithic inventions based on bamboo might have spread over a large part of the world, even if clay and stone and metal had not become central to a progressive technology. Alfred Russel Wallace, in his first explorations of the Malay archipelago, pointed out the many uses of bamboo alone. Split and shaved thin, it is the strongest material for baskets, hen coops, bird cages, and conical fishing traps are very quickly made from a single joint. Water is brought to the houses by little aqueducts formed of a large bamboo split in half and supported on cross sticks of various heights so as to give it a regular fall. Thin long-joined bamboos form the Dyax-only water vessels. They are also excellent cooking utensils. Vegetables and rice can be boiled in them to perfection, to which one can add many other uses discovered by the Japanese and the Chinese, including use as pipes to convey natural gas in China. In lit garden patches, then, long before large-scale systematic field cultivation took place, the first food plants were deliberately planted, harvested, and their surplus seeds planted again. The wide distribution of the pulses and the squashes indicates the antiquity of this mode. By the time the record becomes clear, perhaps 4,000 or 5,000 years after the last ice age, 3,000 or 4,000 before the cities of Mesopotamia, the chief food and fiber plants of man had already been domesticated, and some food plants like camelina, gold of pleasure, which have now dropped out of cultivation, were then used for oil. Flax, too, may have been grown for vegetable oil. Linseed, before its fibers were macerated to produce linen thread. The Russian peasants' practice of pouring linseed oil on potatoes may have had a Neolithic counterpart. The plenitude of nourishment that came in with the domestication of cereals and animals would not have been possible to people who lived on the produce of a garden alone. But these early gardens may well have made up in variety and quality, in the vitamins available from freshly cut leaves and from berries, what was lacking in quantity, and for the first time in history Neolithic peoples achieved a continuously balanced diet, adequate through the year because some of it could be dried and stored. If I have emphasized the regulative effect of the grinding operations in disciplining the Neolithic cultivators to monotonous practices of every kind, one must temper this characterization by remembering that organic processes, not least the growing of plants, are full of subtle changes and 146. Present unexpected problems. So if a constant watchfulness is demanded, a certain alertness to small variations is necessary, too, and this would have held particularly during the first stages of domestication and acclimatization. In the close garden patch overcrowding would lessen the yield, but overspacing might permit too many weeds, while selectivity was the condition for achieving and maintaining variety. The protection of favored plants was an essential part of the whole effort to protect and foster and appreciate the forces of life. If hunting is by definition a predatory occupation, gardening is a symbiotic one, and in the loose ecological pattern of the early garden, the interdependence of living organisms became visible, and the direct involvement of man was the very condition for productivity and creativity. Behind all these varied changes in domestication was an inner change whose significance has been slowly, indeed reluctantly, dawning upon the students of early man, the change that went on in his mind and was translated, long before he made further practical use of them, into the forms of religion, magic, and ritual, the consciousness of sexuality as a central manifestation of life itself, and of woman's special role in both affecting and symbolizing sexual delight and organic fecundity. This sexual transformation, this erotization of life, is still visible in the early Egyptian and Sumerian legends. Enkidu has to be deliberately won away from his barbarous bachelor preoccupation with hunting by being enticed and seduced by a town prostitute. But by the time sexuality finds expression in ritual or legend, many unrecorded aspects of it had probably disappeared. What is left in the record are the rituals of Osiris, or the sacred ritual union of the king and the goddess, in the form of a priestess, at the Babylonian New Year festival. A later rite, the Hellenic dance orgies of the wild women, after Bacchus, probably points to a much older manifestation. 3. The climax of domestication. The overwhelmingly material preoccupations of our own age, its impatient efforts to turn pinched subsistence economies into affluent industrial economies, tempt us to regard the whole process of domestication as a more. The climax of domestication 147. Or less deliberate effort to increase the supply of food. Only belatedly has it dawned on a few scholars that primitive man did not look at the world in this way, and that what is a primary motive for us played only a secondary role, if any at all, in his life. In reconstructing the process of domestication, we would do well to treat the increased consciousness of sexuality, an essentially religious consciousness, as the dominating motive power in this whole change. From later data we may plausibly reconstruct a religious cult, exalting the body and the sexual functions of woman as the ultimate source of all creativity. The first evidence of this deepened sexual consciousness, as I have already pointed out, may have borne fruit in the Paleolithic ivory carvings of female figures with all their sexual traits greatly enlarged. But until we come to historic times, it is notable that both the woman's male mate and her child are missing. These enter the picture for the first time in Jericho, where, as Isaac points out, cultic figurines in groups of 3 occur, each containing man, woman, and child. With the cultivation of plants, woman's special sexual characteristics become symbolically significant: the menstrual onset of puberty, the breaking of the hymen, the penetration of the vulva, the milking of her breasts, make her own life a model for the rest of creation. All these activities, in becoming concentrated and magnified, also become sacred. The interest in woman's central role intensified the consciousness of sex in many other aspects. Birds, which are almost absent from cave paintings, were everywhere in evidence in tropical regions, and multiplied in the temperate clearings. With the spread of berry bushes and vines, birds became the very model of human sexuality by their premarital preening and courting, by their tidy nesting in a fixed habitat, by their calls and songs, by their unflagging care of the eggs and fledglings. Feathers, which remained, with flowers, the dominant form of body decoration in Polynesia, may well be remnants of this early identification and appreciation of the role of beauty in sexual activity. Birdsong itself may have awakened the latent musical gifts of man. One of the signs of domestication still visible in art is the part that birds and insects both begin to play in the human imagination, an interest that may have been stirred by the important role one plays in scattering seeds, the other in fertilizing annuals. The beetle's change from chrysalis to winged creature became a symbol of the passage and release of the human soul, and Egyptian paintings of birds vie with Audubon's both in quality of observation and in beauty. Not merely do hawk and ibis-headed gods 148 play a part in Egyptian religion, but in far Siberia engravings have been found on a stone block, dated 3000 BC by a Russian archaeologist, with birds' heads, while the appearance of wings on early human or godlike figures indicates a later association of bird flight with command and with swift communication. With some reason Aristophanes chose birds to symbolize both aspects in his Cloud Cuckooland Utopia. That birds and insects are indispensable to the cultivation of gardens and fields, and that the birds are needed to keep down the overpopulation of insects, such as the locust invasions that still recur in Mesopotamia, must have been discovered by the ancient cultivators who likewise found out how to improve the yield of date palms by hand fertilization. The heightened consciousness of her sexual role not merely gave a new dignity to woman, no longer merely a drudging camp follower of the hunter, committed to the dirty work of separating and chewing the guts for thread, and scraping and tanning the skins, it filtered through the imagination into her other activities, shaping vases, coloring textiles, ornamenting the body, perfuming with blossoms the air. Certainly the lunar rhythm that governs woman's own menstruation was transmitted to planting, for to this day the phases of the moon are still piously respected by primitive cultivators all over the world. If Alex Andermarshack prove right in interpreting the inscriptions on ancient reindeer bones, 35,000 years ago, which correlate with similar signs in Azilian rock wall paintings, as a lunar calendar, this would only reinforce the view that the initial steps leading to domestication go back to the food collecting stage. The world of plants was woman's world. With much better reason than one can speak of the agricultural or the urban revolution, one might call this essential change, which was the prelude to all the other great changes that came in with domestication, the sexual revolution. All the daily acts of life became sexualized, eroticized. So emphatically concentrated was this image that, in a whole series of figurines and paintings, woman herself, as represented in Paleolithic art, disappears, only the sexual organs are left. With this change, one must identify, on shadowy but widespread evidence, the myth of the Great Mother. But there is a dark side to woman's dominance, plainly revealed in the late Babylonian epic of Marduk's bloody struggle with Tiamat, the savage Ermitor, for in taking the lead in this cultural transformation, woman's latent masculine animus must often have come to the fore. In more than one later religious myth, she is bodied forth as a powerful figure, attended by lions, as the vengeful Fury, the destroyer goddess, like Kali, the devourer, in Hindu religion, while the male principle, in the Great Mother myth, is represented as a minor lover. 149. An accessory, but hardly an equal mate. To forget this other side of woman's triumphs in domestication would be to prettify and falsify the whole story. 4. As the anthropologist repeatedly finds, the intermingling of practical knowledge and causal insight with magical prescriptions often based on fantastic associations, characterizes so-called primitives of our own time, and must have been equally true in earlier cultures. No myth, however life-oriented, is wholly rational in its promptings, and the steady accumulation of empirical knowledge that accompanied the earliest garden culture was not sufficient to ward off spurious, often perverse, suggestions of the unconscious, fostered originally by some accidental success. Perhaps the most mysterious of all human institutions, one that has been often described but never adequately explained, is that of human sacrifice, a magical effort either to expiate guilt or promote a more abundant yield of crops. In agriculture, ritual sacrifice may have resulted from a general identification of human blood with all the other manifestations of life, possibly derived from the association of menstruation and blood with fecundity. Such a belief might have been given a factitious support from the gardener's empiric knowledge of the fact that in order to produce a few lusty plants 100 seedlings may have to be rooted out. In gardening, such sacrifice is a means of ensuring growth, and the effect of thinning and pruning would not have escaped the sharp eyes that had discovered the function of seeds and had selected and cultivated many plants. But at the point where causal insight might have been sufficient to establish the wholly rational practices of mulching, watering, thinning, and weeding, the unconscious may have misread the process and offered an infantile improvement of its own, as a surer and quicker way of arriving at the same results, killing not a few plants, but a human being whose blood would ensure more abundant fruits. Was not blood the essence of life? Even this might have been based on observation of a rich vegetational growth above a shallow human grave, and to that extent the sacrificial offering may have sometimes been as effective as the dead fish that the American Indians used to plant under a hill of corn. These are unverifiable conjectures, but they are not entirely baseless. 150. There is better evidence for human sacrifice in the Neolithic community than there is for anything that could be called war. Along with all the vast gains achieved through domestication, rooted in the cult of the mother, one must take into account the possibility that the perversion of hump sacrifice then came into existence. At this point one must call in the scholar of religions. According to the myths of the early horticulturalists of the tropical regions, Mircea Eliade observes in City Invincible, the edible plant is not given in nature, it is the product of a primordial sacrifice. In mythical times, a semi-divine being is sacrificed in order that tubers and fruit trees may grow out of his or her body. There is similar evidence from the Near East in the early myths of Osiris and Tammuz, as well as in the later one of Dionysus. The solemn doing to death of one or more victims, often a young girl, at the beginning of the vegetative season, in many widely scattered regions of the earth, is an historically attested fact. And though this practice was gradually shifted to animals, fruits, or plants with the oncoming of civilization, human sacrifice was never wholly dropped. In such advanced cultures as those of the Maya and the Aztecs, sacrifice remained right down to the Spanish conquest. Among the cultivated Maya, slaves were even sacrificed at an upper-class feast, merely to give it a properly genteel elegance. Significantly, the sacrificial offerings of fruits by Cain, the farmer, were less acceptable to Jehovah than those of Abel, the pastoralist, who sacrificed an animal. Human sacrifice, then, is the dark shadow, vague but ominous, that accompanied the myth of maternity and the superb technical and cultural feats of domestication. And as so often happens, this particular mutation, quantitatively restricted in the culture where it originated, dominated, and debased the urban civilization that grew out of it, by taking another collective form, the collective sacrifice of war, the negative counterpart of the life-promoting rituals of domestication. But if the sacrificial altar was one derivative from the domestic hearth, the oven, the kiln, and the furnace were others, from this source came the firing of bricks and clay vessels, and eventually the transmutation of sand into glass and stones into metals. And here again art preceded utility. Glass was first used for decorative beads and iron for finger rings, while in early Jericho the clay figure of a cow preceded pottery. The Paleolithic clay bisons had by many thousand years preceded the Neolithic milch cow. 151. 5. As the archaeological finds now show, the domestication of the herd animals came in at the same level as seed agriculture, and one would hardly have been possible without the other, though in time herding spread to the grasslands as a specialized nomadic culture. Carl Sauer has brought cogent arguments to show that mixed farming antedates pastoralism, and in the absence of contrary evidence, his argument seems decisive. But here again it is doubtful if the first steps in animal domestication were due to any desire to increase the food supply. As with the earlier domestication of the dog and the pig, even their use as scavengers was probably secondary to a playful sense of companionship, such as still exists among the Australian Aborigines with their possums and their wallabies. and with what eventually proved to be highly useful cattle, the ox, the sheep, and the goat, sexuality itself may well have first set them apart as expressive symbols, employed in religious and magical rituals. Eric Isaac has pointed out that in view of the size and fierceness of the animal, the original domesticators must have had a strong motive for overcoming the difficulties of the task. That this motive was economic is unlikely, since it would not have been possible to foresee the uses to which the animal might be put, and the only obvious use, that of the animal as meat, would not have warranted the effort of capturing the animal, keeping him alive in captivity, and feeding him. The most sensible explanation remains that of Edward Hahn, who argued that the urus was domesticated for religious, not for economic reasons. Although the reason for the religious significance of urus is not certain, it probably lay in the animal's horns, which were considered to correspond to the horns of the moon, which in turn was identified with the mother goddess. Hathor, the Egyptian moon goddess, was a cow. Long before she appeared in Egypt, a human figure holding a crescent horn appeared on the walls of a Paleolithic cave. If sexual power was exalted by the myth of the Great Mother, it is obvious that the bull was both sexuality and power incarnate, with his mighty chest, his flagrant testicles, and his sudden spearing penis. Not merely did the bull appear in later ages, on the Narmer palette, for instance, as the symbol for the king, but the bull was frequently sacrificed in historic times instead of the divine king. If the slaying or castration of the male was possibly the ultimate expression of woman's sexual dominance in Neolithic culture, the domestication of urus might even be explained as a 152. Defensive measure by the male to transfer the sacrifice to an animal. One cannot overlook the fact that the chief fertility myths of later periods, like those of Osiris or Dionysus, involve the murder and the brutal dismemberment of a male deity, whose death and resurrection result in the emergence of plant life. Animal domestication may well have begun, then, with the capture of rams and bulls for purposes of ritual, and eventual sacrifice. Conceivably this went hand in hand with the utilization, also for religious purposes, of the surplus milk of the ewes and cows necessary to propagate the captured stock. The fondling and petting of the young of the species, treated as members of the family, forming part of the house and byre, possibly reinforced the general process of gentling, like what happened to Remus and Romulus, but in reverse. The preservation of the urine and excrement of sacred cattle, as is still done in India, very likely had the same religious origin. Hocart, following Hahn, is not overstating the case when he says that manuring is difficult to explain on what is called rational grounds. The first use of excreta on fields may have been as a purifiant life-giver. Here again, as with milking, practices begun as religious ritual had results that probably did not escape the sharp eyes of the Neolithic cultivators, long before their value for agriculture was so well established that, in an Acadian poem, the farmer welcomes the pasturing of the herdsman's animals on his untilled land. Even the eating of domestic animals may have first had a religious significance, which set it apart from the eating of the products of the chase or of fishing. One was eating the body and blood of a god, or at least the sacrificial substitute for a god. Once the domestication of animals reached the stage of utilizing their milk, their blood, or their meat, this new art brought into further use a custom derived directly from ritual sacrifice, the deliberate slaughter in cold blood of man's playmate, companion, and friend. Only the dog and the horse, the earliest and the latest of the domesticates, usually escaped this fate, but in Mexico even the dog did not escape. Civilized man, who has long been a beneficiary of domestication, habitually effaces this ugly practice from his consciousness. When the hunter goes after big game, he often risks his life to get the food, but the cultivator and his descendants risk nothing but their humanity. This killing in cold blood, this suppressing of pity toward creatures man had hitherto fed and protected, even cherished and loved, remains the ugly face of domestication, along with human sacrifice. and it set a bad precedent for the next stage of human development, for, as Lorenz's study of the rabbit and the pigeon 153 helps explain, the savagery and sadism of domesticated man has, time and time again, surpassed that of any carnivore. Hitler's satanic accomplice in mass torture and extermination was known as a good family man. The originally sexual and religious motivations of animal domestication were supported by the mechanical inventions which, in many parts of the world, proved helpful, indeed essential, to seed cultivation. It is significant that the first known harnessing of cattle to sleighs or wagons was in religious processions, just as the earliest vehicles that have survived were not farm wagons or even military chariots, but hearses, which are found buried with draft animals and human attendants in the royal tombs at Kish, Susa, and Ur. So, too, the plough, as Hocart suggests, may have first been a purely religious instrument, drawn by a sacred ox, held by a priest, penetrating Mother Earth with its masculine tool, getting ready the soil for fertilization, so that gardens and fields, opened actually by digging stick or pickaxe, as yet never worked by any plough, might benefit by the ritual. The plough is from its earliest development, Isaac again observes, associated with cattle in ritual usage. As with every other aspect of culture, domestication was a cumulative process, and in tracing all the changes brought about by this new habit of life, one must give due attention to holdovers as well as novelties, and also take note of cultures where parts of the new institutional complex for long were missing. In Sumer, despite the enormous crops available from seed agriculture, animal husbandry did not completely suffice to provide meat. As S. N. Kramer notes, there are texts recording the deliveries of deer, wild boars, and gazelles, something we need hardly wonder at, for in due season supplies of venison and grouse and hare still come into fashionable metropolitan markets of London or Paris. But although the pre-Columbian peoples of the New World domesticated dogs, guinea pigs, llamas, and vicuñas, they never achieved the kind of mixed farming economy we note in the Old World, and as a result, Gertrude Levy has pointed out, that failure deprived these peoples of those undertones of the pasture and sheepfold that had united the protective aspect of the mother goddess with the deeply remembered service of the hunted beasts. 154. 6. The Neolithic synthesis. What Neolithic domestication did, once cattle were incorporated into farming, was to bring together at a higher level the two oldest economies, those of the food gatherers and the hunters. And though mixed farming did not spread to every part of the world, many of its subsidiary inventions did so, not least, the institutional complex of the archaic village. The initial stages of domestication, though slow if one judges them by the pace of the last 3 centuries of mechanization, were full of adventurous adaptations and useful surprises. Each new addition to the diet, each increase in the size and quality of fruit, each new fiber that proved useful for spinning into thread and weaving, each new medicinal plant that dulled pain, healed wounds, or overcame fatigue, must have given far more genuine reason to rejoice and marvel than the latest motor car or rocket model. Not merely the growing of food but its preparation became the subject of thought and art, with the clay vessels that began to appear around the 8th millennium BC, boiling as well as roasting and baking became feasible, though possibly in the tropics green bamboo vessels preceded them. With a variety of foods and condiments available, cookery, the proper putting together of this variety, became an art, at least in seasonal feasts. During this phase of domestication, the free imaginative forms of Paleolithic art disappeared. The first decorated pottery confined itself to geometric figures, doubtless symbolic, but skeletonized, and the weaving of textiles, a slow, deliberate, repetitious art, was probably long void of decoration. Yet in textiles, many Neolithic plants, which had provided dyes once used in body decoration, finally contributed to the color of the cloth, while in later geometric symbols the order and regularity of Neolithic culture was externalized. Though there was no richness of invention in tools and utensils till the end of the Neolithic phase in the Near East, when the loom, glazed pots, the plough, and the potter's wheel came in, this supposed lack is due to the current habit of restricting the term invention to mechanical appliances. Against that misleading habit this whole book is a reasoned protest. On a more realistic interpretation, there had never been a period before the 19th century more rich in inventions. For every new plant that was selected or hybridized or made to yield more heavily was a new invention. Now that plant hybrids can be patented in the United States, quite as much as the new antibiotics, perhaps this fact may be more Gen 155. Errolly recognized. Infinitely more was accomplished in this line of inventions in the 5,000 years before the Bronze Age than has been achieved by civilization in an equivalent period since. The agricultural utilization of herd animals and grain, which took place between 5000 and 2000 BC, in the area breasted called the Fertile Crescent, swinging from the Nile around to the delta of the Euphrates River, completed the process of domestication and magnified every new possibility. But insofar as it brought about a radical improvement, it was the pattern and the process, not any single set of tools or any single species of plant or animal that made this change so effective. For the skilled cultivators of Luzon, in the Philippines, the Igorotes, who practice irrigation and terracing, still do not use the plow, and the oasis of Jericho supported a town before pottery was introduced. The result everywhere was a great burgeoning of life accompanied, one must suppose, by a sense of well-being and security. With a plentiful supply of grain for bread and beer, with the possibilities of storage in bins and barns and granaries, protected against rodents by cats and snakes, as well as by baked clay walls, large populations could be secured against famine, except when visited by some dire natural calamity. Where only a handful of fishermen, hunters, and trappers could once live, now many times that number of cultivators could flourish. Villages might grow into country towns, or even cities, as Jericho and Poundatalhiaic now indicate. But this last stage of domestication had one unforeseen result: it overcame the dominance of woman. For the first effect of animal domestication was to restore the balance of the sexes, even before patriarchal pastoral specialization set in. Carl Sauer sums it up neatly: cattle, cart, plow, broadcasting, and drilling, all began as ceremonies of a rising fertility cult of the Near East, in which the officiants were males, and henceforth the care of the cattle, the hand at the plow, the sower, were male. The husbandman thereafter takes over the agricultural operations, the women return to the house and to garden work. Not herding and plowing alone, but castrating, slaughtering, butchering, became masculine occupations, all essential to the new economy. While henceforward goddesses, queens, and priestesses appear side by side with their masculine counterparts, the repressed male element recovered lost ground in every part of the economy. But woman, freed from her masculine obligations to work and govern, no longer crippled physically by excessive muscular effort, became more enchanting not just for her sexuality but for her beauty. With all the knowledge of breeding that domestication brought in, it would be strange if it did not have some effect in human sexual selection. The subtle contours and undulating lines of a 156. Woman's body were a perpetual delight to the Egyptian sculptor, so that even today the delicate carving of a lovely nude on a sarcophagus lid tempts the masculine hand to stroke it, as the polished mons veneris of more than one figure in the Louvre testifies. 7. By now it should be plain that Neolithic domestication produced a mixed economy, which combined different forms of plant cultivation and animal breeding in different regional patterns, but beneath all these superficial changes was the enrichment of sexuality, and the expression of life in harmony with the processes of seasonal growth and fruition. In this mixed economy, the seed cultivator, at the end, is the dominant figure, the quarryman, the fisherman, and the trapper are persistents, while the food collector and the hunter are remnants. Yet almost unnoticed till the transition to the Bronze Age are two figures in the background, the woodman and the miner, though it is doubtful if either of these was at the beginning a specialized occupation. The woodman, as feller of trees, opened the forest for seed cultivation, as the maker of dams and irrigation ditches, the provider of fuel for pottery kilns and metal furnaces, the builder of rafts and boats, sledges and wagons. He plays an obscure part in the earliest phases, since his special tools and products, unlike stone, survive only by the happiest accident. But the woodman is in fact the primitive engineer, and his work was essential to all the metallurgical and engineering activities that grew out of the Neolithic economy. The first great power machines of modern industrialism, the watermill and the windmill, were made of wood, and even the boilers of the first steam engines and locomotives were made of wood. Neolithic village culture drew from every part of the valley section for its resources and its techniques. Though the village was rooted in the soil, even the earliest villages reached out for stone or wood or minerals, even as they reached out for mates in marriage, beyond the usual ambit of daily life, and while technical changes were introduced slowly, a steady infiltration of inventions nevertheless took place. The Farmer's Almanac still records the peasant's earliest debt to the astronomical advances of the Bronze Age, while the iron hoe, the spade, and the plowshare bear witness to the farmer's later debt to the Iron Age. But if the basic Neolithic 157 culture absorbed many of the later advances of civilization, it did so at its own good time. Unless overcome by brute force, it did not willingly trade certified goods for dubious gains. The customs of this archaic Neolithic culture were handed down in a more or less continuous tradition that reaches back into the Mesolithic phase, and that tradition spread at an early date to every part of the earth. The archaic village was a rooted community, and because its roots went deep, it tapped still deeper sources in man's past, preserving, like cultivated flowers whose wild forms are no longer known, some of the earliest, though of course unidentifiable human experiences, in folklore, proverbs, riddles, songs, dances, even children's games, whose original meanings can now only be caught in hints, beyond any possibility of accurate translation. With protection and continuity ensured by the village itself, there was more time for the watchful guardianship and instruction of the young, and in all probability a greater number of them survived the diseases of infancy. Sustained, too, by a more sufficient diet. If more survived, there would be a larger number of siblings in the same nest, and this would accelerate the pace of learning almost as much as grandparental care and example. For more of the old, too, would be likely to survive. Though the first dolls were probably Paleolithic, the appearance of children's toys indicates not merely a greater margin for playful activity but a growing interest in children's needs. Little children are of no use in the hunt, on the contrary, they handicap free movement. But they could now be enjoyed for their own sake, like puppies and kittens, and what is more, they could be used, too, for picking and hulling vegetables as well as minding, at a later stage, the herds and flocks. Intermingled with this economy from the beginning was a whole array of ancient magical rituals and religious notions, tightly bound up with many practical achievements. They formed what Andrei Varignac has characterized as archaic culture, whose beliefs, superstitions, observances, ceremonies are worldwide, and still pop out under sophisticated later behavior. Evans has identified many of these Neolithic practices that still continue among the peasants of Ireland. Summer is welcomed on May Eve by ceremonies of decking with flowers the house, byres, middens, and springs, which are thus linked in a golden chain of fertility, for the flowers chosen. Marigolds, primrose, and gorse are golden yellow, the color of fresh butter. Clearly there is in this an element of sympathetic magic. Thus the dandelion, which is blessed with both a golden head and a milky stem, is the plant of bride, associated with the favorite Irish saint, who was a milkmaid, protector of cows, and successor of a pagan goddess. 158. Wherever the seasons are marked by holiday festivals and ceremonies, where the stages of life are punctuated by family and communal rituals, where eating and drinking and sexual play constitute the central core of Life, where work, even hard work, is rarely divorced from rhythm, song. Human companionship, and aesthetic delight, where vital activity is counted as great a reward of labor as the product, where neither power nor profit takes precedence of life, where the family and the neighbor and the friend are all part of a visible, tangible, face-to-face community, where everyone can perform as a man or woman any task that anyone else is qualified to do there. The Neolithic culture, in its essentials, is still in existence, even though iron tools are used or a stuttering motor truck takes the goods to market. The institutional accompaniments of Neolithic culture made as important a contribution to civilization as any of its technical inventions. The reverence for ancestral ways and ancestral wisdom preserved many customs and rituals that could not be committed to writing, including the basic principles of morality, the nurture of life, the sharing of communal goods, the practice of forethought for the future, the maintenance of social order, the establishment of self-discipline and self-control, ungrudging cooperation in all the tasks needed to maintain the integrity or the prosperity of the local group. This pattern seems to have been solidly established before written records were made, so solidly that it has preserved its continuity while civilizations have risen and fallen and written records have been made and destroyed and made again. Whatever rational criticisms remain to be made. This culture had two outstanding characteristics: it was universal, and it survived under every sort of catastrophe. In an age whose inordinate scientific triumphs have brought on grave doubts of its own capacity for survival, these traits are perhaps worthy a more searching analysis, and a more ready appreciation. Are we sure that these surviving archaic traditions are mankind's worst curse or the greatest obstacle to man's continued development? Until the present period of urbanization, the greater part of the world's population, as the French geographer, Max Sour, has pointed out, some 4/5 at the time of his writing, still lived in villages and practiced a routine of life from birth to death that closely resembled the ancestral Neolithic mode, in all but the use of stone tools. Even beneath the new universal religions, like Christianity, the old gods and demons of the household and the shrine remained, in Italy and France, quite as much as in Mexico, Java, or China. The extraordinary durability of Neolithic village culture, as compared 159 with the more daring transformations of later urban civilizations, bears witness to its having done justice to natural conditions and human capabilities better than more dynamic but less balanced cultures. Once this culture had reached a plateau, its further achievements were small. The new peaks will be found in the metal-using civilizations that took their rise afterward. But the total amount of culture needed to ensure its continuity could be mastered within the span of youth and transmitted to a community holding as few as 50 families, and the multiplication of such communities throughout the planet made it possible for these fundamental human achievements to survive every natural disaster or human crisis. Great cities might be leveled to the ground, their temples ransacked, their libraries and records burned, but the village at least would spring up again, like fireweed, in the ruins. The secret of this social and technological success was twofold. Every member of the community had access to the entire cultural heritage, and could ordinarily master every part of it, and there was no order of authority, no hierarchy of precedence, except the natural one of age, since in such a community, he who lived longest knew most. The easy interchange of skills and occupations, with a minimum amount of specialization, gave village culture a flexibility and range that counterbalanced its eventual conservatism, once the first great experiments in domestication had been made. Even the specialists who became a necessary part of such communities, the potter or the blacksmith, the miller or the baker or the weaver, could on call take part in communal work at harvest time. In short, every member of the village community, of every age from childhood onward, had an active part in its whole economic and social life, each contributing his effort and skill to the extent of his ability. In his admirable study of the Trobriand islanders who lived in so many ways at the same level as the earliest Neolithic farmers, Malinowski brings out this happy relationship. Tiny children, he noted, actually did make their own gardens. The heavier labor is of course done for them by their elders, but they have to work seriously for many hours at clearing, planting, and weeding, and it is by no means a mild amusement to them, but rather a stern duty and a matter for keen ambition. This daily participation in a meaningful activity is exactly what is missing in the modern machine economy, and probably accounts in large measure for juvenile boredom and juvenile delinquency. In Neolithic agriculture, man had for the first time a round of work equally varied, equally demanding, equally enjoyable, in which the whole community could participate, on a far higher level of well-being than had been possible in a mainly food-gathering economy. This daily work not 160. Merely unified the reality principle and the pleasure principle, making one a condition of the other, but it brought the outer and inner life into harmony, making the most of man's powers, but neither taxing them too heavily, nor overemphasizing one set of functions at the expense of another. For both security and enjoyment, the cultivators performed more work than was strictly necessary for obtaining crops. The gardens of the community, Malinowski emphasizes, are not merely a means to food, they are a source of pride and the main object of collective ambition. Care is lavished upon the effects of beauty. Upon the finish of the work, the perfection of various contrivances, and the show of food. If the art and decoration of Neolithic peoples is less imaginative than that of the Paleolithic hunters, it is perhaps because so many of their aesthetic needs were served directly through their daily work, through sexual play, and through their enjoyment of the forms and perfumes of the flowers. Some of this delight disappeared, perhaps, with the large-scale cultivation of cereals and still more with dingy urban overcrowding. But the joy of working together as families, producing and sharing abundance, made regular work a ceremony and a sacrament, a source of health and sanity, not a penalty and a curse. Through the daily round, every member of the archaic village was in conscious touch with all the operations of field, garden, pasture, and swamp, a witness and a willing participator in the plantings, breedings, and matings of field and fold, and, finally, in the begetting and nurturing of his own offspring, at one with all the generative forces of life, all the more because the most intense and heady joys open to the organism, those of sex, permeated his daily rituals, as promise or fulfillment. Work and play, religion and education were united. That aspect of the archaic culture is still visible in such villages as remain close to the old ways. An American physician in East Africa writes me that his native women patients, despite all the hardships of their lives, still wear on their faces the lineaments of satisfied desire. The unashamed sexuality of the village community, which remained exuberantly evident in historic times in Greece in the phallic post, the Hermes, which stood outside the door of the dwelling house, often with the carved figure showing an erect penis, was the antithesis of the sexual exhaustion that flagellates itself with pornography in the dissolute metropolis of today. Eating and copulating, singing and dancing, conversing and telling stories, were integral parts of the working life, so however repetitious the routine, the inhabitants, like the peasants described by Tolstoy in Anna Karenina, had the joy of being at one with themselves and their world, not like the growing mass of unfortunates today, alienated by 161. The sterile environment, the sordid routine, and the faked excitements and amusements of a modern city. All had been drowned, as Tolstoy describes it, in the sea of their joyful common toil. God had given them the day and the strength, and both the day and the strength had been devoted to labor which brought its own reward. They did not feel themselves strangers and afraid in a world they never made. Their ancestors had helped to make the world for them, and they in turn would conserve that world and pass it on, renewed and sometimes improved, to their children. Most of the equipment that makes for domestic comfort, the hearth, the chest, the closet, the storeroom, beds, chairs, cooking utensils, drinking vessels, blankets, woven clothes, and hangings, in short, the whole furniture of domestic life are Neolithic or Chalcolithic inventions, mostly before 2000 BC. If some wicked fairy were to wipe out this Neolithic inheritance, leaving us only vacuum cleaners, electric washing machines and dishwashers, electric toasters, and an automatic heating system, we should no longer be able to keep house. Indeed, we should not even have a house to keep, only unidentifiable and uninviting space units, now, alas, massively achieved in current bureaucratic housing projects from Paris and New York to Singapore and Hong Kong. All this may be said on behalf of the archaic Neolithic synthesis, but once seed cultivation was achieved, its greatest days were over and all the adventurous experiments of domestication had reached a terminus. By the 5th millennium in the Near East, the Neolithic community had achieved a basis for stability and security. Life had now become predictable and manageable. This economy, as long as it remained on a subsistence level, with a sufficient holdover of food to ensure against the unexpected, was self-regulating and self-maintaining. Its motto was, "Enough is plenty." When its customary wants were fulfilled, its members had no impulse to work harder in order to achieve other goals. The household gods demanded no inordinate gifts or sacrifices. If threatened with a surplus, such communities disposed of the excess easily, by free gifts or periodic feasts. Despite all its basic human advantages, the archaic village nevertheless had too narrow a province. There was nothing of the heroic in its ways, nothing of the saintly or the self-transcending in order to achieve some higher good. As in the terminal stage of the 19th century utopian community at Amana, Iowa, its very prosperity and its generosity in communal distribution may often have brought about a slackening in effort and a falling off in productivity. Through having favored equally the zealous worker and the drones, even the industrious might in time do a little less than their best. The very stability and fruitfulness of such a community, 162, might cause it prematurely to cease experiment and settle down. Isolation, in-group loyalty, self-sufficiency, these archaic village traits do not make for further growth. The smugness of Main Street began long ago. In short, the Neolithic village community had to pay the penalty for its success. Its own virtues arrested it. The horizon was too confined, the routine too limited, the religion too closely bound to petty ancestral gods, the village itself too complacent in its isolation, too narcissistic and self-absorbed, too suspicious of the stranger, too hostile to invading customs, its little local good a stubborn enemy to any foreign best. Even the language of such villages tended to become so inbred that a local dialect might be unintelligible a day's walk away. In surviving tribal communities, all these vices have become ingrained by 5,000 years of repetition and protective isolation and perverse elaboration. The creative moment has long passed. All these traits made for persistence and endurance, but at a low level. Once formed, the Neolithic culture lacked the very qualities that had made it so attractive in the beginning: its exploratory curiosity and its adventurous experiments. In many parts of the world, an elaboration of Neolithic techniques took place, but further human development, though it always fell back on the Neolithic stabilities when threatened with extinction, took a different route, exploiting not sex but power, the root of civilization. Yet it is not, perhaps, a mere coincidence that the occupational therapy now used to restore neurotic patients to normal activities and mental balance utilizes the chief Neolithic arts: weaving, modeling, carpentry, pottery making. The repetitive nature of these formative tasks helps control the erratic, unchanged annelid impulses of the personality and provides in the end a gratifying reward for submitting to a constructive routine. Perhaps this was not the least contribution of Neolithic culture. It taught man the importance, not only of sex and parenthood, but of regular work. That lesson we forget at our peril. Chapter 8. Kings as Prime Movers. 1. The role of social organization. During the 3rd millennium BC, a profound change took place in human culture. History, in the sense of a transmissible written record of events in time, came into existence, and a new set of institutions, which we associate with civilization, a term I shall later redefine and qualify, sprang up in a few great river valleys. Archaeologists have attempted to portray this transformation mainly as the result of technological changes, the invention of writing, the potter's wheel, the loom, the plow, the making of metal tools and weapons, and the large-scale cultivation of cereals in open fields. V. Gordon Childe even introduced the dubious notion of the urban revolution as the culminating stage of the previous agricultural revolution. All these technical improvements were important, but behind them was a more central motive force that has been neglected, the discovery of the power of a new kind of social organization, capable of raising the human potential and bringing about changes in every dimension of existence. Changes that small, down-to-earth communities, on the early Neolithic scale, could hardly contemplate even in the imagination. In attempting a hypothetical reconstruction of prehistory, I have sought to show that every technical advance was intermeshed with necessary psychosocial transformations both before and after, the emotional communion and rigorous discipline of ritual, the beginnings of ideated communication in language, the moralized ordering of all activities, under the discipline of taboo and rigorous custom, to ensure group cooperation. On these three foundation stones, communion, communication, and cooperation, the basic village culture was erected. But outside the restricted 163 territory of the tribe or village, these essential modes of socialization operated only sporadically and ineffectively. The communal pattern itself was universal, but each group was a social island oops. Wherever this village culture was left to itself, it eventually became FOS. Jotter it continued to develop, it was either by being into association with a larger society, or by assimilating institutions filtering down from the higher civilizations. Out of the early Neolithic complex of social organization in small units, but unified in a large one. That is, based on neighborly intimacy, customary usage, and but auto-entrafly directed, under the control of a dominant minority, no longer confined to a limited territory, but deliberately going out of bounds to seize raw materials and enslave help. Less men, JS new culture was decayed, not just to the enhancement of HF but to the expansion of collective power, HLJNG new instruments of coercio. Tai had, by the third power on a scale that was never to be surpassed DME. At DNF point, human effort moves from the limited horizontal plane of the village and the family to the vertical plane of a whole society. The new community formed a hierarchic structure, a social pyramid, V, from BA-E to FMOC included M.Jes, many villages, many occupations, often many regional habitat. ODs. This IOL structure was the BA.JC invention of the New Age, V/without it. Neither its monuments NOI could ha built, nor, one must add, would their premature persistently taken place. One ha Jane some of the beneficent cultural change in Lil and brought about by the meeting and fujon of the one complexes whose prayer have been trying to plot, and it is not surprising that the juncture look place ill the hot valleys of the Jordan, the Euphrates, the Tigris, the and the Fntu from Diin, the Iranian, and the Abyssinian highlands came the Trunte and the woodcutter, J. The first domesticatory of grain in the lowland valleys, in whose drying swamps and lakes green if janf of cultivation began to appear, there was still enough game left to excite the hunter and hamper the tanner, so, Hayr cray temporarily high a happy lymbiotic myothiat io flow. But from the south and east came the Mesolithic garden and orchard culture, who.e special pfllv.ary complement, with their sugars and offloaf and /tarch and tfk% and that v/old help n165. Support much let ECR populations. Peoply who thrive on the date, teef of mill, or the breadfruit, know a freedom from importunate laboy that may well have made then original Bobby Toddy Iem like a garden o Eden they caen leem to Herman Melville only a century o 10 ago. We have corroborative evidence of mill mingling in the discovery I Mesopotamian artifacti in Ifarapa and Mohenjo-Daro on me Indus River, while Undaimi Hood Sildavor, Woolley found 2 ama/onite beadf, be it otseolio.aric, U-.1 known place of origin is the Niljui Ilils of Nil, India, and it are possible that the interchange of their cultivated plants took place at an even, ulni idage. Both the technical and the social components of civilization made TFE appearance at almost the same time in the classic Rive Valley I from Me Nile to the Wangjalo, and if the mixture ol a diversity of needs and inventions was responsible for the immense explosion of POWEI that FTCTU ally took place, no belly I geographic conditions loy sued, I inixlui could be found. I or until wheeled vehicles were invented, and lyre.es and camels domesticated indeed fight down to the end ol tin enl han luri the river was the backbone of both transportation and sea onaniotheation, even the wide ocean was a smaller obstacle to human in el sequoias than mountain and desert. The great rivers were drainage basins, not only of water, but of ulurk, not only of plants, but of occupations and technical inventions, and the existence of a river guaranteed the water supply necessary large ctop from their heavily silted soils in Mesopotamia too, sometimes time, ciops of barley or wheat were possible eve/y year. Undai pi management, which was forthcoming, the mainly subsistence economy of the village would be turned into, economy ol abundance. The new flood of energy from food, which rivaled that from coal and petroleum in the 19th century, provided both the jandwak and the incentive for a new kind of political society, hut no tool 01 bum lime. In the ordinary sense, was responsible fo** the form that this organization bss since tly new institutional and ideological complex took hold, certainly in Egypt and probably in Mesopotamia and El Solui, before wheeled vehicles and plows were invented, or even a written lat us what ordinary mechanical inventions did was to speed and facilitate the new form of organization. 166. 2. The change of scale. Viewed from our present technical perspective, the passage to civilization is hard to interpret. While no single technical factor marked the transition from the Neolithic economy to the typical forms of a power-centered economy, abundant power was available, power sufficient to build if not to move mountains, before metals had been smelted and hard-edged metal tools had been put to work. Yet civilization from the beginning was focused on the machine, and it will help us to understand what was new in the post-Neolithic techniques, if we place the new inventions side by side, along with the institutional controls that they demanded. We shall then see how the might of an invisible machine anticipated the machine itself. When we turn to the early records of Sumer and Egypt, the chief source of power still derives from agriculture, the large-scale planting of grain in bounded and measured fields, whose boundaries must be restored by public authority if effaced by flood. Grain cultivation takes place under public control, for the land and its products belong to the local god, and the surplus is duly stored in centralized granaries within the fortified citadel of the newly built cities. As population increased in the river valleys and the available land got taken up, irrigation and canalization, once done sporadically on small scale in the village, gave way to a wider system of public organization, and it was in the orderly exercise of this overall control by the temple and the palace that writing was first invented, to keep account of quantities of produce received or dispersed. The political agents that collected and distributed the grain could control the entire population. In all these operations two changes become increasingly evident, a change of pattern and a change in scale. The common factor that underlies these activities is an increase in mechanical order, mathematical exactitude, specialized skill and knowledge, and, above all, centralized intelligence. These new qualities derive directly from the systematic observation of the heavens, and the careful plotting of the movements of the planets and the precession of the seasons. Though our knowledge of Babylonian astronomy and mathematics comes from very late documents, the formulation of the Egyptian calendar, at the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC, indicates the culmination of a long and widespread process of exact observation and some kind of mathematical notation. Concern with the heavenly bodies and the discovery of a dynamic pattern of order in their seemingly random distribution may have been one of civilized man's earliest triumphs. And 1. In the beginning. From Peking Man onward, some 500,000 years ago, caves have served as the womb and the tomb of human culture. All over the world, caves and grottos became sacred places, reserved for ceremonials and for memorials of the dead. The Paleolithic cave, top left, at La Magdalene has two female figures at either side of the entrance and a horse in the foreground at the right, not visible here. The Temple of Shiva at Elephanta, one of the many examples in India of temples and statues hollowed out of a stone mountain, repeats that ancient arrangement of symbols. But early man also appropriated caves for shelter, security, and storage. Witness, top right, this later Amerindian habitation within a cliff. Top left, La Magdalene, Tarn. From Siegfried Gideon, The Eternal Present. Photograph by Akil Weider. Top right, Gila National Monument. New Mexico. Courtesy of United States Department of the Interior, National Park Service photo. Bottom, Shiva Temple, Elephanta, c. 8th century. Courtesy of Museum of Fine Arts, Boston. 2-3, Representations of Life. Paleolithic art extends over a period of almost 20,000 years, 4 times the total span of historic civilizations. To interpret its varied manifestations as examples of a single Paleolithic culture would be absurd, all the more because dates and even time sequences are often obscure. But 2 recurrent themes pervade this art, whether mobile or stable, whether incised on bone tools or carved in little portable figures or spread monumentally over rough walls and natural vaults. One is the power and grace of the animals these varied peoples trapped or hunted, the bison, the hairy mammoth, the deer, the horse, the ibex, and the other is the wonder and mystery of sex, centered in woman's organs of generation. The hunted animals were a source of food, clothing, tools, and ornaments, a center of organized work, and a conspicuous feature of the habitat, at once a means of material sustenance and an agent of psychic power through the sacramental transference of blood, not least daily companions, whose breeding and feeding habits the hunter closely studied. Animals dominated the minds of Paleolithic hunters, much as mechanical power, in guns, motor cars, planes, rockets, automatic machines, dominates modern man. We can only guess, without any assurance of coming near the mark, what these images meant to succeeding generations of Paleolithic peoples. But the discovery of the mature paintings of the Altamira caves opened up a new era in the interpretation of Aurignacian and Magdalenian man, proving he not merely had time for art but ambitions, devotions, aspirations commensurate with our own. Photograph of mural from the Lascaux cave paintings, by Fernand Windels, see bibliography. 4. The enchantments of sex. Some of the earliest Paleolithic art is far more accomplished, both technically and aesthetically, than comparable images done tens of thousands of years later in Azilian, Halafian, or Cyclitic cultures. The emphasis on the sexual organs and secondary sexual characteristics like the buttocks, as in the Venuses of Willendorf or Les Puig, has been sometimes too glibly taken as showing their equivalence to comparable figures in later mother goddess religions. More prudently, one may interpret these figures, along with detached vulvas and phalluses often found nearby, as demonstrations of a positive conscious interest in sex and possibly in sexual rights. But the woman of Lossel, carved in the rock, holds a bison's horn, itself a sexual symbol long in use in Italy as a taunt of cuckoldry. The combination of crescent horn and female form recurs in the Egyptian moon goddess, Hathor, and may indicate an early astronomical interest. This in turn would make still more plausible Marshak's reading of a moon calendar in the markings on a multitude of Paleolithic bones and pierced cylinders, see bibliography. Such inscriptions would imply a capacity for patient, orderly scientific observation that would match the aesthetic advances in Paleolithic art. 5. Anticipations in clay. Since there is no evidence of clay being used for pot making till many thousands of years later, these modelled clay bisons stand out not merely as noteworthy examples of art, but as a first experiment with this natural plastic, so important later in Neolithic pots and buildings. As so often with technological advances, the playful or religious use anticipated the utilitarian. Top, bisons from TUCD Audubert. Left, the Venus of Lossel. In the Bordeaux Musée d'Arts. Both photographs from a Leroy Gourhan's Père Histoire d'Art Occidental. Courtesy of Editions d'Art Lucien Mazenod. 6. The World of Dream. 7. Ancestors, Gods, Masks. 6. The World of Dream. The ambivalent nature of the dream, its bestiality and its divinity, has long been recognized. No better example could be found than Matthias Grünewald's Eisenheim altar, one panel showing a prostrate Saint Anthony, beset by diabolic beast forms standing for lusts, appetites, fears, hatreds, springing partly from man's pre-human past, the other, in the sun-haloed Christ, representing the emergence of the human and divine, released symbolically from the stone tomb and from his brutal but lethargic captors. Panels from the Eisenheim altar, Colmar, by Matthias Grünewald. 7. Ancestors, Gods, Masks. Among the demons, spirits, powers, gods that haunted early man, one constant presence seems manifested almost everywhere, the ancestors, whether as ghosts or carved idols. Top. To heed the ancestors' admonitions, to conform to their practices, to walk obediently in their ways, enabled the group to remain safely human. Rigid conformity was an absolute necessity, since even small departures might break the chain of cultural continuity. But the social elaborations of primitives were often as regressive and stultifying as technological ceremonialism and scientific exhibitionism have become today. The mask, lower right, may have originated as a labor-saving device for quickly altering personality or exchanging roles, lower left. The powerful abstract image of a supernatural being foreshadows some of C.S. Lewis's or Olaf Stapledon's fantasies, an exquisite rendering realistic even as to the vestigial legs of the big brain. These forms, often termed primitive, are actually terminal stages of an elaborate, involuted tribal culture. Top, painted wooden figures of the ancestors shown in Sacred Men's House, New Guinea. Lower left, group of tribesmen under an umbrella-like mask, representing a sacred being, worn collectively by initiates, Angoram, New Guinea. Both illustrations from Douglas Fraser, Primitive Art. Lower right, Secret Society initiation mask of the Benabayambo tribe of the Congo, Kinshasa. Courtesy of the Smithsonian Institution, No. 204,314. The hand preceded the face as a worldwide symbol in cave painting, sometimes sacrificially mutilated by the removal of one or more finger joints. Cave art likewise presents more abstract signs, doubtfully named tectiforms, and diversely interpreted as huts, traps, animal corrals. But the serried dots and the plan, bottom, seemingly mathematical notations, have even been interpreted as sexual symbols. However elusive the explanation, these signs surely indicate not only abstract thought but the earliest beginnings of the permanent record. Upper left, left hand on low ceiling, El Castillo. From Siegfried Gideon, The Eternal Present. Photograph by Hugo P. Hertig. Upper right, Strong Wind, Ojibwe, by George Catlin. U.S. National Museum, courtesy of the Smithsonian Institution. Lower, abstract signs, sometimes called tectiforms, El Castillo, Santander. From Siegfried Gideon, The Eternal Present. Photograph by Akil Welder. 9. Signs and Symbols. 1. 10. Dance before drudgery. After the glaciers retreated, wave after wave of cave art washed over Spain and Africa, and continued in existence, through the Bushmen, almost into recent times. The hunters shown here are highly stylized, but animated, indeed intensely dynamic, moving over the wall as in a dance. Were such fluent compositions perhaps a last expression of the hunter's freedom and aesthetic release before the monotonous Neolithic tasks took over? Painting from Rock Shelter of Cuevas del Civil. Alcácer, Castellan, Spain. Photograph courtesy of the American Museum of Natural History. 1 KT. *R. 11. The human emphasis. The changeover from hunting and gathering to food production and food preservation was probably responsible for the disappearance, in time, of the old animal art. But James Melarf's recent excavations at Poundetallhuyuk in southwestern Turkey reveal how much of the Paleolithic life lingered, at least in symbol and probably in sport and play, even in the emerging towns. These murals have the advantage of the new technology. The rough irregular cave wall gives way to the smooth plaster surface, bounded by a rectangle. But the painting itself shows continuity with the older cave paintings, and contrasts with the stodgily abstract cult figurines or the geometric decorations of Neolithic pottery. Dr. Kathleen Kenyon has associated these aesthetic and social changes with the amelioration of the climate and environment that followed the last retreat of the glaciers. Wall painting found in dwelling at Poundetallhuyuk. Inset, reconstruction of whole painting by Anne-Louise Stockdale. Courtesy of James Mellart. 12. Neolithic economy. The formation of village settlements, once considered a direct result of the agricultural revolution, had its beginnings at a much earlier stage. Paleolithic houses and hearths have been uncovered in southern Russia from perhaps more than 10,000 years before Jarmo or Jericho. Diggings by a joint Turkish-American expedition at Kayaniye in Turkey preceded by Pumpelly's path-breaking finds in Turkestan in 1904 seem to indicate that the beginnings of food production may now be pushed back to around 1,000 years ago. Similarly, the finding here of the earliest metal artifacts around 9000 BC, including pins, apparently made from cold-hammered copper, still further blurs the old distinction between the Stone and the Copper-Bronze Ages. These new datings make the early appearance of Jericho and Çatalhöyük more credible. The unearthing of the bones of wild sheep, goats, and pigs in this area would indicate an early start for mixed farming. In tropical areas, Neolithic agriculture, based on rice, taro, yams, breadfruit, coconut, tells still another story. With its security of food and continuity of site, Neolithic culture had perhaps 6,000 years to spread via small independent relatively self-contained communities before any attempt was made to unify their activities, increase the tempo of production, or extract the surplus products by coercion or conquest, for the benefit of a ruling class. Excavation at Kayaniye by Turkish, Arab, and American archaeologists, with Robert J. Braidwood, of the Oriental Institute, Chicago, as co-director. Courtesy of Robert J. Braidwood. 13. Neolithic continuities. Though pottery no longer serves to identity Neolithic culture, the need for storing liquids, produced by brewing, winemaking, and oil pressing, hastened the development of baked clay containers. Clay pots were lighter than stone, and easier to make, especially after the invention of the potter's wheel. The Cretan pots shown here survived fire and earthquake, and over 3,000 years later a similar type of pot is still used in Vietnam for making fish sauce. Upper, wine jars found in ruins of the palace at Knossos in Crete. Photograph from Ewing Galloway, New York. Lower, jars for making fish sauce. From Vietnam, by Felix Green. Courtesy of DRV Information Department. 14. Birds, songs, and flowers. The flowering of Neolithic agriculture is properly symbolized by the richness of bird life, not merely on river or canal bank, but in the swamps and tilled fields, where they kept down the insects that so often made mass assaults on the crops. The new delight in birds was both aesthetic and practical, as in Italy today, even small birds were welcome additions to the peasant's diet. The Egyptian Audubon who painted the lower picture was no careless observer. The ornithologist identifies one hoopoe, 3 shrikes, and a redstart. Upper, fowling in the marshes. 1420–1375 BC. Lower, birds in an acacia tree. Tomb of Khnumhotep. c. 1920–1900 BC. Both pictures in Nina Davis, Ancient Egyptian Paintings. Courtesy of the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago. 1-5, Vital and mechanical polarities. The upper bird picture in 14 gains much by juxtaposition to the stone carving of Ramses I, receiving offerings in death. In the above, the king is a colossus, indeed a god, patently towering above the little people, yet the composure and order of this carving show an aesthetic sensitiveness and human feeling that have not been completely suppressed by the strict external regimentation introduced in the Pyramid Age. The athletic activity and winged excitement of the bird catcher's painting, left, like the superb modeling of Egyptian nudes, which surpass even the Greeks in subtlety, modify the established clichés of Egypt as static, immobile, rigid, death-centered, and soften the impression made by the early megamachine. Bas-relief from the Temple of Ramses I at Abydos. Courtesy of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, gift of J. Pierpont Morgan, 1911. 11N and 16-17, megamachines in operation. Left, hauling a monumental sculpture of a bull on a sledge. Note gang bosses with uplifted staves. Right, Assyrians building a mound for the erection of a palace. Note the frieze of soldiers. Both taskmasters and soldiers were essential parts of the megamachine. Illustrations from Austin Henry Layard's The Monuments of Nineveh, 2 volumes. London, 1853. 1-8, Divine Kingship Above and Below. Upper, a king conferring with his god on equal terms, the fact that the ideograph for God, a star, hovers equidistant over both is significant. Lower, the stela of the vultures. The Sumerian phalanx, a pedestrian tank, grinding over the bodies of its victims. Collections du Musée du Louvre, both photographs by courtesy of the director of the Museums of France. 19. Civilized destruction. The Assyrians, like the later Mongols and Aztecs, were notorious for their insensate destructiveness and ingenious sadism. But the demolition and sacking of Hamanu only prefigured on a modest scale the psychotic ABC plans and massively inhumane practices of reputedly civilized governments today. Marble slab, the sacking of Hamanu, Kauinjik. Photograph courtesy of the Mansell Collection, London. 20. Achievements of the megamachine. The first exhibition of megatechnics comes from the step pyramid at Saqqara, constructed under the architect, engineer, scientist, and physician, Imhotep, who well earned his later deification. This pyramid of King Zoser, the dominant feature of a whole city dedicated to the dead, surpassed all contemporary works, and has defied time almost as well as the colossal later pyramids of Chephren and Cheops. The megamachine was reassembled repeatedly for military purposes under the institution of divine kingship. But it displayed its best form and highest efficiency in large-scale engineering activities. The Great Wall of China, built in the 3rd century BC, to keep Mongol invaders at bay, pushing across a difficult terrain for 1,500 miles, gives evidence of the megamachine's massive constructive powers. Photographs from Ewing Galloway, New York. 2-1, from ancient to modern. The Corinth Canal, well begun by the Romans in AD 67 and completed in 1893, would have been inconceivable without the megamachine. As a mechanical feat, it still takes the breath away when one passes by steamer between its towering walls of solid stone, broken by an occasional Roman figure or inscription. Photograph from Ewing Galloway, New York. 22-23, Handicraft and the Human Scale. Despite the prestige of megatechnics, the lesser arts and crafts spread far and wide, accumulating skills, perfecting traditional methods, utilizing local resources, making regional adaptations, establishing standards of workmanship, and making endless innovations in design. The majority of crafts were carried on in the home or the farmstead, dividing their tasks according to age, skill, and strength, calling for both active participation and personal responsibility. These Japanese paintings of typical medieval crafts, reputedly by Yoshinobu Kano, c. 1620-1630, are roughly contemporary with similar European wood engravings by Jost Ammon and others. The whole series was conceived with rare sociological insight, showing not merely the workers, the materials, the work processes, but also the domestic setting. Only lack of space prevents me from showing the range of individual habitations, from the humble cottage of the matmaker, with its old thatched roof, to the elegant and commodious apartments of the favored trades, gold lacquer, embroidery, armor, swords, that served the military aristocracy. Left, weaving and spinning. Note different ages from the elderly spinster to the child winding thread. Upper, metal working. Characteristically, the charcoal fire also supplies water for domestic tea. Lower, leather workers and glove makers. From paintings in the Kitane, a Buddhist temple in Kawagoye. Courtesy of Professor Tsutomu Akuta. 24. Animal and water power. The belief that power machines date from the 18th century is historically as unrealistic as the notion that the age before 1920 was the horse and buggy age, despite the fact that the many-sided transportation network then in existence, based on railroads, electric trolleys, steamboats, ferries, private motor cars, and pedestrians, was definitely more efficient, flexible, reliable, and far more rapid in densely populated areas than the crippled, ecologically disruptive system of mono-transportation via public plane and private auto favored today. But the emancipation of human labor from exhausting drudgery began long before with the use of animal power, as in the cattle-driven pump still used in Egypt, and with the use of wind power for sailboats. Upper left, Egyptian Saki, Nile Valley. Lower left, the Mabry Mill, Virginia. Both photographs from Ewing Galloway, New York. Above, battery of windmills, man-powered galley with auxiliary sails, foreground, sea-going 3. Mast sailing ship, rear. From the Nuremberg Chronicle. Right, windmill on the Vecht River, the Netherlands. Photograph from Ewing Galloway, New York. 25. Wind power. The invention of the Greek watermill, 3rd century B.C., and the Persian invention of the windmill, 8th century B.C., not merely served agriculture and land reclamation, but improved mining technology. The widespread adoption of this cheap form of energy probably contributed as much as moral improvement to wipe out the more ancient forms of slavery. By the 15th century, batteries of windmills and fleets of sailing ships were witnesses to the new power age. Cotton mills and paper mills in New England and elsewhere were still using water power at the end of the 19th century, and even later. 26. Industrial and military arts. Quite early medieval book illuminations and wood and stone carvings in churches pictured the homely crafts and vocations. This growing interest in the work process competed with the iconography of the Trinity, the Virgin Mary, and the saints, though the two interests mingled in the guild processions and the mystery pageants and plays. Such symbolic representation of the arts and crafts indicates not only vocational pride but a recognition of the role of work in forming and expressing a balanced human personality. The most spectacular advances in medieval techniques, apart from power mills, were made in the mining and working of metals, lead roofs for public buildings, copper and iron pots, brass and iron cannon, steel swords from Toledo. Significant innovations appeared both in long-distance destruction, cannon, and long-distance oceanic transportation, by means of the new 3-mast sailing ship, guided by the magnetic compass, and later, the sextant, the chronometer, and the increasingly exact navigation charts and maps. What is usually treated as the technological backwardness of the 6 centuries before the so-called Industrial Revolution represents in fact a curious backwardness in historical scholarship. Significantly, the great technical advances of the 18th century took place in the earliest Neolithic or Chalcolithic industries, textiles, pottery, metallurgy, canal building. Large capital investments in the metallurgical, military, industries spurred the pre-industrial revolution economies of Europe as much as nuclear weapons and rockets do currently in the United States. Capitalism, mining, militarism, and mechanization along with megalomania went hand in hand. Upper, metal workers' shop, showing mine, left, and forge, right. Lower, heavy siege cannon with cannonballs, first stone, later metal. Also 3 small bore guns mounted for rapid fire, a first step toward the machine gun. 27. Domestic improvements. Technical innovations in the domestic arts, from the piping of water and the invention of the water closet and the iron cook stove and oven, to the wider use of washable linens and cotton underclothes, have spread slowly. But from the 16th century on, there was a notable increase of inventions directly concerned with child care, the potty stool, the high chair, the toddler, the rocking cradle. All shown here, indicate increased concern with the welfare of children, a prelude to Europe's population explosion. Many important inventions were first conceived as children's toys, automatic figures and miniature automatic workshops, magic lantern projectors, gyroscopes, and talking dolls, forerunners of the adult toys of our own age, the tape recorder, the motion picture camera, and the computer. 28. Playful automation. Fantasy and play have constantly had a part in mechanization and automation. Early clocks like the ancient cathedral clock in the Marienkirche in Liebeck not merely recorded the hours and days, but ostentatiously paraded animated automata when the hour struck. This side of automation reached its climax in the lifelike contraptions of Vaucanson, whose famous duck ate and even defecated, and in the jacket draws draftsman shown here, who executed 4 drawings in pen and ink. Behind this playful automation was a deeper motive, only now visible, the desire to create life by purely mechanical means, or at least to place every living function under mechanical direction and control. Le Dessinateur, automaton by Henry Jacquet Draws, fabricated 1772 to 1774. Courtesy of the Museum of Art and History, Neuchâtel, Switzerland. 29. From manuscript to typeface. From 3000 BC onward, writing was the chief means of converting the kinetic energy of mind into potential energy, therewith greatly enlarging the stored resources of culture and vastly widening the scope of human association in space and in time. No other single invention deserves to rank with writing except the collective achievement, over the ages, of intelligible speech. The European invention of the printing press with movable type, centuries after the Chinese application of carved wood blocks to book printing, was the next advance of comparable importance. The printing press, with its use of uniform, replaceable parts, movable type, was the model for other forms of standardized mass production, centuries before Samuel Bentham and Eli Whitney. But note, before the printing press was invented, handicraft was aesthetically mechanized, for the first uniform typefaces were already in existence in medieval manuscripts and Roman monuments. Comparing the lettering in this 15th century book of Hours, inset, upper left, with the Gutenberg Bible, 1456, the notable fact is that nothing has altered except the mode of production, even the elaborate initial letter and the floral border for long remained. But the printed page had already been standardized. Inset is from a book of Hours in the Edinburgh University Library. The page of the Bible is courtesy of the Art Institute of Chicago. 30 to 31, Subterranean mechanization. The series of inventions which made deep mining feasible paved the way for many of the major technical innovations of the last 5 centuries. The railway, the subway, the mechanical lift, the steam engine, air conditioning, daytime artificial lighting, all derive from mining practice. The illustration at right demonstrates a closed system of automation, without workers, in which a watermill is attached to a pumping system to carry off underground water. Left, transport and washing of ores. Right, undershot water wheel and pump for automatic mine drainage. From Agricola's De Re Metallica, see bibliography. 32. The Second Coming of the Megamachine. 2 panels from the mural by José Clemente Orozco, in the Baker Library at Hanover, NH. By permission of the trustees of Dartmouth College. The change of scale. 167. The cultivation of this new language gave its possessors, the early priesthood, an exceptional power of astronomical and then meteorological prediction. This was a source of their supernatural authority, as interpreters of cosmic influences and their human consequences. That skill was not so prone as magic to be confounded by incorrigible events. The orderly cosmos thus disclosed satisfied one of man's deepest needs, though that need was perhaps ultimately a product of this order. The Voltairean notion that the offices of priesthood were created merely to perpetrate fraud and blackmail upon gullible believers without performing any tangible services, overlooks the fact that the temple by its command of this higher knowledge made an essential contribution to large-scale farming, by synchronizing agricultural operations. The earliest stages of this religious transformation antedates writing and can only be inferred from the later documents. But there is general evidence of a shift in interest and authority from the gods of vegetation and animal fertility subject to human weaknesses, to suffering, misfortune and death, to the gods of the sky, the moon, the sun, and the planets, the lightning and the storm wind, powerful and implacable, awful and irresistible, not to be swayed from their course. Atum and Enlil, like Marduk and Zeus later, were incarnations of cosmic power. In a Hittite ritual for the building of a new royal palace we still find, to me, the king, have the gods, the sun god and the weather gods, entrusted the land and my house. These earth gods and sky gods remain side by side in most cultures, but if the vegetation gods continued to be the more sympathetic, lovable, and popular, there is no doubt which were the more powerful. The regularity and order that had first come in with Neolithic grinding and polishing, and became visible in geometric patterns and decoration, now spread over the whole landscape. Rectangles, triangles, pyramids, straight lines, bounded fields, testify to both astronomic order and strict human control. Standardization was the mark of the new royal economy in every department. Confucius was characterizing a much earlier achievement of this culture when he observed, "Now all over the empire carriages have wheels of the same size, all writing is with the same characters, and for conduct there are the same rules." But, above all, there was a change in scale. Quantification and magnification are the marks of the new technology. Instead of the little Neolithic shrine, there stands a towering temple, the mountain house, and nearby a huge granary, instead of the cluster of frail, mud-walled village houses, for a score of families, a wall-engirdled city, with 1,000 or more families, no longer merely a human home, but the home of a god. 168. Indeed a replica of heaven. And the same change of scale shows itself in every department, not least in the tempo of life. Changes that once would have needed scores of years to consummate now took place almost overnight, not because better tools and equipment were at the disposal of the builders and fabricators, but because a highly efficient type of social organization, hitherto unknown, had taken command. Since our documents come mainly from the brief Bronze Age and the following Iron Age, scholars have been tempted to throw the emphasis on the many technical improvements that the use of copper and bronze first made possible. But the radical changes I am calling attention to antedated the age of metals by many centuries, possibly by millennia. V. Gordon Guide's attempt to explain this vast explosion of power and confident human command mainly through inventions like the plow and the military chariot, neglected the most important fact, namely, that the technological exhibitionism that marks the beginning of the Pyramid Age was effected with only small, modest, mechanically primitive instruments, chisels, saws, mallets, ropes. The huge stones that were transported for miles to the pyramids at Giza were borne on wooden sledges, and raised into position without the aid of a wheel, a pulley, a windlass, or a derrick, or even any animal power except that of mechanized men. 3. The increase in the food supply and the population that marked the dawn of civilization may well be characterized as an explosion if not a revolution, and together they set off a train of minor explosions in many directions, which have continued at intervals over the entire course of history. But this outburst of energy was subjected to a set of institutional controls and physical compulsions that had never existed before, and these controls rested upon an ideology and a myth which perhaps had their faint beginnings in the magical ceremonies in Paleolithic caves. At the center of this whole development lay the new institution of kingship. The myth of the machine and the cult of divine kingship rose together. Until the 19th century, conventional history had remained largely a chronicle of the deeds and misdeeds of kings, nobles, armies. In revolting against this studious inattention to the daily affairs of ordinary people, democratically oriented historians swung to the opposite extreme and b. 169. Little the part that kings and institutions derived from kingship have actually played. Today, both historians and anthropologists have been looking at kingship with a more open eye, if only because the massing of centralized economic and political power in every modern state, totalitarian or quasi-totalitarian, has cast a fresh light on the earliest similar assemblages. The institution of kingship, as Henry Frankfurt, its brilliant modern interpreter, pointed out, is one of the early innovations to which we can assign an approximate date, place, and agent, fairly closely in Egypt, a little more loosely in Mesopotamia. The historic effort, as recorded on two famous Egyptian palettes, begins at the point where the Paleolithic hunting chief, the first among equals, passes over into the powerful king, who takes to his own person all the powers and prerogatives of the community. As to the origin of the king's unconditional supremacy and his special technical facilities, there is no room for doubt. It was hunting that cultivated the initiative, the self-confidence, the ruthlessness that kings must exercise to achieve and retain command, and it was the hunter's weapons that backed up his commands, whether rational or irrational, with the ultimate authority of armed force, above all, the readiness to kill. This original connection between kingship and hunting has remained visible all through recorded history, from the stele upon which both Egyptian and Assyrian kings boast their prowess as lion hunters, to the preservation of vast hunting forests as the inviolable domains of kings in our own epoch. Benno Landsberger notes that with kings in the Assyrian Empire, hunting and fighting were virtually interchangeable occupations. The unscrupulous use of the weapons of the hunt to control the political and economic activities of whole communities was one of the effective inventions of kingship. Out of that a whole series of subsidiary mechanical inventions eventually came. In the mixture of Paleolithic and Neolithic cultures, there was doubtless an interchange of psychological and social aptitudes as well, and up to a point this may have been of common advantage. From the Paleolithic hunter, the Neolithic cultivator may have gained those qualities of the imagination that the dull, thrifty, sober round of farming did not awaken. So far no weapons of the hunt, still less weapons of warfare, have been unearthed in the earliest Neolithic villages, though they became common enough in the Iron Age, and this lack of weapons may account for the primitive peasant's docility and for his easy surrender and virtual enslavement, for he had neither the tested courage nor the necessary weapons, nor yet the means of mobilizing in large numbers for fighting back. But at the same time the punctual, prudent, methodical life of the agricultural community gave the incipient rulers some share in the Neolithic. 170. Habits of persistence and orderly drill, which the hunter's mode of life, with its fitful spurts of energy and uncertain rewards, did not encourage. Both sets of aptitudes were needed for the advance of civilization. Without the assurance of a surplus yield from agriculture, kings could not have built cities, maintained a priesthood, an army, and a bureaucracy, or waged war. That margin was never too large, for in ancient times war was frequently suspended by common consent till the harvests were gathered. But sheer force could not by itself have produced the prodigious concentration of human energy, the constructive transformation of the habitat, the massive expressions in art and ceremonial, that actually took place. That demanded the cooperation, or at least the odd submission and passive consent, of the entire community. The agency that effected this change, the institution of divine kingship, was the product of a coalition between the tribute-exacting hunting chieftain and the keepers of an important religious shrine. Without that combination, without that sanction, without that luminous elevation, the claims that the new rulers made to unconditional obedience to their king's superior will, could not have been established. It took extra, supernatural authority, derived from a god or a group of gods, to make kingship prevail throughout a large society. Arms and armed men, specialists in homicide, were essential, but force alone was not enough. Even before the written record becomes available, the ruins from the earliest pre-dynastic Ayyubid period of Ur indicate that the transformation had already been effected. Here, as elsewhere, Leonard Woolley found a temple, within a sacred enclosure, where the royal granary, at once a food storehouse and a bank, would likewise be placed. The authority, priestly or royal, that collected, stored, and allocated the grain, held the means of controlling a large, dependent population provided the granary was constantly guarded by walls and warriors. Under the protective symbol of his god, housed in a massive temple, the king, who likewise served as high priest, exercised powers that no hunting chief would have dared to claim merely as the leader of his band. By assimilation, the town, once a mere enlargement of the village, became a sacred place, a divine transformer, so to say, where the deadly high-tension currents of Godhead were stepped down for human use. This fusion of sacred and temporal power released an immense explosion of latent energy, as in a nuclear reaction. At the same time it created a new institutional form, for which there is no evidence in the simple Neolithic village or the Paleolithic cave, an enclave of power, dominated by an elite who were supported in grandiose style by tribute and taxes forcibly drawn from the whole community. 171. The efficacy of kingship, all through history, rests precisely on this alliance between the hunter's predatory prowess and gift of command, on one hand, and priestly access to astronomical lore and divine guidance. In simpler societies these offices were long represented separately in a war chief and a peace chief. In both cases the magical attributes of kingship were grounded on a special measure of functional efficiency or readiness to take responsibility and make decisions in government. This was fortified by the priesthood's observation of natural phenomena, along with the ability to interpret signs, collect information, and ensure the execution of commands. The power of life and death over the whole community was arrogated by the king, or imputed to him. This mode of ensuring cooperation over a wider area than was ever ordered before contrasts with the petty ways of the farming village, whose ordinary routine is carried on by mutual understanding and consent, guided by custom, not command. In Egypt almost from the beginning, in Mesopotamia at intervals, the king was conceived as a god in his own right. Egyptian history, as a tale transmitted, begins at this point. By this union of cosmic and earthly powers the ruler became at once a living person and an immortal. He was born and died like other men, yet he would be reborn, like his other self, Osiris, even as his power was renewed each day, like that of the returning sun, Adam-Re, after effecting a safe passage through the night and emerging again in the east. As with Ptah, the primal Egyptian deity, the words coming forth from the king's mouth brought a world into existence, and when he uttered a command, he must be obeyed. Not merely did he hold the powers of life and death over the community, but he was the living incarnation of that community. They were one, as Ptah himself was one with all he had created. The pharaoh's life was the community's life, his prosperity its prosperity, his health its health. The community lived and flourished vicariously, through the king, so impiously saluting every mention of his name with the words, life, prosperity, health, they were also ensuring these benefits for themselves. The earlier chieftains and their followers, well armed, contemptuous of bodily injury or hardship, dissociated from the laborious routines of cultivators and herdsmen, and disinclined to systematic work, were probably already using these proto-military traits to exercise power and draw tribute, in food or women, from their intimidated, compliant, unarmed village neighbors. The weapon that established this new rule of force was not, Pace Child, the Bronze Age war chariot, still many years away, but a far more primitive weapon, the mace. Such a club, with a heavy head of stone, which was useful for killing a wounded animal with a single blow. 172. On the skull, must have proved equally efficient in doing the same job at close quarters with frightened, weaponless peasants, or with the captured chief and warriors from a rival band, who appear as cowering captives on surviving pallets and stelae. Witness the final act of Marduk's battle with the primeval goddess Tiamat. With his unsparing mace he crushed her skull. Should we be surprised, then, to find that the period of political unification of the Upper and Lower Nile Valley, which marks the beginnings of kingship in Egypt, coincides with mass graves in which are found an unusual quantity of cracked skulls? The significance of this weapon, particularly the time and place of its appearance, has been curiously overlooked. In the 6th millennium at Hostler, James Mellart notes, the economy showed a great decline in hunting and an absence of hunting weapons, but significantly the mace and sling survived. Thus it is no accident that the mace, in only a slightly sublimated form, the scepter, has remained the symbol of royal authority and unchallengeable power throughout the ages. When the British Parliament is in session, a gigantic specimen lies on the Speaker's table. So much for the shadowy events that must have led up to the establishment of kingship. The next step, which set it on foundations that sustained it, with occasional lapses, for more than 5,000 years, comes properly within the bounds of history, more especially sacred history, for it was based on the application of supernatural powers to the control of human behavior. The clue to this second stage lies in the first reputed act of Menes, the unifier of Upper and Lower Egypt, the earliest pharaoh of record, repeated again and again by kings throughout history, the establishment of a temple to sustain his own claim as the divine sun god, Adum-Re, at the site of what was doubtless an already venerable shrine in Memphis. The document that tells of this event establishes the pre-existence of an all-embracing god, Ta, whose energies pervade creation. By the time kingship took form as a unifying agent that transcended local limitations, a multitude of deities, male and female, great and small, personified, or rather annualized, in the form of falcons, beetles, cows, hippopotamuses, lions were already in existence, each with a different character and different social functions, often related to a different aspect of the environment. Out of this fecund, multi-headed family of gods, with its swarm of distant relatives in every little village, the sun god had in Egypt become preeminent, and the new authority of kingship was sustained, not by brute strength alone, but by its representation of the eternal power and order of the cosmos. Here a new kind of science, different from the close observation and 173. Intimate association that fostered domestication, came into existence, now based on an abstract impersonal order, counting, measurement, exact notation attributes without whose early development no such consummate monuments as the pyramids could have been built. The counting of the days, the observations of the lunar months and the solar year, the determination of the rise and the flood stage of the Nile, all this was the task of the priestly caste. This new power and order were effectively symbolized, as I have already noted, by the establishment of the first Egyptian solar calendar. Though heavily overlaid by dramatic legend, sensuous metaphor, and infantile magic, astronomical order spread into every department. The emerging institutions of civilization were power-minded, cosmos-centered, mechanically regulated and regimented. Space and time, power and order, became the main categories of a divinely regulated existence. The recurrent movements of the moon and the sun, or great expressions of natural power, such as flood and storm and earthquake, left a profound impression on the mind and awakened, it would appear, at least in the dominant minor, an interest in exerting their own physical power in imitation of the gods themselves. In the ancient Chinese Book of Changes, I Ching, one reads, "We may be ahead of heaven, but heaven will not violate its course, we must follow, and adapt ourselves to its time and its seasons." Everywhere, early and late, this laid the basis of the new regimen, and became a source of an even more rigorous regimentation. In ancient China, Joseph Needham observes, the promulgation of the calendar by the emperor was a rite corresponding to the issuing of minted coins, with image and superscription, in later Western countries. Both modes were symbols of rational order and coercive physical power, and both significantly remained a royal or priestly monopoly through the ages, for the exclusive right to coin money and establish uniform weights and measures is an emblem of all state sovereignty, while the calendar most of the world now follows was first put forward by the Emperor Julius Caesar, and rectified by the Roman Pope, Gregory XIII. Without this widely shared reverence for undeviating cosmic order, the great technical achievements of early civilization would have lacked the mathematical precision and physical mastery they actually showed. By identifying the person of the king with the impersonal, above all implacable, order of the heavens, royal power received an immense supercharge of energy. The king's political authority, based on weapons and military exertion, was vastly augmented by the inordinate supernatural powers he wielded. This was fortified in Egypt, where royal power became most absolute and most assuredly identified with the divine, by close 174. Association with older organic vitalities with an even more ancient manifestation of the sun, horns, and his father, Osiris, the god of vegetation and the teacher of agriculture and the handicrafts to men. In symbolism, the king was originally a bull, the very incarnation of physical strength and sexual fertility, doubtless tied in the unconscious to the sacred cow, Hathor, who was both cattle goddess and moon goddess. Moon gods, sun gods, storm gods were based, Iliad notes, on hierophanies of the sky, high, bright, shining, sky, rain. The Sumerian sky god Anu became the chief god of the Babylonians, and his temple at Uruk was called a sky house. This fixation on cosmic forces was a sound interpretation of the condition of man, his dependence upon physical events beyond his control. While the Paleolithic identification with the animal world and the Neolithic immersion in sexuality were not abandoned, the sky religion struck a lofty note. The contemplation of the distant heavens, the consciousness of long passages of time, could have had only a faint start in earlier cultures. Except for circular amulets and incised bones, there is no legible sign of them in cave art. This new interest in the lofty, the distant, the regular, the predictable, the calculable coincided with the birth of kingship, but older interpretations of the world were not easily sloughed off. On the contrary, the most delusive practices of sympathetic and verbal magic still remained and attached themselves to the gods of the sky. The word still seemed so important that in one legend the goddess Isis tries to secure power for herself by using magic to learn Aram's secret name. The Turin papyrus from the 19th dynasty, 1350 to 1200 BC, from which we learn this story, was itself a charm whose words were repeated as a cure for snake bite. But in the end the sky gods prevailed. The phenomena of the sky, measured with increasing care and exactitude, gave the assurance of an orderly world, part of which at least was lifted above primal chaos or human caprice. As the chief representative of these heavenly powers, at least in his own territory, the king could maintain order everywhere. Once confined mainly to tribal ritual and articulate speech, order now became universal. Eventually the Babylonians introduced the same concept of predetermined order into the seemingly irregular events of daily life. They plotted the course and position of the planets and associated this with the hour of a person's birth in order to predict the entire course of his life. The biographic data needed for such plotting was based on systematic observation. Thus scientific determinism, not less than mechanical regimentation, had their inception in the institution of divine kingship. Long before the Ionian scientists of the 6th century BC, the fundamental mathematical and scientific foundations had been laid in astronomy. This, then, was the Mesopotamian corroboration 175. Stellation of rational insights and irrational presumptions that produced the new technology of power. Before we follow through the consequences of this change, let us witness the same phenomena operating under quite different geographic and social conditions. If the myth of divine kingship was to capture the forces of civilization and become further enlarged through the derivative myth of the machine, it was essential that it should be capable of overriding purely local circumstances and taking advantage of different cultural settings. As a matter of fact, during later ages kingship not merely seeped back into more primitive tribal societies, but its technical and institutional complex spread, by one means or another, over the whole planet, from China and Cambodia to Peru and Mexico. At this point I shall use the same evidence Henry Frankfurt handled so competently only to come to a different conclusion. 4. Mesopotamian corroboration. In Mesopotamia, kingship arose roughly at about the same time as in Egypt, though in neither case can the earliest manifestation be dated. The ancient Sumerian king list expresses no doubt about the origins of kingship. It was lowered down from heaven. This means that kingship was from the beginning a religious phenomenon, not just an assertion of physical prowess and organized manpower, nor yet a mere enlargement of venerable ancestral authority. From the beginning, kingship in Sumer or Akkad combined both authority and power, understanding and command, the same qualities that Breasted noted as attributes of the sun god after 3000 BC. With this new office came a comparable enlargement of the sense of time. Egyptian, Mesopotamian, Hindu, and later Mayan religions all embrace cycles of thousands of years, and a single king, Lugalbanda, was assigned a 1200-year reign, which would have been long for a whole dynasty. Even if these years were months, as early commentators on Manetho's chronology supposed, that was still a long span. To kings, therefore, was attributed not merely an enlarged cosmic power but a more intense and prolonged vitality. Every dimension of existence was magnified, whether on earth or in heaven. In Mesopotamia, it is true, it was only at intervals that the king, beginning with Naram-Sin, identified himself as a god. Henry Frankfurt, Leaning. 176. Over-backward to emphasize the genuine differences in the physiognomy of Sumerian and Egyptian cultures, nevertheless counts almost a score of such instances in a span of some 800 years. But that the claim could have been made at all shows that the underlying presuppositions were not in fact so different. Certainly kingship everywhere partook of divinity. All kings exercised their extraordinary authority by divine right, for the king was a necessary executioner of the god's decrees, as well as the chief agent for establishing great collective enterprises such as the building of cities and canal systems. Significantly, it was during the Third Dynasty of Ur a period of vigorous constructive activity that all the kings except the founder claimed divinity. This evidence decisively couples divine kingship with the characteristic public works program of the mega-machine. Little tasks might still be left to little men, but big tasks belonged to the king by reason of the special powers he commanded, above all, the unique power to create a colossal labor machine. As in many primitive tribal communities examined during the last few centuries, and among later historic nations, the king shifted back and forth between a sacred and a secular role, now a religious, now a military head. This duality is still in evidence among various primitive tribes, and it holds all through civilized history. Even today, the wearer of the British crown is the titular head of the established church, whose archiepiscopal sanction in turn is a necessary condition, as Edward VIII discovered, for holding royal office. That was the archetypal relationship from the beginning. So, too, the upstart Napoleon, to confirm his legitimacy as emperor, sought the offices of the Roman pontiff to sanctify his coronation, though in seizing the crown from the Pope's hands to place it on his own head, his overweening ego committed a sacrilege that any ancient Babylonian would have told him was sure to bring a heavenly curse down on his pretensions. Both to establish and maintain kingship, an infusion of divine power was essential. But the constant intercourse with heaven, necessary for the guidance of the king, demanded professional aid from priests, magicians, soothsayers, interpreters of dreams, and readers of cosmic signs, who in turn were dependent upon the king's secular power and wealth for their own status and office. This essential coalition between royal military power and often dubious supernatural authority anticipated a similar alliance between scientists and mathematical games theorists with the higher agents of government today, and was subject to similar corruptions, miscalculations, and hallucinations. Again and again dependence upon unverifiable data from heaven vitiated. Mesopotamian corroboration 177. The ability to make rational decisions in battle, for instance, on the basis of the locally visible circumstances. Too often the soothsayers' addled counsels counted more heavily than the soldiers' professional knowledge, as the Mari letters testify. On the theological basis of kingship, then, the testimony of Mesopotamia is as clear as that of Egypt for all their historic and geographic differences. Of culture. And the words uttered by the earliest kings of both lands continue to ring through history, both in the claims of legitimate kings like Louis XTV, and in the no less extravagant assertions of a Hitler, a Stalin, or a Mao, whose abject and adoring followers have imputed omniscience to them. The words that the young Babylonian god Marduk uttered, before becoming the chief defender of his fellow gods against the ancient goddess of the primal waters, Tiamat, are the words kings learned to utter long before Marduk took his place in the Babylonian pantheon. The gods are in fact the kings of the unconscious, enlarged, as the kings in turn became incarnate dream gods, exercising visible supremacy over waking life, transmitting their claims of inviolable sovereignty to the whole apparatus of the state. As a condition of taking office, Marduk insists that when he gives a command, he must be obeyed by his fellow gods without question. Let my word instead of you, determine the fates, unalterable shall be what I may bring into being, neither recalled nor changed shall be the command of my lips. These words are worth noting. They set forth the terms on which the new collective mechanism was brought into existence. This new emphasis on unqualified power of command was in some measure, it would seem, a necessary reaction to the disorders and difficulties that multiplied with the growth of population. Regularity and security now became a political desideratum, for while small groups of people may migrate elsewhere when threatened, a whole city or a closely settled countryside cannot be evacuated for a season when overwhelmed by flood or starved by drought. The problems of regulating river flow and repairing flood damage, of apportioning water for irrigation, of storing sufficient food annually to avert famine before the next crop could be gathered. All these proved increasingly beyond the competence of any local community. There was genuine need for some unifying authority in these great valleys, and kingship, for lack of more rational cooperative authority, met that need. Though Neolithic agriculture had produced a hitherto unheard of abundance of food, this very affluence bred new anxieties. Throughout Mesopotamian history, Frankfurt notes, the kingship of the gods was believed to have originated, not as a natural concomitant of an orderly 178 society, but as the product of confusion and anxiety. But as I have sometimes observed, in the case of once poverty-stricken friends who have become affluent, wealth and security themselves may bring on a state of anxiety not experienced when their possessors did not know where the next day's food was coming from. While the forces of nature often worked catastrophically in Mesopotamia, beginning with the historic biblical flood, similar anxieties arose even in smiling Egypt, quite apart from the 7 lean years reported in the story of Joseph in the Bible. Egypt provides still other documentary references to a failure of crops and to famine, not only through plagues of locusts, but through an insufficient summer flooding of the Nile. During such crises there was need for an unchallengeable authority that could marshal the manpower of many communities and ration their resources equitably, and to the extent that such efforts brought relief, the ruler who took responsibility would earn gratitude, and gain support on other occasions. The association of kingship with anxiety, fear, and crisis has been, unfortunately, a long-continued one. Thorkild Jacobson has shown that the oldest known political institution that can be identified, through a Mesopotamian text, is the urban assembly of all free men. This assembly in turn left the power to deal with current matters in the hands of a group of elders, but in times of emergency they chose a king to take charge for a limited period. Millennia later, Herodotus pictures a similar delegation of power, among the Medes and Persians, so, again, when the community was threatened, the Romans appointed a temporary dictator, and the same temporary concentration of power in a national emergency still characterizes the constitutional prerogatives of the President of the United States. Though only today has a president dared to fake an emergency in order to wield such power and politically sanctify his cumulative errors of judgment and his inhumane acts in Vietnam. The power that was thus concentrated in kingship in turn produced a reliable source of fresh crises in the institution of war. Everywhere war took precedence over even hunting as the main prerogative and the dominant activity of kingship. For in the act of establishing law and order within the sacred territory of their gods, kings came into conflict with rival kings and foreign gods, equally arrogant in their imputed divinity, who also claimed the same kind of blind loyalty and awestruck obedience. Too often they were tempted to assert their superior power by encroaching on neighboring states and despoiling their inhabitants. Even when nature smiled on a community, the man-made catastrophe of war was ever at hand, to create disorder and to bolster up the absolute power of kings. Conflicts between cities over water rights and land bound. Mesopotamian corroboration 179. Ares recur in the chronicles of Sumer and Akkad, but beyond these claims, whose settlement might have been a subject for reasonable compromise, were the irrational efforts of ambitious and tyrannous gods, to secure abject submission. Here again Jacobson reinforces Frankfurt's interpretation. An orderly world for the Mesopotamian is unthinkable without a superior author. To impose his will. One can match Jacobson's emphasis on the belief in superior authority by quoting the Egyptian satire on the trades. There is no profession free of a boss. The Mesopotamian feels convinced that the authorities are always right, or at least that there is no use arguing with them. The command of the palace, like the command of Anu, cannot be altered. The king's word is right, his utterances, like that of a god, cannot be changed. These words resound with sickening familiarity in our present totalitarian states, whether democratic or communist. This dictum, the first clear expression of what in present-day political systems is known as the party line or the consensus, lessens the importance, in this context, of the many differences that distinguish the ancient civilization of the Nile from that of the Euphrates and the Tigris. In both situations the king exercised godlike powers, and pragmatically, it hardly matters that while in Egypt he was also a divinity in his own right, in Mesopotamia he served usually as a surrogate, yet with full powers of paternity, as long as his luck held, to act in the god's name. His mission was to take part in the constant struggle between order and chaos, which, as Ephraim Spiezer reminded us, was the fatal drama renewed at the turn of each year. In the face of such fearful anxieties, and such violent means of relief from anxiety, one need hardly wonder that the village surrendered both its autonomy and its relative self-sufficiency to these higher powers, the divine king and the officers of the state, the governors and tax collectors, who rigorously carried out the king's commands. The scattered villages took their orders from the control centers. On earth, only one who was appointed by the gods a king could command such unconditional obedience, only one who could back such presumptuous claims with armed force, in the face of skepticism or active dissent, could have broken down the habits of self-government that small communities had evolved on the basis of ancestral customs and their own limited capabilities for taking counsel and exercising the common sense through prudent actions. Common sense was exactly what kingship, almost by definition, lacked. When the king's orders were executed, no one dared to tell him honestly how they had turned out. With the absolute powers bestowed by kingship, 180. Came an arrogance, a ruthlessness, an inflexibility, a habit of compulsion, an unwillingness to listen to reason, that no small community would have endured from any of its members, though the aggressive and humanly disagreeable qualities that make for such ambitious leadership might be found anywhere, as Margaret Mead discovered among the Mundugamar, whose leaders were known to the community as really bad men, aggressive, gluttonous for power and prestige. But once kingship, and the institutions that supported kingship, were firmly established, they remained the chief political model of civilized society right down to the end of the 19th century, and in the course of 5,000 years they spread to far more primitive tribal communities, like those of the Shillaks in Africa, where all the magical prescriptions and ideological premises have been preserved intact in much the same form we discover at the very beginning, along with the same breed of crumpled horn cattle that the ancient Egyptians delighted in. Insofar as kingship was in time somewhat humanized, moralized, reduced to more modest dimensions, this came about largely through the stubborn resistance of village communities, many of whose ways and modes of life had spread, along with the migrant villagers themselves, into the new cities. Under the surface, we shall find that this struggle between a democratic and an authoritarian techniques has been going on all through history. 5. The technique of divine rulership. Unfortunately, most of our data on kingship come from documents put into writing centuries, even millennia, after the original events. Taking the lowest layers of Jericho as evidence, one finds, before there is any visible trace of kingship, an economy with a surplus sufficient to build a large town and keep its inhabitants permanently employed. Under those circumstances one must surmise that the primitive democratic community, as Frankfurt calls it, had evolved to a fairly high level of technical cooperation and skill without kingship. Possibly this happened under some milder, more persuasive form of government, such as might have arisen, upon Kathleen Kenyon's hypothesis, during the benign and more favorable CLI 181 matic conditions that prevailed in this area immediately after the melting of the glaciers. The recent unearthing of fatal Heiaic in Turkey gives further color to this hypothesis. Before its own specialized institutions based on coercion and punishment had fully taken form, kingship had sprung up as a mutation in agricultural communities that were still without any permanent division of labor or any strict separation of castes, with only a minimum of economic differentiation through vocational specialization, private property, or enslavement, a state more or less corresponding to Hesiod's Golden Age. If so, this might explain a persistent feature of early kingship, visible at a much later date in New World culture like that of the Incas, namely, its authoritarian communism, state-controlled, but benignly reproducing for the larger community the common sharing of labor and the products of labor as in the village. Basically, the same genial animus and the same type of coercive organization underlies contemporary communism. When kingship replaced the powers of the agricultural communes, their local functions were taken over on a grand scale by the central authority, in either the temple or the palace. Public property remained public property, but now it belonged to the god, in the person of the king. And when the ruler distributed either this property or fresh booty among his followers, it became private property, about which there has hung, throughout history, an aura of regal, if not divine, sacredness. The god's share in the produce of the land, apportioned by the temple, was the first claim upon it, an ancient custom continued in the tithe into medieval Christendom. Yet every member of the community had a customary share. As long as one served the gods and obeyed the king, one enjoyed security and a portion of the divine bounty. The welfare state today retains, or should one say has regained, many of these features. This state-administered communism seems to mark the earliest stage of kingship. The land itself, the common functions and the common rights, come under the control of the king, and when necessary, his edicts and laws replace the immemorial customs of the local community. For it is through the king that the community enjoys the favors of the gods, and so long as the people pay their taxes in grain and in labor, their security is assured. That basic communism is attested in Egypt and Mesopotamia, and again in Peru, and if kingship rested on such traditional modes, merely extending them and ensuring them, it perhaps explains why the harsher aspects of the system were accepted, though gross inequalities, as between slaves, freemen, nobles, which attended the growth of private property, all too soon crept in. What is still called the sovereignty of the state maintains without abate. 182. Meant the original royal claims of power and privilege, of ultimate ownership and unconditional obedience, along with such punishments or sacrifices as the sovereign may see fit to exact in the name of national welfare. This solidarity between a divinely empowered ruler and his community achieved classic expression in Egypt. As Frankfurt puts it, the trust which people put in their shepherds was that Pharaoh should wield to the full the absolute power to which his divinity entitled him, and which enabled him as nothing else could to ensure the well-being of the whole community. But the same relation holds equally, if not so fulsomely, elsewhere. The words of Wilson about Egypt, "It is the king who built temples and cities, who won battles, who made laws, or who provided bounty for the tombs of his nobles," are echoed by Kramer describing the activities of the king of Lagash. Even the forms of speech traditionally used by kings declare this, as in Shakespeare's Henry V, where sovereigns address each other as England and France. The relationship between king and community transcended the loyalties of clan, family, neighborhood, and it explains why kings, or even upstart counterfeits, tyrants, so often won popular support, as against such minor contenders for power and authority as magnates and nobles. Under this mystique of absolute power, functions that would later be taken over by the machine were at first conceived and executed solely through the unique offices of kingship. At the beginning, such power was associated with the idea of stewardship and responsibility to the gods. By 2000 BC no pharaoh could hope for immortality unless he had served the cause of righteousness and justice, Ma'at. In a text from the Middle Kingdom, Aram declares, "I made the great inundation that the poor man might have his rights therein like the great man. I made every man like his fellow." In this declaration one sees a recognition of a persistent pressure not only to legalize but to moralize power, to keep it within bounds and make it respect the human condition. Thus the divine head of this hierarchy of power returned, at least in principle, to the egalitarian social and moral ideals of the village. There was always, it is true, an ambivalence in this relationship. The kindliness of the ruler that is emphasized in Egyptian texts goes along with his emphatic capacity to rouse terror and inflict death. Yet the memory of the earlier communal attributes of kingship partly offset, perhaps, the daily reminders of personal caprice and collective harshness. But too often, the documents tell us, the officials who executed the king's orders identified themselves with the source of authority, and characteristically overdid royal insolence without a compensating display of royal grace. More primitive types of community operate effectively in unison by 183. Clinging tenaciously to well-established habits and immemorial customs, conformity is the price of mutual toleration, and ostracism is the severest type of punishment that is usually invoked. But to ensure the performance of royal commands through a long human transmission belt, operating often at a great distance from the center of power, kingship required a more exacting kind of compliance. If the state organization was to work smoothly as a unit, conformity must be automatic and complete. This mechanical obedience was achieved by various symbolic and practical devices, and first, by establishing an insuperable psychological distance between the king and all who came near him. His person was not merely inviolate, untouchable, but those who came within his presence were commanded to prostrate themselves, as if dead, fully conscious that if they offended the king nothing would stand between them and death. In the presence of the king the highest functionary groveled like a slave, witness one of the Tel el Amarna letters, c. 1370 BC, at the 2 feet of the king, "My lord, the sun god from heaven, 7 times I fall, both prone and supine. The suppliant was the first on which thou dost tread." Such submission, such abject self-humiliation, never had a counterpart among the humble members of any village community until civilized institutions filtered down from above. But this drill had the effect of turning human beings into things, who could be galvanized into a regimented kind of cooperation by royal command, to perform the special tasks he assigned them, however stultifying to their family life and incompatible with normal village routines. Not the least evil of this system was the sense of human degradation produced by its officers' obligation to take orders, slavishly, from a superior authority. M.I. Finley points out that free citizens, in later Greece and Rome, were extremely reluctant to accept high administrative offices for this very reason, and as a result even posts of ministerial or military command were often assigned to slaves, who were too thoroughly conditioned to obedience to recognize their humiliation. Individual initiative and responsibility had no place in the mega-machine, for such freedom might mean countermanding faulty orders or disobeying immoral ones. The dedicated members of the mega-machine, early and late, remain Eichmanns, doubly degraded because they have no consciousness of their own degradation. With the ideas of submission and absolute obedience which were essential to the composition of a human machine, came, however, the possibilities of disobedience, treachery, and rebellion. To ensure that the heavenly sanctions of kingship were sufficiently respected, kingship in the end 184 must be ready to fall back on force, not merely naked force, but force in ferocious, sadistic forms, repeatedly magnified into nightmarish extravagances of cruelty, as dehumanized as those we have witnessed in the last generation in the ingenious horrors perpetrated by civilized governments in Warsaw, Auschwitz, Tokyo, and Vietnam. Here, again, the gods served as a model for kings, for Marduk, in fighting Tiamat, his ancient rival, used the evil wind, the whirlwind, the hurricane. He yokes his storm chariot to a team, the killer, the relentless, the trampler, the swift. Sharp were their teeth, bearing poison. Again, this is not a trait that belongs only to the notably quarrelsome and violent Babylonians, Assyrians, or Hittites. In the metaphors used in the most ancient pyramid text, describing a deified pharaoh, one encounters a kind of unrestrained cannibal lust in dwelling on the scope and power of the divine king. As pictured there, kingship was actually a man-eating device. To match these frightful symbols one would have to turn to a playwright of our own day who presents a woman eating the genitals of her lover. Lest my characterization seem extravagant, let me support it with Ehrman's translation. He it is that eateth men, that liveth on gods, that possesseth the carriers and dispatcheth messages. The runner with all knives. He that strangleth them for him, he draweth out for him their entrails, he the messenger whom he sends death to. He it is that eateth their magic and swalloweth their lordliness. Their great ones are for his morning meal, their middle-sized ones for his evening meal, and their little ones for his night meal. He hath broken up the backbones and the spinal marrow, he hath taken away the hearts of the gods, he hath eaten the red crown, he hath swallowed the green one. He feedeth on the lungs of the wise ones, he is satisfied with living on hearts and their magic. To take such a characterization as a graceful rhetorical device is to close one's senses to the social context of the words. Brutal compulsion was the necessary accompaniment of the large-scale organization and the extensive order introduced by kingship. Herodotus' history is full of revolting descriptions of the rabid violence of kings, such as the tale he told of Cambyses. One of the king's dearest friends at court suggests that he is in the habit of drinking too much wine for his own good. To prove that the wine could have no effect, Cambyses drinks more recklessly than ever, then draws a bow and aims it at his friend's son, placed at the other end of the hall, shooting him through the heart, and finally tearing out the lad's heart to prove to the father that his arrow had pierced it. Primitive society recognizes by and large only two serious crimes, the breaking of the incest taboo and murder. But with the new system of 185 administration and codes of law introduced by kingship, the number of possible crimes increased and the punishments became more terrifying. Disobedience to the orders of a superior was the worst of sins, and even answering back was a serious offense. If we may judge from the practice of the Cheyenne Indians, This may have been a Paleolithic hunting trait, for one of the three punishable crimes among them was disobedience to the leader's orders on the buffalo hunt. Woolley cites a Hittite law, and if ever a servant vexes his master, either they kill him, or they injure his nose, his eyes, or his ears. Such mutilations were the favorite forms of punishment. When one compares these practices with the decent, humane customs of surviving primitive peoples, one understands how the repressive cult of power introduced a degree of ferocity and debasement unknown among earlier groups, who inflicted bodily mutilations only on themselves, and then chiefly for magical reasons. Even under the relatively benign Code of Hammurabi, the systematic infliction of punishment by torture and the permanent maiming of the body was sanctioned, though such practices were quite foreign to the archaic small community before the Iron Age. These sadistic methods applied equally to education and left a mark that is only now being lifted. Functionaries with a whip to keep order were, Kramer tells us, a standard feature of the Sumerian school, and in Egyptian the verb to teach is also the verb to punish. The latter usage indeed survived into our own age, for parents in punishing a child before permissiveness, with a kind of inverted sadism, visiting punishment on everyone but the child, swung wildly to the opposite extreme would often say, "I'll teach you to behave." Apart from murder and rape, the most horrendous crimes punished by civilized authorities stem back to the unpardonable sin of kingship, disobedience to the sovereign. Murderous coercion was the royal formula for establishing authority, securing obedience, and collecting booty, tribute, and taxes. At bottom, every royal reign was a reign of terror. With the extension of kingship, this underlying terror formed an integral part of the new technology and the new economy of abundance. In short, the hidden face of that beautiful dream was a nightmare, which civilization has so far not been able to throw off. 186. 6. Civilization and civilization. With kingship, power as an abstraction, power as an end in itself, became the chief identifying mark of civilization, as opposed to all the earlier norms and forms of culture. Civilization, still often used as a word of eulogy and admiration, in comparison with what used to be called savagery and barbarism, is taken as a general term to cover law, order, justice, urbanity, civility, rationality, and it currently implies a cumulative effort to further the arts and sciences, and to improve the human condition by continued advances in both technology and responsible government. All these terms of admiration and praise, which seemed in the 18th century self-evident and self-justifying, except to an occasional dissident like Rousseau, have now become ironic. At best they represent a hope and a dream that have still to be fulfilled. Here and hereafter I use the term civilization in quotation marks in a much narrower sense, to denote the group of institutions that first took form under kingship. Its chief features, constant in varying proportions throughout history, are the centralization of political power, the separation of classes, the lifetime division of labor, the mechanization of production, the magnification of military power, the economic exploitation of the weak, and the universal introduction of slavery and forced labor for both industrial and military purposes. These institutions would have completely discredited both the primal myth of divine kingship and the derivative myth of the machine had they not been accompanied by another set of collective traits that deservedly claim admiration: the invention and keeping of the written record, the growth of visual and musical arts, the effort to widen the circle of communication and economic intercourse far beyond the range of any local community, ultimately the purpose to make available to all men the discoveries and inventions and creations, the works of art and thought, the values and purposes that any single group has discovered. The negative institutions of civilization, which have besmirched and bloodied every page of history, would never have endured so long but for the fact that its positive goods, even though they were arrogated to the use of a dominant minority, were ultimately of service to the whole human community, and tended to produce a universal society of far higher potentialities, by reason of its size and diversity. Even immediately their Symbols perhaps attracted those who were only spectators of these achievements. This universal component was present from the beginning, because 187 of the cosmic foundations of royal power, but the efforts to create a universal society were delayed, until our own day, by the lack of adequate technical instruments for rapid transportation and instantaneous communication. Yet the claim of universality itself, from Naram-Sin to Cyrus, from Alexander to Napoleon, was repeatedly made. One of the last of the all-powerful monarchs, Genghis Khan, proclaimed himself the sole ruler of the entire world. That boast was at once an aftermath of the myth of divine kingship and a prelude to the new myth of the machine. Chapter 9. The design of the mega-machine. 1. The invisible machine. In doing justice to the immense power and scope of divine kingship both as myth and active institution, I have so far left one important aspect for closer examination, its greatest and most durable contribution, the invention of the archetypal machine. This extraordinary invention proved in fact to be the earliest working model for all later complex machines, though the emphasis slowly shifted from the human operatives to the more reliable mechanical parts. The unique act of kingship was to assemble the manpower and to discipline the organization that made possible the performance of work on a scale never attempted before. As a result of this invention, huge engineering tasks were accomplished 5,000 years ago that match the best present performances in mass production, standardization, and meticulous design. This machine escaped notice and so naturally remained unnamed until our own day, when a far more powerful and up-to-date type, utilizing a congeries of subordinate machines, came into existence. For convenience, I shall designate the archetypal form by more than one name, in reference to a specific situation. Because the components of the machine, even when it functioned as a completely integrated whole, were necessarily separate in space, I shall for certain purposes call it the invisible machine. When utilized to perform work on highly organized collective enterprises, I shall call it the labor machine. When applied to acts of collective coercion and destruction, it deserves the title, used even today, the military machine. But when all the components, political and economic, military, bureaucratic, and royal, 188, 189, must be included, I shall usually refer to the mega-machine, in plain words, the big machine. And the technical equipment derived from such a mega-machine thence becomes megatechnics, as distinguished from the more modest and diversified modes of technology, which until our own century continued to perform the larger part of the daily work in the workshop and on the farm, sometimes with the help of power machinery. Men of ordinary capacity, relying on muscle power and traditional skills alone, were capable of performing a wide variety of tasks, including pottery manufacture and weaving, without any external direction or scientific guidance, beyond that available in the tradition of the local community. Not so with the mega-machine. Only kings, aided by the discipline of astronomical science and supported by the sanctions of religion, had the capability of assembling and directing the mega-machine. This was an invisible structure composed of living, but rigid, human parts, each assigned to his special office, role, and task, to make possible the immense work output and grand designs of this great collective organization. At its inception, no inferior chief could organize the mega-machine and set it in motion. And though the absolute assertion of royal power rested on supernatural sanction, kingship itself would not have prevailed so widely had these claims not in turn been ratified by the colossal achievements of the mega-machine. That invention was the supreme feat of early civilization, a technological exploit which served as a model for all later forms of mechanical organization. This model was transmitted, sometimes with all its parts in good working condition, sometimes in a makeshift form, through purely human agents, for some 5,000 years, before it was done over in a material structure that corresponded more closely to its own specifications, and was embodied in a comprehensive institutional pattern that covered every aspect of life. To understand the point of the machine's origin and its line of descent, is to have a fresh insight into both the origins of our present mechanized culture and the fate and destiny of modern man. We shall find that the original myth of the machine projected the extravagant hopes and wishes that have come to abundant fulfillment in our own age. Yet at the same time it imposed restrictions, abstentions, and compulsions and servilities that, both directly and as a result of the counter-reactions they produced, today threaten even more mischievous consequences than they did in the Pyramid Age. We shall see, finally, that from the outset all the blessings of mechanized production have been undermined by the process of mass destruction which the megamachine made possible. Though the megamachine was first assembled during the period when copper for tools and weapons came into use, it was an independent innova. 190. The mechanization of men had long preceded the mechanization of their working instruments, in the far more ancient order of ritual. But once conceived, this new mechanism spread rapidly, not just by being imitated in self-defense, but by being forcefully imposed by kings acting as only gods or the anointed representatives of the gods could act. Wherever it was successfully put together, the megamachine multiplied the output of energy and performed labor on a scale that was never conceivable before. With this ability to concentrate immense mechanical forces, a new dynamism came into play, which overcame by the sheer impetus of its achievements the sluggish routines and the petty inhibitions of small-scale village culture. With the energies available through the royal machine, the dimensions of space and time were vastly enlarged. Operations that once could hardly have been finished in centuries were now accomplished in less than a generation. On the level plains, man-made mountains of stone or baked clay, pyramids and ziggurats, arose in response to royal command. In fact, the whole landscape was transformed, and bore in its strict boundaries and geometric shapes the impress of both a cosmic order and an inflexible human will. No complex power machines at all comparable to this mechanism were utilized on any scale until clocks and watermills and windmills swept over Western Europe from the 14th century of our era on. Why did this new mechanism remain invisible to the archaeologist and the historian? For a simple reason already implied in our first definition, because it was composed solely of human parts, and it possessed a definite functional structure only as long as the religious exaltation, the magical abracadabra and the royal commands that put it together were accepted as beyond human challenge by all the members of the society. Once the polarizing force of kingship was weakened, whether by death or defeat in battle, by skepticism or by a vengeful uprising, the whole machine would collapse. Then its parts would either regroup in smaller units, feudal or urban, or completely disappear, much in the way that a routed army does when the chain of command is broken. In fact, these first collective machines were as subject to breakdown, were ultimately as frail and vulnerable as the theologico-magical conceptions that were essential to their performance. Hence those who commanded them were in a constant state of anxious tension, often with good reason, fearing heresy or treason from their near equals and rebellions and reprisals on the part of the submerged masses. Without submissive faith and unqualified obedience to the royal will, transmitted by governors, generals, bureaucrats, taskmasters, the machine would never have been 191. Workable. When these attitudes could not be sustained, the megamachine collapsed. From the beginning the human machine presented two aspects, one negative, coercive, and two often destructive, the other positive, life-promoting, constructive. Yet the second factors could not readily function unless the first were in some degree present. Though a primitive form of the military machine almost certainly came before the labor machine, it was the latter that achieved an incomparable perfection of performance, not alone in quantity of work done, but in the quality and complexity of its organized structures. Now to call these collective entities machines is no idle play on words. If a machine be defined, more or less in accord with the classic definition of Franz Rulli as a combination of resistant parts, each specialized in function, operating under human control, to utilize energy and to perform work, then the great labor machine was in every aspect a genuine machine. All the more because its components, though made of human bone, nerve, and muscle, were reduced to their bare mechanical elements and rigidly standardized for the performance of their limited tasks. The taskmasters ensured conformity. Such machines had already been assembled if not invented by kings in the early part of the Pyramid Age, from the end of the 4th millennium on. Just because of their detachment from any fixed external structures, these labor machines had much fuller capacities for change and adaptation than the more rigid metallic counterparts of a modern assembly line. In the building of the pyramids we find not only the first indubitable evidence of the machine's existence, but the proof of its astonishing efficiency. Wherever kingship spread, the invisible machine, in its destructive if not its constructive form, went with it. This holds as true for Mesopotamia, India, China, Yucatan, Peru, as for Egypt. By the time the mega-machine had taken form, all the preliminary stages had been obliterated, so we can only guess at the way in which its members were assorted, assigned their places, and trained in their duties. At some point in the process an inventive mind, or more probably a series of inventive minds, following through the opening gambit, must have been able to grasp the essential problem that of mobilizing a large body of men and rigorously coordinating their activities in both time and space for a predetermined, clearly envisaged, and calculated purpose. The difficulty was to turn a random collection of human beings, detached from their family and community and their familiar occupations, each with a will or at least a memory of his own, into a mechanized group that 192 could be manipulated at command. The secret of mechanical control was to have a single mind with a well-defined aim at the head of the organization, and a method of passing messages through a series of intermediate functionaries until they reached the smallest unit. Exact reproduction of the message and absolute compliance were both essential. This grand problem may well have been first worked out in quasi-military organizations in which a relatively small body of hunters, roughly disciplined to obey their leader, were addressed to the task of controlling a much larger body of unorganized peasants. At all events, the type of mechanism created never operated without a reserve of coercive force behind the word of command, and both the method and the structure have been passed on, almost without change, to all military organizations, as we now know them. Through the army, in fact, the standard model of the mega-machine was transmitted from culture to culture. If one single invention was necessary to make this larger mechanism operative for constructive tasks as well as for coercion, it was probably the invention of writing. This method of translating speech into graphic record not merely made it possible to transmit impulses and messages throughout the system, but to fix accountability when written orders were not carried out. Accountability and the written word both went along historically with the control of large numbers, and it is no accident that the earliest uses of writing were not to convey ideas, religious or otherwise, but to keep temple records of grain, cattle, pottery, fabricated goods, stored and dispersed. This happened early, for a pre-dynastic Narmer mace in the Ashmolean Museum at Oxford records the taking of 120,000 prisoners, 400,000 oxen, and 1,422,000 goats. The arithmetical reckoning was an even greater feat than the capture. Action at a distance, through scribes and swift messengers, was one of the identifying marks of the new mega-machine, and if the scribes formed the favored profession it was because this machine could not be effectively used without their constant service, to encode or decode the royal messages. The scribe, he directeth every work that is in this land, an Egyptian New Kingdom composition tells us. In effect, they probably played a part not too dissimilar to that of the political commissars introduced into the Soviet Russian army. They made possible the constant report to political headquarters essential for a centralized organization. Whether the military or the labor machine came first, they had the same organization. Were the Egyptian and Mesopotamian raiding parties and mining gangs military or civil organizations? At first these functions were undistinguishable, or rather, interchangeable. In both cases the fundamental unit was the squad, under the supervision of a gang boss. Even in the 193. Domains of the rich landed proprietors of the old empire, this pattern prevailed. According to Enon, the squads formed into companies, marching or parading under their own banner. At the head of each company of workmen stood the chief workman, who bore the title, chief of the company. Nothing like this, one may venture to say, had ever been seen in an early Neolithic village. The Egyptian magistrate, Ehrman observes, cannot think of these people otherwise than collectively. The individual workman exists for him no more than the individual soldier exists for our higher army officers. Precisely, this was the original pattern of the archetypal megamachine and has never been radically altered. With the development of the megamachine, the broad division of labor between functions and offices, long familiar to us in the army, was likewise applied at an early date to highly specialized parts of the work process. Flinders Petrie notes that in the realm of mining, a sphere wherein, both in Egypt and Mesopotamia, the work army, I repeat, can hardly be distinguished from the military army, a minute division of labor had been established. We know from the mummy records, Petrie observed, how minutely work was subdivided. Every detail was allotted to the responsibility of an individual. One man prospected, another tested the rock, a third took charge of the products. There are over 50 different qualities and grades of officials and laborers named in the mining expeditions. These divisions, inevitably, became part of the broader social organization that operated beyond the closed domain of the megamachine. And by the time Herodotus visited Egypt in the 5th century BC, the overall division of labor and the minute subdivision into specialisms no longer confined to the megamachine had reached a point comparable to that which it has come to in our own time, for he records that some physicians are for the eyes, others for the head, others for the teeth, others for the belly, and others for internal disorders. But note the difference between the ancient human machine and its more efficiently dehumanized modern rivals, in both its method and its underlying purpose. Whatever the actual results of their employment, all modern machines are conceived as labor-saving devices. They attempt to perform the maximum amount of work with the least immediate expenditure of human effort. Labor-saving had no part in the institution of the earliest machines, just the contrary, they were labor-using devices, and their inventors had reason to exult over the increased number of workers that they could, by efficient design and organization, bring to bear on any given task, provided the job itself were big enough. The total effect of both types of machine was the same. They were designed to perform with efficiency and undeviating exactitude, and with 194. Copious power, tasks that could never be performed by individual tool users more loosely organized. Both types of machine achieved a hitherto unattainable level of efficiency. But instead of freeing labor, the royal megamachine boasted of imprisoning and enslaving it. If purely humane modes of work, which men would undertake voluntarily to fulfill immediate needs, had prevailed, the colossal achievements of early civilizations would probably have remained inconceivable. This must be granted. And it is even possible that the modern non-human machine, powered by extraneous energies, meant to economize labor, might never have been invented, for the mechanical agents had first to be socialized before the machine itself could be fully mechanized. But at the same time, if the collective machine had not been able to utilize forced labor either by periodic conscription or slavery, the colossal miscarriages, perversions, and wastages that so constantly accompanied the megamachine might not have taken place. 2. Mechanical standards of performance. Let us now examine the human machine in its archetypal form. As so often happens, there was a certain clarity in this first demonstration that was lost when the machine was diffused and worked into the more complex patterns of later societies, mingling with familiar, humbler survivals. And if the megamachine never achieved a higher peak of performance than in the Pyramid Age, this is perhaps not only because of the singular engineering talents that designed and operated these early machines, but also because the myth that held the human parts of the machine together could never again exert such a massive attractive power, unstained as it was until the 6th dynasty by any serious letdowns and failures. Until then its triumphs were indisputable, its chronic perversities still unexposed. Among all the feats of construction in which the megamachine excelled, the pyramid stands forth as an archetypal model. In its elemental geometric form, in the exquisite accuracy of its measurements, in the organization of the entire working force, in the sheer mass of construction involved, the final pyramids demonstrate to perfection the unique properties of this new technical complex. To exhibit the properties of this system. 195. I shall concentrate upon the pyramid alone, in particular, the Great Pyramid at Giza. The Egyptian pyramid was conceived as a tomb to hold the embalmed body of the pharaoh and secure his safe passage into the afterlife. The king alone, at first, had the prospect of such a godlike extension of his existence. In mummy and pyramid, time symbolically stood still forever. This heavenly destination of the king altered every earthly prospect, but as with the conquest of space today, the common man played no part in it, except to pay the bill in taxes and forced labor. Between the first stone pyramid built in the step form we find later in Mesoamerica and the mighty pyramid of Cheops' 4th dynasty, the first and the most enduring of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, lies less than a century and a half, a change comparable in speed to the development of steel frame building construction in our own age. On the ancient time scale for inventions, the most primitive form and the final one, never again to be equaled, were practically contemporary. The swiftness of this development indicates a concentration of physical power and technical imagination. That transformation is all the more striking because the pharaoh's tombs did not stand alone, they were part of a whole city of the dead, a complex structure with buildings that housed the priests who conducted the elaborate rituals deemed necessary to ensure a happy future existence for the departed divinity. The Great Pyramid is one of the most colossal and perfect examples of the engineer's art at any period or in any culture. Even without allowing for the primitive character of the tools available in the 3rd millennium BC, no construction of our own day surpasses this in either technical virtuosity or audacity. And yet this great enterprise was undertaken by a culture that was just emerging from the Stone Age, and was long to continue using stone tools, though copper was available for the chisels and saws that shaped the massive building stones for the new monuments. All the operations were performed by hand. National conscription, if not serfdom or slavery, was an essential part of the system, essential as a source of sufficient energy. Even the priesthood, Ehrman tells us, was not absolved from forced labor. The actual operations were performed by specialized handicraft workers, aided by an army of unskilled or semi-skilled laborers, drafted at quarterly intervals from agriculture. The whole job was done with no other mechanical aids than 2 simple machines of classic mechanics, the inclined plane and the lever, for as yet neither wheel nor pulley nor screw had been invented. We know from graphic representations that large stones were hauled on sledges, by battalions of men, across the desert sands. But note, the single stone slab that 196 covers the inner chamber of the Great Pyramid where the pharaoh lay weighed 50 tons. An architect today would think twice before calling for such a mechanical exploit. Now the Great Pyramid is more than a formidable mountain of stone, 755 feet square at the base, rising to a height of 481.5 feet. It is a structure with a complex interior, consisting of a series of passages at different levels that lead into the final burial chamber. Yet every part of it was built with a kind of precision that, as Breasted properly emphasized, belongs to the watchmaker's art rather than that of the modern bridge builder or skyscraper constructor. Blocks of stone were set together with seams of considerable length, showing joints of 1/10,000th of an inch, while the dimensions of the sides at the base differ by only 7.9 inches, in a structure that covers acres. In short, fine measurement, undeviating mechanical precision, and flawless perfection are no monopolies of the present age. The pharaonic social organization had leaped ahead 5,000 years to create the first large-scale power machine, a machine whose total output was from 25,000 to 100,000 manpower, at the very minimum. The equivalent of 2,500 horsepower. Obviously no ordinary human hands, no ordinary human effort, no ordinary kind of human collaboration such as was available in the building of village huts and the planting of fields, could have mustered this superhuman force, or have achieved this almost supernatural result. Only a divine king could demand such a massive act of the collective human will and effect such a large-scale material transformation. Was it possible to accomplish such massive engineering feats without the aid of a machine? Emphatically not. Only a complex power machine could fabricate these immense constructions. The ultimate product itself showed that it was not only the work of a machine, but of a highly refined type of machine. Though the material equipment of dynastic Egypt was still crude, patient workmanship and disciplined method made good these shortcomings. This mega-machine was composed of a multitude of uniform, specialized, interchangeable but functionally differentiated parts, rigorously marshaled together and coordinated in a process centrally organized and centrally directed, each part behaving as a mechanical component of the mechanized whole. In some 3 centuries, possibly in half that time in Egypt, the human machine had been perfected. The kind of mind that designed the pyramids and the massive temples and walled cities represented a new human type, capable of effecting the abstract organization of complex functions in a structural design whose final form determined every stage in the work. Not 197. Merely mathematical calculations but meticulous astronomical observations were necessary for the siting of these great structures, so that each side was oriented exactly in line with the true points of the compass. These fine measurements called for a rigorous standard of workmanship unsurpassed until our own era. Since at inundation the pyramid site is only 1/4 of a mile from the river, a rock foundation which demanded the removal of sand was needed. In the Great Pyramid the perimeter of its bed deviates from true level by little more than half an inch. The minds that solved these problems and carried out these designs were obviously minds of the highest order, with a unique combination of theoretic analysis, practical grasp, and imaginative foresight. Imhotep, who built the first stone pyramid at Saqqara, was a minister of state, an architect, an astronomer, and a physician. No narrowly trained specialists or experts these, but men who moved freely over the entire area of existence, like the great artists of the Italian Renaissance. Their prowess and their self-confidence were equal to any occasion, indeed sometimes defied prudence and outstripped the powers of their mighty machines, as late * in the embedded Aswan obelisk, weighing 1,168 tons, never finally detached from the solid rock. Now the workers who carried out these designs also had minds of a new order, mechanically conditioned, executing each task in strict obedience to instructions, infinitely patient, limiting their response to the word of command. Machine work can be done only by machines. These workers during their period of service were, as it were, stripped down to their reflexes, in order to ensure a mechanically perfect performance. Their leaders, nevertheless, could read written orders, and the men employed may have recognized a few signs, for they left their names in red ochre, Edwards tells us, on the blocks of the Meidum Pyramid. Boat gang, vigorous gang, craftsman gang, and so forth. In their inurement to mechanical order they would have felt at home today on any assembly line. Only the naked pin-up girl was lacking. Alike in organization, in mode of work, in rapid tempo of production, and in product, there is no doubt that the machines which built the pyramids and the great temples, and which performed all the great constructive works of civilization in other areas and cultures, were true machines. In their basic operations, they collectively performed the equivalent of a whole corps of power shovels, bulldozers, tractors, mechanical saws, and pneumatic drills, with an exactitude of measurement, a refinement of skill, and an even output of work that would still be a theme for boasting today. These characteristics were no monopoly of Egypt, the German excavators. 198. At the site of Uruk reckoned that the construction of only one of the proto-literate temple complexes there must have taken 1,500 men, each working a 10-hour day, 5 years to build. This extension of magnitude in every direction, this raising of the ceiling of human effort, this subordination of individual aptitudes and interests to the mechanical job in hand, and this unification of a multitude of subordinates to a single end derived from one source alone, the divine power exercised by the king. The king, or rather kingship, was the prime mover. In turn, the staring success of the enterprise confirmed that power. Such strict, all-embracing order began, one must remember, at the top, consciousness of the predictable movements of the sun and the planets, or, if Zelia Nuttall's old surmise was right, the even more steadfast and predictable position of the pole star. In giant collective works, as in the temple ceremonials, it was the king who gave forth the original commands, the king who demanded absolute conformity and who punished even trivial disobedience. It was the king who alone had the godlike power of turning men into mechanical objects and assembling these objects in a machine. The order that was transmitted from heaven through the king was passed on to every part of the machine, and in time created an underlying mechanical unity in other institutions and activities. They began to show the same regularity that characterized the movements of the heavenly bodies. No older vegetation myth, no fertility god, could establish this abstract order or detach so much power from immediate service to life. But note, only the minority who were closely attached to the mega-machine could fully share this power, while those who resisted it courted death as well. Might they resist the stars in their courses? Despite repeated setbacks and failures, these cosmic fantasies have remained intact to this day. Indeed, they have come back again in the guise of absolute weapons and absolute sovereignty, the far from innocent hallucinations of the nuclear age. 3. The monopoly of power. To understand the structure or the performance of the human machine, one must do more than center attention upon the points where it materialized. Even our present technology, with its vast reticulation of visible machines, cannot be understood on those terms alone. 199. Two devices were essential to make the machine work: a reliable organization of knowledge, natural and supernatural, and an elaborate structure for giving orders, carrying them out, and following them through. The first was incorporated in the priesthood, without whose active aid the institution of divine kingship could not have come into existence; the second, in a bureaucracy. Both were hierarchical organizations at whose apex stood the high priest and the king. Without their combined efforts the power complex could not operate effectively. This condition remains true today, though the existence of automated factories and computer-regulated units conceals both the human components and the religious ideology essential even to current automation. What would now be called science was an integral part of the new machine system from the beginning. This orderly knowledge, which was based on cosmic regularities, flourished, as we have seen, with the cult of the sun. Star watching and calendar making coincided with and supported the institution of kingship, even though no small part of the efforts of the priests and soothsayers was, in addition, devoted to interpreting the meaning of singular events such as the appearance of comets, eclipses of the sun or moon, or erratic natural phenomena such as the flight of birds or the state of a sacrificed animal's entrails. No king could move safely or effectively without the support of such organized higher knowledge, any more than the Pentagon can move today without consulting its specialized scientists, technical experts, games theorists, and computers, a new hierarchy supposedly less fallible than the entrail diviners, but, to judge by their gross miscalculations, not notably so. To be effective, this kind of knowledge must remain a secret priestly monopoly. If everyone had equal access to the sources of knowledge and to the system of interpretation, no one would believe in their infallibility, since their errors could then not be concealed. Hence the shocked protest of Epu-Wer against the revolutionaries who overthrew the Old Kingdom in Egypt was based on the fact that the secrets of the temple lay unbarred, that is, they had made classified information public. Secret knowledge is the key to any system of total control. Until printing was invented, the written word remained largely a class monopoly. Today the language of higher mathematics plus computerism has restored both the secrecy and the monopoly, with a consequent resumption of totalitarian control. Not the least affiliation of kingship with the worship of the sun was the fact that the king, like the sun, exerted force at a distance. For the first time in history, power became effective outside the immediate range of hearing or the arm's reach. No military weapon by itself sufficed to convey such power. What was needed was a special form of transmission gear, an 200 army of scribes, messengers, stewards, superintendents, gang bosses, major and minor executives, whose very existence depended upon their faithfully carrying out the king's orders, or, more immediately, those of his power. Full ministers and generals. In other words, a well-organized bureaucracy is an integral part of the mega-machine, a group of men, capable of transmitting and executing a command, with the ritualistic punctilio of a priest, the mindless obedience of a soldier. To fancy that bureaucracy is a relatively recent institution is to ignore the annals of ancient history. The first documents that attest the existence of bureaucracy belong to the Pyramid Age. In a cenotaph description at Abydos, a career official under Pepi I, in the 6th dynasty, c. 2375 BC, reported His Majesty sent me at the head of this army, while the counts, while the seal-bearers of the king of Lower Egypt, while the sole companions of the palace, while the nomarchs, governors and mayors of Upper and Lower Egypt, the companions and chief dragomans, the chief prophets of Upper and Lower Egypt, and the chief bureaucrats were each at the head of a troop of Upper or Lower Egypt, or of the villages and towns which they might rule. Not merely does this text establish a bureaucracy, but like Petrie's evidence, quoted earlier, it shows that the division of labor and specialization of functions necessary for efficient mechanical operation had already taken place. This development had begun at least 3 dynasties earlier, not by accident with the building of the Great Stone Pyramid of Djoser, at Saqqara. John Wilson observed, in City Invincible, that we credit Djoser, not only with the beginnings of monumental architecture in stone in Egypt, but also with the setting up of a new monster, the bureaucracy. This was no mere coincidence. And W. F. Albright, commenting upon this, pointed out that the greater number of titles found in sealings of the First Dynasty certainly presupposes an elaborate officialdom of some kind. Once the hierarchic structure of the human machine was established, there was no theoretic limit to the number of hands it might control or the power it might exert. The removal of human dimensions and organic limits constitutes indeed the chief boast of such an authoritarian machine. Part of its productivity is due to its use of unstinted physical coercion to overcome human laziness or bodily fatigue. Occupational specialization was a necessary step in the assemblage of the human machine. Only by intense concentration of skill at every part of the process could the superhuman accuracy and perfection of the product have been achieved. 201. The large-scale division and subdivision of labor throughout modern industrial society begins at this point. The Roman maxim that the law does not concern itself with trivial matters applies likewise to the mega-machine. The forces that were set in motion by the king demanded collective enterprises of a commensurate order, great earth-moving operations that turned rivers, dug canals, built walls. As with modern technology, the machine tended increasingly to dictate the purpose to be served, and to exclude other more intimate human needs. These human machines were by nature large and impersonal. If not deliberately dehumanized, they had to operate on a big scale or they could not work at all, for no bureaucracy, however efficient, could hope to govern directly 1,000 little workshops and farms, each with its own traditions, its own craft skills, its own willful personal pride and sense of responsibility. So the rigid form of control manifested in the collective machine was until our own time confined to great mass enterprises and large-scale operations. This original defect limited the extension of megatechnics until mechanical substitutes for the human operatives could be invented. The importance of the bureaucratic link between the source of power, the divine king, and the actual human machines that performed the works of construction or destruction can hardly be exaggerated, all the more because it was the bureaucracy that collected the annual taxes and tributes that supported the new social pyramid and forcibly assembled the manpower that formed the new mechanical fabric. The bureaucracy was, in fact, the third type of invisible machine. One might call it a communications machine coexisting with the military and labor machines, and an integral part of the final totalitarian structure. Not the least important qualification of a classic bureaucracy is that it originates nothing. Its function is to pass on, without alteration or deviation, the orders that come from above, from central headquarters. No merely local information or human consideration is admitted, to alter this inflexible transmission process. Only corruption or outright rebellion can modify this rigid organization. Such an administrative method ideally requires a studious repression of all the autonomous functions of the personality, and a readiness to perform the daily task with ritual exactitude. Not for the first time, as we have seen, does such a ritual order enter into the process of work. Indeed, it seems highly unlikely that submission to colorless repetition could have been achieved at this point without the millennial discipline of religious ritual. Bureaucratic regimentation was in fact part of the larger regimentation. 202. Of life, introduced by this power-centered culture. Nothing emerges more clearly from the pyramid texts themselves, with their wearisome repetitions of formulae, than a colossal capacity for enduring monotony, a capac. Ity that anticipates the peak of universal boredom achieved in our own day. This verbal compulsiveness is the cycle side of the systematic general compulsion that brought the labor machine into existence. Only those who were sufficiently docile to endure this regimen or sufficiently infantile to enjoy it at every stage from command to execution could become efficient units in the human machine. 4. The magnification of personality. The marks of this cosmic mechanical order can be easily recognized. To begin with, as noted before, there was a change of scale. The habit of thinking big was introduced with the first human machine, for a superhuman scale in the individual structures magnified the sovereign authority. At the same time it tended to reduce the apparent size and importance of all the necessary human components, except the energizing and polarizing central element, the king himself. Paradoxically, the monopoly of power brought about a monopoly of personality, too, for only the king was endowed with all the attributes of personality, both those incorporated in the communal group and those that, precisely at this period, it would seem, were slowly beginning to emerge in the human soul, which was now pecking through the social shell in which its embryonic existence had been spent. At this earliest stage, personality and power went together, both centered in the king. For the sovereign alone could make decisions, alter ancient local customs, create structures, and perform collective feats that had never been imagined, still less carried out before. In short, he could behave like a responsible person capable of rational choice, released from tribal custom, free to be, when the situation demanded, a nonconformist, and able to introduce by edict and law deviations from the ancestral pattern. Like the king's original monopoly, that of immortality, some of these prerogatives would, under pressure, be passed along eventually to the whole community. But here it is the magnification that must be noted, all the magnification of personality. 203. Old dimensions were overpassed, just as the physical bounds of the village horizon and the small group were lifted. Now the sky was the limit, and the city was no less than a whole world in itself, closer to heaven in every dimension. Both in practice, and even more in fantasy, these magnifications applied to time and space. Kramer notes that in the early dynasties reigns of incredible length are attributed to legendary kings, a total of close to 250,000 years for the 8 kings before the flood and a total of 25,000 years for the first 2 dynasties after the flood. This tallies with similar periods that Egyptian priests were still assigning to ancient history when Herodotus and Plato visited them. Even in pure fantasy these are big numbers. This new cultural trait reached a climax in the abstract calculations of the Maya. Thompson tells us, on one stela at the city of Quirigua, accurate computation sweeps back over 90 million years, on another stela at the same site the date reached is some 400 million years ago. But this multiplication of years was only the secular side of the more general expansion of power, symbolized in the royal claim to immortality. In the beginning this was, in Egypt, solely the attribute of the divine king, even though as one notes in Sumer, where the entire court was simultaneously massacred in the interior of the royal tomb in Ur in order presumably to accompany the sovereign to another world, the servants and the minis. Ters of the king might also share this hope for immortality. In the Sumerian deluge myth Ziusudra, the king, Noah's counterpart, is rewarded by the gods and Enlil, not by a symbolic rainbow, but by being given eternal life like a god. The desire for life without limits was part of the general lifting of limits which the first great assemblage of power by means of the mega-machine brought about. Human weaknesses, above all the weakness of mortality, were both contested and defied. But if the biological inevitability of death and disintegration mocked the infantile fantasy of absolute power, which the human machine promised to actualize, life mocks at it even more. The notion of eternal life, with neither conception, growth, fruition, nor decay, and existence as fixed, as sterilized, as loveless, as purposeless, as unchanging as that of a royal mummy, is only death in another form. What is this but a return to the state of arrest and fixation exhibited by the stable chemical elements that have not yet combined in sufficiently complex molecules to promote novelty and creativity? From the standpoint of human life, indeed of all organic existence, this assertion of absolute power was a confession of psychological immaturity, a radical failure to understand the natural processes of birth and growth, of maturation and death. 204. The cult of the old fertility gods never shrank from facing death. It sought no monumental mockery in stone, but promised rebirth and renewal in the rhythmic order of life. What kingship promised was a grandiloquent eternity of death. If the gods of power had not triumphed, if kingship had not found a negative mode of increasing the scope of the human machine and therewith elevating the royal claim to absolute obedience, the whole further course of civilization might have been different. Along with the desire for eternal life, achieved by material as well as magical agents, kings and their gods nourished other ambitions that carried over the centuries to become part of the vulgar mythology of our own age. Etna, in the Sumerian fable, mounts an eagle to go in search of a curative herb for his sheep when they are stricken with sterility. At this early date, the dream of human flight was born, or at least was recorded, though that dream still seemed so presumptuous that Etna, like Daedalus, was hurled to death as he neared his goal. Soon, however, kings were guarded by winged bulls, and they had at their command heavenly messengers who conquered space and time in order to bring commands and warnings to their earthly subjects. Rockets and television sets were already beginning secretly to germinate within this royal myth of the machine. The genii of the Arabian Nights are only popular later continuations of these earlier forms of power magic. This power drive, which was the mark of the sky-oriented religions, became in turn an end in itself. Within the span of early civilization, 3000 to 600 BC, the formative impulse to exercise absolute control over both nature and man shifted back and forth between gods and kings. Joshua commanded the sun to stand still and destroyed the walls of Jericho by martial music, but Jehovah himself, at an earlier moment, anticipated the nuclear age by destroying Sodom and Gomorrah with a single visitation of fire and brimstone, and a while later he even resorted to germ warfare in order to demoralize the Egyptians and aid in the escape of the Jews. In short, none of the destructive fantasies that have taken possession of leaders in our own age, from Kemal Ataturk to Stalin, from the Khans of the Kremlin to the Khans of the Pentagon, were foreign to the souls of the divinely appointed founders of the first machine civilization. With every increase of effective power, extravagantly sadistic and murderous impulses erupted out of the unconscious. This is the trauma that has distorted the subsequent development of all civilized societies. And it is this fact that punctuates the entire history of mankind with outbursts of collective paranoia and tribal delusions of grandeur, mingled with malevolent suspicions, murderous hatreds, and atrociously inhumane acts. Paradoxically, despite the promise of an endless afterlife, the other 205 great prerogative of this royal technics is speed. All the king's projects must be executed within his own lifetime. Speed itself, in any operation, is a function of effective power and in turn becomes one of the chief means of ostentatiously displaying it. So deeply has this part of the myth of the machine become one of the basic assumptions of our own technology that most of us have lost sight of its point of origin. But royal commands, like urgent commands in the army, must be performed on the double. The current commitment to supersonic locomotion as a status symbol, already comically exposed in the intercontinental oscillations of the jet set in business and government, has its beginnings here. Nothing better illustrates this acceleration of pace than the fact that in Egypt, as later in Persia, each new monarch in the Pyramid Age built a new capital for use in his own lifetime. Compare this with the centuries needed to build a medieval cathedral in free cities that lacked royal resources for assembling power. On the practical side, road building and canal building, which were the chief means for hastening transportation, have been all through history the favored form of royal public works, a form that reached a brief technological peak in the Iron Age, when the Romans under Nero planned the cutting of the Corinth Canal through 98 feet of dirt and rock, a work that, if it had then been consummated, would have topped all their road and aqueduct construction. Only an economy of abundance, at a time when there were at most probably only 4 or 5 million people in the Nile Valley, could have afforded to drain off the labor of 100,000 men annually, and provide them with sufficient food to perform their colossal task, for in relation to the welfare of the community that was the most sterile possible use of manpower. Though many Egyptologists cannot bring themselves to accept the implications, John Maynard Keynes' notion of pyramid building, as a necessary device for coping with the surplus labor force in an affluent society whose rulers are averse to social justice and economic equalization, was not an inept metaphor. This was an archetypal example of simulated productivity. Rocket building is our exact modern equivalent. 5. But the most lasting economic contribution of the first myth of the machine was the separation between those who worked and those who lived in. 206. Idleness on the surplus extracted from the worker by reducing his standard of living to penury. Forced poverty made possible forced labor. In an agricultural society both rested on the royal monopoly of land and the control of the usufruct. According to Akkadian and Babylonian scriptures, the gods created men in order to free themselves from the hard necessity of work. Here, as in so many other places, the gods prefigured in fantasy what kings actually did. In times of peace, kings and nobles lived by the pleasure principle, eating, drinking, hunting, playing games, copulating, all in ostentatious excess. So at the very period when the myth of the machine was taking form, the problems of an economy of abundance first became visible in the behavior and the fantasies of the ruling classes here, too, mirroring in advance the processes at work in our own age. If we note attentively the aberrations of the ruling classes throughout history, we shall see how far most of them were from understanding the limitations of mere physical power, and of a life that centered upon an effortless consumption, the reduced life of the parasite on a tolerant host. The boredom of satiety dogged this economy of surplus power and surplus goods from the very beginning. It led to insensate personal luxury and ever more insensate acts of collective delinquency and destruction. Both were means of establishing the superior status of the ruling minority, whose desires knew no limits and whose very crimes turned into Nietzschean virtues. One early example of the vexing problems of affluence lies at hand. An Egyptian story, translated by Flinders Petrie, reveals the emptiness of a pharaoh's life, in which every desire was too easily satisfied, and time hung with unbearable heaviness on his hands. Desperate, he appealed to his counselors for some relief from his boredom, and one of them put forth a classic suggestion, that he fill a boat with thinly veiled, almost naked girls, who would paddle over the water and sing songs for him. For the hour, the pharaoh's dreadful tedium, to his great delight, was overcome, for, as Petrie aptly remarks, the vizier had invented the first musical review, that solace of the tired businessman and soldiers on leave. Too often, however, these passing modes of relief proved insufficient. Among the all too scanty literary documents as yet unearthed, 2 dialogues on suicide significantly remain, one Egyptian and one Mesopotamian. In each case a member of the privileged classes, with every luxury and sensual gratification open to him, finds his life intolerable. His facile dreams are unsalted by reality. The Egyptian debate between a man and his soul dates from the period following the disintegration of the Pyramid Age, and betrays the desperation of an upper-class person who had lost faith in the ritualistic exaltation of death as the ultimate fulfillment of 207. Life, which rationalized the irrationalities of high Egyptian society. But the Mesopotamian dialogue between a rich master and his slave, dating from the first millennium BC, is even more significant, for the principle finds that no piling up of wealth, power, or sexual pleasure produces a meaningful life. Another 7th century BC dialogue about human misery expands the theme. The fact that it has been called a Babylonian Ecclesiastes indicates the depth of its pessimism, the bitterness of power unrelieved by love, the emptiness of wealth condemned to enjoy only the goods that money can buy. If this is what the favored few could expect, in justification of thousands of years of arduous collective effort and sacrifice, it is obvious that the cult of power, from the beginning, was based upon a gross fallacy. Ultimately the end product proved as life-defeating for the master classes as the mechanism itself was for the disinherited and socially dismembered workers and slaves. In short, from its earliest point of development on, under the myth of divine kingship, the demoralizing accompaniments of unlimited power were revealed in both legend and recorded history. But these defects were for long overlaid by the exorbitant hopes the invisible machine awakened. Though a multitude of single inventions for long lay beyond the scope of the collective machine, which could provide only partial and clumsy substitutes, the fundamental animus behind these inventions, the effort to conquer space and time, to speed transportation and communication, to expand human energy through the use of cosmic forces, to vastly increase industrial productivity, to overstimulate consumption, and to establish a system of absolute centralized control over both nature and man, all had been planted and richly nurtured in the soil of fantasy during the first era of the mega-machine. Some of the seeds shot up at once in riotous growth, others required 5,000 years before they were ready to sprout. When that happened, the divine king would appear again in a new form. And the same infantile ambitions would accompany him, inflated beyond any previous dimension, different only because they were at last realizable. 6. The Age of the Builders. Now, no institution can thrive solely on its self-deceptions and illusions. Even after allowing for its many heavy impositions and flagrant mischiefs. 208. The design of the megamachine. The megamachine must still be counted as one of the greatest of mechanical inventions. It is doubtful indeed whether non-human machines would have been pushed to their present perfection if the elementary lessons in machine building had not first been made with malleable human units. Not merely was the megamachine the model for all later complex machines, but it served to bring a necessary order and continuity and predictability into the rough and tumble of daily life, once the food supply and the canal system had overpassed the boundaries of the little Neolithic village. What is more, the megamachine challenged the capricious uniformities of tribal custom by introducing a more rational method, potentially universal, that made for greater efficiency. For the mass of men, it is true, the restricted, inhibited, often oppressive specialized mode of life that civilization imposed did not make sense, as compared with that of the village, whose inner compulsions and conformities were of a more humane order. but the whole structure produced by the mega-machine had immeasurably greater significance, for it gave the smallest unit a cosmic destiny that transcended mere biological existence or social continuity. In the new cities all the disparate human parts were brought together, seemingly in a higher unity. As we shall see, when we make a fuller canvass of the mega-machine, the many negative factors that accompanied it from the start became more formidable, instead of diminishing with its success. But before examining these negative traits, one must account for both the practical success and the apparent popularity of this institution, over many ages and in many different cultures. At the start, the virtues of divine kingship must have bedazzled all men. For this was the age of the builders, and the new cities that arose were deliberately designed as a simulacrum of heaven. Never before had so much energy been available for magnificent permanent public works. Soon cities set on man-made mounds rose 40 feet above the flood, with great walls 20, even 50 feet thick, wide enough at the top for 2 chariots to drive abreast. Likewise palaces were built big enough to house 5,000 armed men, who fed and drank from the communal kitchens. To say nothing of temples, like those at Sumer, 80 feet high, whose sacred enclosure was surrounded by another wall. Such a temenos was big enough to hold most of the population of a city to witness the sacred ceremonies. Great buildings whose baked clay surfaces were coated with brilliant glazes, even gold, sometimes encrusted with semi-precious stones, embellished at intervals by monumental sculptures of lions or bulls, dominated the new cities of Mesopotamia, and similar constructions, in different forms. 209. And materials, appeared everywhere. Such buildings naturally fostered communal pride. Vicariously, the meanest drudge in the new ceremonial centers and cities participated in these feats of power, these wonders of art, daily witnessing a life that was entirely beyond the reach of the humble peasant or herdsman. Even for the distant villager these monumental structures served as magnets which periodically, on festal days, would draw people from all over the land to the great capitals, to Abydos or Nippur, as later to Jerusalem or Mecca, to Rome or Moscow. These great constructive activities served as foundation for a more intense, consciously directed kind of life, in which ritual was transposed into drama, in which conformity was challenged by new practices, new resources, coming from every part of the Great Valley, in which there was a sharpening of individual minds through constant intercourse with other superior minds, in short, the new life of the city in which every previous aspect of existence was intensified and magnified. This urban life transcended that of the village in every dimension, importing raw materials greater distances, rapidly introducing new techniques, mixing different racial and national types. In the city in history I have paid due tribute to these collective expressions of order and beauty. Though villages and country towns set the original patterns of settlement, the construction and cultural elevation of a whole city was largely the work of the mega-machine. The rapidity of its erection and the enlargement of all its dimensions, particularly its central nucleus, the temple, the palace, and the granary, bear testimony to royal direction. Walls, fortifications, highroads, canals, and cities, remain in every age what they were. In the age of the builders, supreme acts of the sovereign power. At the beginning this was no constitutional abstraction, but a living person. Throughout history, this original image of the city called forth human devotion and effort. The great mission of kingship has been to overcome the particularism and isolationism of small communities, to wipe out the often meaningless differences that separate one human group from another and prevent them from interchanging ideas, inventions, and other goods that might, in the end, intensify their individuality. Under kingship common standards were set up for weights and measures, boundaries were not merely clearly marked but, partly because of the expansion of royal power, widened, bringing more communities into a system of cooperation. Under a common code of law, conduct became more orderly and predictable, and frivolous deviations became less frequent. To an appreciable extent, this gain in law and order laid the foundations for a wider freedom. It opened the door to a world in every part of which any member of the human race might be at home, as if in his own village. 210. To the extent that kingship promised such helpful uniformity and universality, every community and every member of the community stood to benefit. In the building of the city and all the special institutions that accompanied it, kingship came to its greatest constructive culmination. Most of the creative activities we associate with civilization can be traced back to this original implosion of social and technical forces. These works created a well-founded confidence in human powers, different from the illusions and naive self-deceptions of magic. Kings demonstrated how much populous communities, once they were collectively organized in great mechanical units, could accomplish. This was an august achievement, and the vision that made it possible may honestly have seemed godlike. Had it not produced distortions in the human psyche, the results might have spread beneficently, in time, through all human activities, elevating and enhancing every common function and purpose throughout the planet. The mighty cultural heroes and kings who fabricated the mega-machine and performed these tasks, from Gilgamesh and Imhotep to Sargon and Alexander the Great, roused their contemporaries from a sluggish passive acceptance of cramped, natural limits. They called upon them to plan the impossible. And when the work was done, that which had seemed impossible of human performance had, in fact, been realized. From around 3500 BC on, nothing that men could imagine seemed to lie entirely beyond the reach of royal power. For the first time in man's development, it would seem, the human personality, at least in a few self-elevated but representative figures, transcended the ordinary limits of space and time. By identification and vicarious participation, as a witness if not an active aid, the common man had an exalted sense of human potentiality as expressed in the myths of the gods, the astronomical knowledge of the priests, and the far-reaching decisions and activities of kings. Within a single lifetime, the mind might encompass a higher state of creativity and a richer consciousness of being than had ever been open to any living creatures before. This, and not the widening of trade opportunities or the march of empires, was the most significant part of the so-called urban revolution. Though this heightening of the sense of human possibilities was the work of an audacious minority, it could not, like the astronomical lore of the priesthood, remain secret knowledge, for it permeated every activity of civilization and gave it an aura of beneficent rationality. People no longer lived from day to day, piously guided only by the past, reliving it in myth and ritual, but fearful of any new departure lest everything be lost. Writing and architecture, indeed the city itself, became stable, ind. 211. Pendant embodiments of mind. Though urban life developed inner tensions and conflicts to which smaller communities were by reason of their like-mindedness immune, the challenges of this more open mode of existence opened up fresh possibilities. If all the emergent advantages of these large-scale enterprises had been appreciated and the higher functions of urban life had been more widely distributed, then most of the early failings of the mega-machine might in time have been corrected, and even its incidental compulsions could have been lightened and eventually erased. But unfortunately the gods went mad. The deities responsible for these advances exhibited failings that effaced the genuine gains, for they battened on human sacrifices, and meanwhile they invented war as the ultimate proof of sovereign power and the supreme art of civilization. While the labor machine largely accounts for the rise of civilization, its counterpart, the military machine, was mainly responsible for the repeating cycles of extermination, destruction, and self-extinction. Chapter 10. The Burden of Civilization. 1. The Social Pyramid. Kingship deliberately sought by means of the mega-machine to bring the powers and glories of heaven within human reach. And it was so far successful that the immense achievements of this archetypal unit for long surpassed, in technical proficiency and output, the important but modest contributions made by all other contemporary machines. Whether organized for labor or for war, this new collective mechanism imposed the same kind of general regimentation, exercised the same mode of coercion and punishment, and limited the tangible rewards largely to the dominant minority who created and controlled the mega-machine. Along with this, it reduced the area of communal autonomy, personal initiative, and self-regulation. Each standardized component, below the top level of command, was only part of a man, condemned to work at only part of a job and live only part of a life. Adam Smith's belated analysis of the division of labor, explaining changes that were taking place in the 18th century toward a more inflexible and dehumanized system, with greater productive efficiency, illuminates equally the earliest industrial revolution. Ideally, the megamachines personnel should consist of celibates, detached from family responsibilities, communal institutions, and ordinary human affections, such day-to-day celibacy as we actually find in armies, monasteries, and prisons. For the other name for the division of labor, when it reaches the point of solitary confinement at a single task for a whole lifetime, is the dismemberment of man. The pattern imposed by the centralized megamachine was transmitted. 212. 213. Eventually to local trades and crafts, in life-constricting servile work, for there is no human virtue left in handicraft when, as in the making of a spur, for example, 7 specialists were employed to perform the 7 specialized operations to make this simple tool. The sense that all work was degrading to the human spirit spread insensibly from the megamachine to every other manual occupation. Why this civilized technical complex should have been regarded as an unqualified triumph, and why the human race has endured it so long, will always be one of the puzzles of history. Henceforth, civilized society was divided roughly into 2 main classes. A majority condemned for life to hard labor, who worked not just for a sufficient living but to provide a surplus beyond their family or their immediate communal needs, and a noble minority who despised manual work in any form, and whose life was devoted to the elaborate performance of leisure, to use Thorstein Veblen's sardonic characterization. Part of the surplus went, to be just, to the support of public works that benefit all sections of the community, but far too large a share took the form of private display, luxurious material goods, and the ostentatious command of a large army of servants and retainers, concubines, and mistresses. But in most societies perhaps the greatest portion of the surplus was drawn into the feeding, weaponing, and overall operation of the military megamachine. The social pyramid established during the Pyramid Age in the Fertile Crescent continued to be the model for every civilized society, long after the building of these geometric tombs ceased to be fashionable. At the top stood a minority, swollen by pride and power, headed by the king and his supporting ministers, nobles, military leaders, and priests. This minority's main social obligation was control of the megamachine, in either its wealth-producing or its ill-producing form. Apart from this, their only burden was the duty to consume. In this respect the oldest rulers were the prototypes of the style-setters and taste-makers of our own over-mechanized mass society. The historic records begin with this pyramid of civilization with its division of classes and its broad base of workers crushed by the load above, already firmly established. And since this division has continued right down to our own times and in countries like India has even hardened into inviolable hereditary castes, it has often been taken as the natural order of things. But we must ask ourselves how it occurred, and on what putative basis of reason or justice it has so long persisted, since an inequality of status, once ingrained in law and property, will only by accident coincide with the natural inequality of ability, due to the reshuffling of the biological inheritance of every generation. 214. In the fencing between Leonard Woolley and his Russian communist commentators, in Prehistory and the Beginnings of Civilization, the British archaeologist was puzzled by their insistence upon correcting his failure to underline a condition so normal, from his standpoint, that he did not bother even to mention it. Even Breasted was not guiltless of the same oversight, for he dated the beginnings of justice and moral sensitiveness from the moment when the plea of the eloquent peasant to be delivered from arbitrary despoilage and manhandling by a covetous landowner are at last listened to at court. Unfortunately, Breasted overstressed the improvement in law and morally, what he called the dawn of conscience, because he mentally started With the savage exploitation of power introduced by such early kings as Narmer and Scorpion, and their successors. Doing so, he completely overlooked the amicable, non-predatory practices of the Neolithic village where forbearance and mutual aid prevailed, as they do generally within pre-civilized communities. Breasted saw in this famous papyrus the increased ethical sensitiveness of the ruling classes, ready to relieve the poor peasants from the gross bullying and unconscionable robbery practiced too often by their superiors. But he did not ask how a dominant minority had gained the position that enabled them to exercise such arbitrary powers. The crisis of conscience that Breasted dwells on would have been more meritorious had it not been overdue, a tardy reparation like the surrender of their feudal privileges by the French nobility on the eve of the Revolution of 1789. If the eloquent peasant finally obtained justice, as seems indicated at the point where the document breaks off, it was only, we should remember, after he had been teased and tormented, even flogged, by his betters merely to increase their amusement over his delightful impudence in standing up for his rights and answering back. In the one-way system of communication characteristic of all mega-machines, such speaking up constituted an unthinkable affront to the ruling officers, and indeed it still remains so under military discipline. In the insolence of office, the modern state has retained the bad manners as well as the overwhelming powers of earlier sovereigns. The underlying assumption of this system is that wealth, leisure, comfort, health, and a long life belonged by right only to the dominant minority. While hard work and constant deprivation and denial, a slave's diet and an early death, became the lot of the mass of men. Once this division was established, is it any wonder that the dreams of the working classes throughout history, at least in those relatively happy periods when they dared to tell each other fairy stories, was a desire for idle days and for a surfeit of material goods. These desires were kept from 215. An explosive eruption, perhaps, by the institution of occasional feasts and carnivals. But the dreams of an existence which counterfeited closely that of the ruling classes, as the Brummagem jewellery worn by the poor in Victorian England imitated in brass the gold baubles of the upper classes, have remained alive from age to age. Indeed, they are still an active ingredient in the fantasy of effortless affluence that currently hovers like a pink smog over megalopolis. From the beginning, make no doubt, the weight of the mega-machine itself was the chief burden of civilization. Not merely did it turn daily work into a grievous penalty, but it diminished the cycle rewards that compensate the hunters, farmers, and herdsmen for their sometimes exhausting labors. Never was this burden heavier than at the beginning, when the greatest public activity in Egypt was mainly directed to supporting the claim of the pharaoh to divinity and immortality. To give this whole tissue of illusions a semblance of credibility in the 29th century BC, the tomb of Prince Nicara, son of King Khafra of the 4th dynasty, was endowed from the prince's private fortune with no less than 12 towns, the income of which went exclusively to the support of the tomb. Such heavy taxation for such empty ostentation still characterized the sun god, Leroi Solil, who built Versailles. But why stop there? This trait of kingship crops up at every point in history. The cost of this effort was noted, in another context, by Frankfurt. Egypt was drained of talent for the benefit of the royal residents. The graves at Qua el Kabura cemetery in Middle Egypt used through the 3rd millennium show the scantiest equipment, and that of the poorest quality of craftsmanship, during the flourishing period of the Old Kingdom, when the pyramids were being built. That says everything. The future historians of the great states now busily projecting manned rockets into space will, if our civilization lives long enough to tell the tale, doubtless make exactly parallel observations. 2. The trauma of civilization. Though the labor machine can be followed fitfully through history more by public works like roads and fortifications than by any detailed descriptions, we possess most exhaustive documentary knowledge of the mega-machine from its massive negative applications in war. 4. I repeat, it was as a 216 military machine that the whole pattern of labor organization earlier described, in squads and companies and larger units, was transmitted from one culture to another without substantial alteration, except in the perfection of its discipline and its engines of assault. This brings us face to face with two questions: why did the mega-machine persist so long in this negative form, and, even more significantly, what motives and purposes lay beneath the ostensible activities of the military machine? In other words, how was it that war itself became an integral part of civilization, exalted as the supreme manifestation of all sovereign power? In its original geographic setting, the labor machine is almost self-explanatory and even self-justifying. By what other means could the so-called hydraulic civilizations have regulated and utilized the water flow needed for the growing of large crops? No small efforts at local cooperation could have coped with this problem. But war itself offers no such justification. As an institution, it reversed all the patient laboriousness of Neolithic culture. Those who attempt to impute war to man's biological nature, treating it as a manifestation of the ravenous struggle for existence, or as a carryover of instinctive animal aggression, show little insight into the difference between the fantastic ritualized massacres of war and other less organized varieties of hostility, conflict, and potentially murderous antagonism. Pugnacity and rapacity and slaughter for food are biological traits, at least among the carnivores, but war is a cultural institution. The chief non-human species that practice war, with organized armies engaging in deadly combat, are certain varieties of ant. Those social insects some 60 million years ago had invented all the major institutions of civilization, including kingship, actually, queenship, military conquest, the division of labor, the segregation of functions and castes, to say nothing of the domestication of other species and even the beginnings of agriculture. Civilized man's chief contribution to this anthill complex was to add the powerful stimulant of irrational fantasy. In the earlier stages of Neolithic culture, there is still not even a hint of armed combat between villages, possibly even the massive wales around ancient towns like Jericho, as Bachofen suspected and Iliad confirms, performed a magico-religious function before they were found to furnish a decided military advantage. What is conspicuous in Neolithic diggings is rather the complete absence of weapons, though tools and pots are not lacking. This evidence, though only negative, is widespread. Among such hunting peoples as the Bushmen, the older cave paintings show no representation of deadly fighting, whereas later pictures, contemporary with kingship, do. Again, though ancient Crete was colonized by distinct and 217. Therefore potentially hostile groups, Child pointed out that they seem to have lived together peaceably, as no fortifications have been found. All this should cause no surprise. War, as Graham Clark well observed in Archaeology and Society, is directly limited by the basis of subsistence, since the conduct of any sustained conflict presupposes a surplus of goods and manpower. Until Neolithic society could produce such a surplus, the Paleolithic hunter was preoccupied with hunting his own game. This practice does not sustain more than 5 or 10 people at most per square mile. With such sparse numbers, murderous aggression would be difficult, and worse, suicidal. Even the establishment of territoriality between hunting groups, though probable, no more suggests sanguinary conflict than it does among birds. The heavy yields of Neolithic crops in the great valleys of the Fertile Crescent changed this picture, and altered the possibilities of life for both the cultivator and the hunter. For the hazards of cultivation were increased by the dangerous animals, tigers, rhinoceroses, alligators, hippopotamuses that infested Africa and Asia Minor. These predators, and even the hardly less dangerous creatures like the big cattle, urus, before they were domesticated, took their toll of both human beings and domestic animals, and often trampled on or devoured the crops. The courage to deal with such animals, the skill to kill them, belonged to the surviving Paleolithic hunters, not to the plodding gardeners and farmers, who at best might net fish or snare birds. The farmer, clinging to the hard-won patch of land, inured to regular toil, was the antithesis of the adventurous, roving hunter, and was disabled for aggression, if not paralyzed, by his mild virtues. Not the least of the scandals that provoked the indignation of an exponent of the old social order, when the Pyramid Age violently ended, was the spectacle of bird-catchers, mere peasants, not hunters, becoming army leaders. In Egypt and Mesopotamia these sedentary habits must have prevailed before the hunter learned to exploit them. The fact that the original cities of Sumer were often less than a dozen miles apart seems to argue for their having been established in a period before such closeness would provoke property encroachment and conflict. What is more to the point, this passiveness, this submissiveness, to say nothing of the lack of weapons, made it easy for small bodies of hunters to draw tribute in present-day usage protection money from much larger communities of farmers. Thus the rise of warriors, to speak in paradox, preceded war. Almost inevitably, this transformation occurred in more than one place, and at this point the evidence for armed conflict, between two independent and politically organized groups, the term that Malinowski 218 properly insisted upon as the criterion of war, as distinguished from mere bird-like territorial threats, robber raids, or cannibal head-hunting, becomes indisputable. War implies not only aggression but armed collective resistance to aggression. When the latter is absent, one may speak of conquest, enslavement, and extermination, but not war. Now the equipment, organization, and tactics of an army were not achieved overnight. One must allow for a period of transition before a large mass of men could be trained to operate under unified command. Until towns arose and population was sufficiently concentrated, the prelude to war was an organized but one-sided display of power and bellicosity in raiding expeditions for wood, malachite, gold, slaves. The radical institutional change to war cannot, I submit, be sufficiently explained on either biological or rational economic grounds. Beneath it lies a more significant irrational component that has as yet hardly been explored. Civilized war begins not by the direct conversion of the hunting chief into the war-making king, but in an earlier passage from the animal hunt to the man hunt, and the special purpose of that huavi, if we may cautiously carry back indisputable later evidence into the remote past, was the capture of victims for human sacrifice. There is much scattered data, which I have already touched on in discussing domestication, to suggest that local human sacrifice antedated intertribal or interurban war. From the beginning, on this hypothesis, war was probably the byproduct of a religious ritual whose vital importance to the community far transcended those mundane gains of territory or booty or slaves by which later communities sought to explain their paranoid obsessions and their grisly collective holocausts. 3. The pathology of power. A personal over-concentration upon power as an end in itself is always suspect to the psychologist. He reads into it an attempt to conceal inferiority, impotence, anxiety. When this tendency is combined with inordinate ambitions, uncontrolled hostility and suspicion, and a loss of any sense of the subject's own limitations, leading to delusions of grandeur, this becomes the typical syndrome of paranoia, one of the most difficult psychological states to exorcise. 219. Now as it happens, early civilized man had reason to be frightened of the forces that he himself, by his series of technological successes, was unleashing. In the Near East, many communities were escaping from the constraints of a subsistence economy, with its circumscribed, domesticated environment, and were facing a world that was expanding in every direction, widening the area of cultivation, drawing, by rowboat and sail, after 3500 BC, on raw materials from distant regions, coming in frequent contact with other peoples. Our own age knows how difficult it is to achieve an equilibrium in an economy of abundance, and our tendency to concentrate responsibility for collective action in a president or a dictator is, as Woodrow Wilson pointed out long before dictators became fashionable again, one of the conditions, the easiest if the most dangerous, for effecting this control. I have already sought to trace the effects of this general situation in the development of kingship. I wish now to stress more specifically its relation to the sacrificial rituals of war. As the community spread farther and became more closely interrelated, its internal balance became less stable, and the possibility of damage and hardship, of starvation and loss of life, became more serious. Under circumstances beyond local control, neurotic anxiety probably grew. The magical identification of the divine king with the whole community did not lessen these occasions for anxiety, for despite royal claims to divine favor and immortality, kings were subject to mortal accidents and misfortunes, and if the king rose higher than common men, his downfall could be more shattering to the whole community. At an early stage, before any written documents are available, dream and fact, myth and hallucination, empiric knowledge and superstitious guesses, religion and science, formed an indistinguishable welter. One lucky change in the weather after a sacrificial ritual might give sanction to further propitiatory slaughters on an even grander scale. There is reason to suspect, from much later evidence in both Africa and America, put together by Fraser, that the king himself, just because he incarnated the community, may once have been slain as a ritual sacrifice. To save the adored ruler from such an unseemly fate, a commoner might be temporarily inducted into the office to become, in good season, the sacrificial victim, and when even such a sacrifice became locally unpopular as indicated clearly in the Mayan classic, the Popul Vuh, substitutes would be found by securing captives from other communities. The transformation of these raiding expeditions into full-scale wars between kings, as equal sovereign powers, backed by equally bloodthirsty gods. 220. Cannot be documented. But this is the only guess that ties all the components of war together and explains in some degree the hold that this institution has kept throughout history. The conditions favoring organized war, conducted by a military machine of great potency, capable of completely destroying massive walls, wrecking dams, razing cities and temples, were greatly enlarged by the genuine triumphs of the labor machine. But it is highly doubtful if these heroic public works, which demanded an almost superhuman effort and endurance, would have been undertaken for any purely mundane purpose. Communities never exert themselves to the utmost, still less curtail the individual life, except for what they regard as a great religious end. Only prostration before the Mysterium Tremendum, some manifestation of Godhead in its awful power and luminous glory, will call forth such excessive collective effort. That magical power far outweighs the lure of economic gain. In those later cases where such efforts and sacrifices seem to be made for purely economic advantages, it will turn out that this secular purpose has itself become a god, a sacred libidinous object, whether identified as mammon or not. All too soon the military organization needed for collecting captives had another sacred duty to perform, that of actively protecting the king and the local god against reprisals, by anticipating their enemy's attack. In this development, the extension of military and political power soon became an end in itself, as the ultimate testimony to the powers of the divinities that ruled the community, and to the supreme status of the king. The cycle of conquest, extermination, and revenge is the chronic condition of all civilized states, and, as Plato observed, war is their natural condition. Here, as was so often to happen later, the invention of the mega-machine, as the perfected instrument of royal power, produced the new purposes that it was later supposed to serve. In this sense the invention of the military machine made war necessary and even desirable, just as the invention of the jet plane has made mass tourism necessary and profitable. What is most notable, as soon as documents become available, is that the spread of war as a permanent fixture of civilization only widened the collective anxiety that the ritual of human sacrifice had sought to appease. And as communal anxiety increased, it could no longer be overcome by symbolic disembowelment at the altar, that token payment had to be replaced by a collective surrender of life on a far wider scale. Thus anxiety invited appeasement by magical sacrifice, human sacrifice led to man-hunting raids, one-sided raids turned into armed combat, and mutual strife between rival powers. So ever larger numbers of people with more effective weapons were drawn into this dreadful ceremony, and 221. What was at first an incidental prelude to a token sacrifice itself became the supreme sacrifice, performed en masse. This ideological aberration was the final contribution to the perfection of the military megamachine, for the ability to wage war and to impose collective human sacrifice has remained the identifying mark of all sovereign power throughout history. By the time the written records tell of war, all the preliminary events in Egypt and Mesopotamia were buried and unrecorded, though they may in fact have been no different from those we have definite later knowledge of among the Maya and the Aztecs. Yet as late as the time of Abraham, the voice of God might command a loving father to offer up his son on a private altar, and the public sacrifice of prisoners captured in war remained one of the standard ceremonies in such civilized states as Rome. The modern historians glossing over all this evidence shows how necessary it has been for civilized man to repress this evil memory, in order to keep his self-respect as a rational being, that life-saving illusion. The two poles of civilization, then, are mechanically organized work and mechanically organized destruction and extermination. Roughly the same forces and the same methods of operation were applicable to both areas. To some extent systematic daily work served to keep in check the licentious energies that were now available for turning mere dreams and wanton fantasies into actualities, but among the governing classes no such salutary check operated. Sated with leisure, war gave them something to do, and by its incidental hardships, responsibilities, and mortal risks, provided the equivalent of honorable labor. War became not merely the health of the state, as Nietzsche called it. In addition, it was the cheapest form of mock creativity, for in a few days it could produce visible results that undid the efforts of many lifetimes. This immense negative creativity constantly nullified the real gains of the machine. The booty brought back from a successful military expedition was, economically speaking, a total expropriation. But it proved to be a poor substitute, as the Romans were later to discover, for a permanent income tax derived annually from a thriving economic organization. As with the later pillage of gold from Peru and Mexico by the Spaniards, this easy money must often have undermined the victor's economy. When such imperial robber economies became prevalent and preyed on each other, they cancelled out the possibility of one-sided gain. The economic result was as irrational as the military means. But to compensate for these insensate explosions of hostility, and these disruptions of orderly life or sustaining patterns of behavior, the megamachine introduced a severer mode of internal order than the most custom-bound tribal community had ever achieved. This mechanical order supplemented 222. The ritual of sacrifice, for order of any kind, no matter how stringent, reduces the need for choice and therewith lessens anxiety. As the psychiatrist, Kurt Goldstein, has pointed out, compulsive patterns of orderliness become essential even when anxiety is caused by a purely physical injury to the brain. The rituals of sacrifice and the rituals of compulsion were accordingly unified through the operation of the military machine. And if anxiety was the original motive that brought about the subjective response of sacrifice, war, in the act of widening the area of sacrifice, also restricted the area where normal human choices, based on respect for all the organism's creative potentials, could operate. In a word, a compulsive collective pattern of orderliness was the central achievement of the negative megamachine. At the same time, the gain in power that the organization of the megamachine brought was further offset by the marked symptoms of deterioration in the minds of those who customarily exercised this power. They not merely became dehumanized but they chronically lost all sense of reality, like the Sumerian king who extended his conquests so far that when he returned to his own capital he found it in the hands of an enemy. From the 4th century on, the stelae and monuments of the great kings abound in insensate boasts of power and vain threats against those who might ransack their tombs or deface their inscriptions, events that nevertheless repeatedly took place. Like Marduk in the Akkadian version of the creation epic, the new Bronze Age kings mounted their chariots irresistible and terrifying, versed in ravage, in destruction skilled, wrapped in an armor of terror. With such sick-making sentiments we are still all too familiar. They are mimicked in the nuclear press releases of the Pentagon. Such constant assertions of power were doubtless efforts to make conquest easy by terrifying the enemy beforehand. But they also testify to an increase of irrationality, almost proportional to the instruments of destruction that were available, something we have seen again in our own time. This paranoia was so methodical that the conqueror, on more than one occasion, would level a city to the ground, only to build it again immediately on the same site, thus demonstrating his ambivalent role as destroyer-creator, or devil-god, in one. Half a century ago, the data for such historic acts might have seemed questionable, but the United States government followed precisely the same technique in the wholesale destruction and subsequent post-war rebuilding of Germany, capping an atrocious military strategy extermination bombing with an equally demoralized political and economic policy that handed back the victory to Hitler's unrepentant supporters. 223. This ambivalence, this duality between the two types of mega-machine, was expressed in the suave, spine-chilling threat at the end of a Sumerian poem quoted by S. N. Kramer. The pickaxe and the basket built cities. The steadfast house the pickaxe builds. The house which rebels against the king. The house which is not submissive to its king, the pickaxe makes it submissive to its king. Once the cult of kingship became firmly established, the demands for augmented power increased rather than diminished, for cities that had once existed peacefully almost within sight of each other, like the original cluster of towns in Sumer, now became potential enemies, each with its own bellicose god, each with its own king, each with its capability of massing armed force and inflicting destruction upon its neighbor. Under these conditions, what began as a neurotic anxiety, demanding collective ceremonial sacrifice, turned too easily into irrational anxiety and well-founded fear, which necessitated taking countermeasures of the same order or else abjectly surrendering, as the Council of Elders in Erech proposed to do when threatened. Note what is said as an encomium of one of the earliest exponents of this power system, Sargon of Akkad, in the Sargon Chronicle. He had neither rival nor opponent. He spread his terror-inspiring glamour over all countries. To maintain that peculiar halo of power which, Oppenheim notes, radiated only from kings, 5,400 soldiers ate daily in his presence, that is, within the citadel, where they protected the treasury and the temple granary, those monopolistic instruments of political and economic control. The wall around the citadel not merely gave extra security in case the outer walls of the city were breached, but likewise was a safeguard against any uprising by the local population. The very existence of a standing army of this order at daily beck and call indicates two conditions: the need for a ready means of coercion to keep order, and the capacity to enforce strict military discipline, since otherwise the army itself might have turned into a dangerous rebellious mob as too often happened later in Rome. 224. 4. The course of empire. The solemn original association of kingship with sacred power, human sacrifice, and military organization was central, I take it, to the whole development of civilization that took place between 4000 and 600 BC. And under thin disguises it remains central today. The sovereign state today is only the magnified abstract counterpart of the divine king, and the institutions of human sacrifice and slavery are still present, equally enlarged and even more imperious in their demands. Universal military service, conscription on the pharaonic model, has grossly multiplied the number of sacrificial victims, while constitutional government by consensus has only made the power of the ruler more absolute, since dissent and criticism are not recognized. In time, the magical incentives to war took on a more reputable utilitarian disguise. While the search for sacrificial captives might be enlarged into an even more terror-making slaughter of conquered women and children, the victims, if spared, might be turned into slaves and so add to the labor force and economic efficiency of the conqueror. So the secondary products of military effort, slaves, booty, land, tribute, taxes, supplanted and guilefully concealed the once barefaced irrational motives. Since a general expansion of economic productivity and cultural wealth had accompanied kingship and seemingly offset its destructive tendencies, people were conditioned to accept the evil as the only way of securing the good. Besides, unless the mega machine broke down, they had no alternative. The repeated death of civilizations from internal disintegration and outward assault, massively documented by Arnold Toynbee, underscores the fact that the evil elements in this amalgam largely cancelled the benefits and blessings. The one lasting contribution of the mega machine was the myth of the machine itself, the notion that this machine was, by its very nature, absolutely irresistible and yet, provided one did not oppose it, ultimately beneficent. That magical spell still enthralls both the controllers and the mass victims of the mega machine today. As the military machine grew stronger, the authority of the temple became less necessary, and the palace organization, grown rich and self-sufficient in a large territorial state, often overshadowed that of religion. Oppenheim draws this observation from the period after the fall of Sumer, but the shift in the balance of power and authority occurred repeatedly. Too often the priesthood became the compliant creature of the mega machine it had helped originally to sanctify and firmly establish. 225. The very successes of the mega machine reinforced dangerous potentialities that had hitherto been kept in check by sheer human weakness. The inherent infirmity of this whole power system lies exposed in the fact that kings, exalted above all other men, were constantly cozened, flattered, and fed with misinformation zealously protected from any disturbing counterbalancing feedback. So kings never learned from either their own experience or from history the fact that unqualified power is inimical to life. That their methods were self-defeating, their military victories were ephemeral, and their exalted claims were fraudulent and absurd. From the end of the first great age of the builders in Egypt, that of the 6th dynasty pharaoh, Pepi I, comes corroborative evidence of this pervasive irrationality, all the more telling because it issues from the relatively orderly and unbedeviled Egyptians. The army returned in safety. After it had hacked up the land of the sand dwellers. After it had thrown down its enclosures. After it had cut down its fig trees and vines. After it had cast fire into all its dwellings. After it had killed troops in it by many 10,000. That sums up the course of empire everywhere, the same boastful words, the same vicious acts, the same sordid results, from the earliest Egyptian palette to the latest American newspaper with its reports, at the moment I write, of the mass atrocities cold-bloodedly perpetrated with the aid of napalm bombs and defoliating poisons, by the military forces of the United States on the helpless peasant populations of Vietnam, an innocent people, uprooted, terrorized, poisoned and roasted alive in a futile attempt to make the power fantasies of the American military-industrial scientific elite credible. Yet in the very act of countenancing destruction and massacre, war in all its disruptive spontaneity temporarily overcame the built-in limitations of the mega-machine. Hence the sense of joyful release that so often has accompanied the outbreak of war, when the daily chains were removed and the maimed and dead to come were still to be counted. In the conquest of a country, or the taking of a city, the orderly virtues of civilization were turned upside down. Respect for property gave way to wanton destruction and robbery, sexual repression to officially encouraged rape, popular hatred for the ruling classes was cleverly diverted into a happy occasion to mutilate or kill foreign enemies. In short, the oppressor and the oppressed, instead of fighting it out within the city, directed their aggression toward a common goal and at 226. Attack on a rival city. Thus the greater the tensions and the harsher the daily repressions of civilization, the more useful war became as a safety valve. Finally, war performed another function that was even more indispensable. If my hypothetical connection between anxiety, human sacrifice, and war proved defensible, war provided its own justification, by displacing neurotic anxiety with rational fear in the face of real danger. Once war broke out, there was solid reason for apprehension, terror, and compensatory displays of courage. Patently, a chronic state of war was a heavy price to pay for the boasted benefits of civilization. Permanent improvement could come only by exorcising the myth of divine kingship, demounting its too powerful megamachine and abating its ruthless exploitation of manpower. Psychologically healthy people have no need to indulge fantasies of absolute power, nor do they need to come to terms with reality by inflicting self-mutilation and prematurely courting death. But the critical weakness of an over-regimented institutional structure, and almost by definition civilization was over-regimented from the beginning, is that it does not tend to produce psychologically healthy people. The rigid division of labor and the segregation of castes produce unbalanced characters, while the mechanical routine normalizes and rewards those compulsive personalities who are afraid to cope with the embarrassing riches of life. In a word, the obstinate disregard for organic limits and human potentialities undermine those valid contributions both to the ordering of human affairs and the understanding of man's place in the cosmos that the new sky-oriented religions had introduced. The dynamism and expansionism of civilized technics might have proved a vital counterbalance to the fixations and isolations of village culture had its own regimen not been even more life-restricting. Now, any system based on the assumption of absolute power is vulnerable. Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tale about the emperor who set out in his airship to conquer the earth and was defeated by a tiny gnat getting into his ear and tormenting him, covers a multitude of other mischances. The strongest city gate might be opened by trickery or treachery, as Babylon and Troy found out, and the mere legend of Quetzalcoatl's return prevented Montezuma from taking effective measures to overwhelm Cortez's small band. Even the sternest royal commands might be disobeyed by men who still heeded their own feelings or trusted their own judgment, as did the tender woodcutter who secretly defied his king and preserved the life of Oedipus. After the second millennium BC, the use of the colossal labor machine became intermittent. It never again quite attained that apex of efficiency. 227. To which the fine dimensions of the Great Pyramids bear witness. Private property and private employment slowly took over many once public functions as the prospect of profit became more effective than the fear of punishment. The military machine, on the other hand, though it reached an early peak of regimentation in the Sumerian phalanx, furthered many technological improvements in other departments. It is scarcely an exaggeration to say that mechanical invention until the 13th century AD owed a greater debt to warfare than to the arts of peace. This holds over long stretches of history. The Bronze Age chariot preceded the general use of wagons for transportation. Burning oil was used to repel enemies besieging a city before it was employed for powering engines or heating buildings. So, too, inflated life preservers were used by Assyrian armies to cross rivers thousands of years before water wings were invented for civilian swimming. Metallurgical applications, too, developed more rapidly in the military than in the civilian arts. The scythe was attached to chariots for mowing down men before it was attached to agricultural mowing machines, while Archimedes' knowledge of mechanics and optics was applied to destroying the Roman fleet attacking Syracuse, before it was put to any more constructive industrial use. From Greek fire to atom bombs, from ballistas to rockets, warfare was the chief source of those mechanical inventions that demanded a metallurgical and chemical background. Yet after all these inventions are duly accounted for and appraised, no single one of them, nor even the whole series, proved so great a contribution to technical efficiency and large-scale collective operations as the megamachine itself. In both its constructive and destructive forms, the megamachine established a new pattern of work and a new standard of performance. Some of the discipline and self-sacrifice of the army has proved a necessary ingredient for every great society that raises its sights above the village horizon. Some of the orderly accountancy introduced by the temple and the palace into economic affairs is essential to every larger system of practical cooperation and trade. Finally, the self-operating machine, detached from detailed human supervision if not ultimate control, was implicit in the abstract model of the megamachine. What was once done clumsily, with imperfect human substitutes, always necessarily on a large scale, paved the way for mechanical operations that can now be managed adroitly on a small scale, and Automatic hydraulic electric power station can transmit the energy of 100,000 horses. Plainly, many of the mechanical triumphs of our own age were already latent in the earliest mega-machines, and what is more, the gains were fully anticipated in fantasy. But before we become 228 unduly inflated over our own technical progress, let us remember that a single thermonuclear weapon can now easily kill 10 million people, and that the minds now in charge of these weapons have already proved as open to practical miscalculations, humanly distorted judgments, corrupt fantasies, and psychotic breakdowns as those of Bronze Age kings. 5. Reactions against the mega-machine. From the beginning, the balance of mechanized power seems to have fallen on the side of destruction. Insofar as the mega-machine was passed on intact to later civilization, it was in the negative form of the military machine, drilled, standardized, divided into specialized parts, that its continuity was assured. This applies even to details of discipline and organization, such as the early division of labor between shock weapons and long-distance firepower, between bowmen, spearmen, swordsmen, cavalry, and charioteers. "Do not be a soldier," advises an Egyptian scribe from the New Kingdom. "As a recruit he receiveth a burning blow on his body, a ruinous blow on his eye. And his pate is cleft with a wound. He is laid down and beaten. He is battered and bruised with flogging." On such soldierly foundations glamorous power was built. The destructive process began with the preparation of the smallest unit. Obviously, the Prussianism of the drill sergeant has a long history. It would be consoling to believe that the constructive and destructive sides of the mega-machine cancelled each other out, and left a place for more central human purposes to develop, based on previous achievements in domestication and humanization. In some degree this actually happened. Since vast tracts of territory in Asia, Europe, and America were only nominally conquered, if at all, and apart from paying taxes and tribute, their inhabitants led a largely isolated and enclosed communal life, sometimes over-elaborating their own provincialities to the point of self-stultification and ruinous triviality. But perhaps the greatest threat to the efficiency of the mega-machine came from within, from its rigidity and repression of individual ability, and from a sheer lack of rational purpose. Apart from the destructive animus of the military machine, it had many 229 inherent limitations. The mere increase in actual power had the effect on the ruling classes of releasing the obstreperous fantasies of the unconscious, and giving play to sadistic impulses that had hitherto had no collective outlet. And at the same time the machine itself was dependent for operation upon weak, fallible, stupid, or stubborn human members, so that the apparatus was liable under stress to disintegrate. These mechanized human parts themselves could not be permanently held together without being sustained by a profound magico-religious faith in the system itself, as expressed in the cult of the gods. Thus, beneath the smooth imposing surface of the mega-machine, even when supported by awe-making symbolic figures, there must have been from the beginning many cracks and fissures. The fact is, happily, that human society could not be made to correspond exactly to the theoretic structure that the cult of kingship had erected. Too much of common everyday life escapes effective supervision and control, to say nothing of coercive discipline. From the earliest times on there are indications of resentment, defiance, withdrawal, escape, all celebrated in the classic story of the Jewish exodus from Egypt. Even when no collective retreat proved possible, the daily practices of the farm, the workshop, the marketplace, the hold of family ties and regional loyalties, the cults of minor gods, tended to weaken the system of total control. As noted before, the most massive collapse of the mega-machine seems to have occurred at the early period when the Pyramid Age, to judge by its mortuary remains, was at its height. Nothing short of a revolutionary uprising can account for the interregnum of some 2 centuries that separated the Old Kingdom from the Middle Kingdom. And though the archaic power complex was finally restored, it was modified by various important concessions, including the extension of immortality, once a pharaonic or upper-class privilege, to the population at large. While the actual incidents that brought on and effected this overthrow of the central government are unrecorded, we have, apart from the eloquent testimony of silence, along with the falling off of construction, a vivid account of changes that could only have followed from a violent revolution, as detailed by an adherent of the old order, Ipu Wer. His lament gives an account of the revolution, seen from the inside, as graphic, if no less actionized, as Dr. Zhivago does of the Bolshevik Revolution. This first revolt against the established order turned the pyramid of authority, on which the mega-machine was based, upside down. The wives of great men were forced to become servants and prostitutes, the papyri tell us, and the common people assumed positions of power. Doorkeepers say, "Let us go and plunder." A man regards his son as his enemy. Nobles are in lamentation while poor men have joy. Dirt is 230 the burden of civilization *. Throughout the land, there are really none whose clothes are white in these times. They who built the pyramids are become farmers. The stored grain supply of Egypt is now on a come-and-get-it basis. At this point, obviously, reality had broken through the imposing theological wall and toppled the social structure. For a time the cosmic myth and the centralized power dissolved, while feudal chiefs, big landowners, regional governors, town and village councils, restored to the service of their lesser local gods, took over the burden of government. All this could hardly have happened had not the grim impositions of kingship, despite the superb technological achievements of the mega-machine, become intolerable. What was happily proved by this early revolution is something that we perhaps need to be reminded of again today, that neither exact science nor engineering is proof against the irrationality of those that operate the system. Above all, that the strongest and most efficient of mega-machines can be overthrown, that human errors are not immortal. The collapse of the Pyramid Age proved that the mega-machine exists on a basis of human beliefs, which may crumble, of human decisions, which may prove fallible, and human consent, which, when the magic becomes discredited, may be withheld. The human parts that composed the mega-machine were by nature mechanically imperfect, never wholly reliable. Until real machines of wood and metal could be manufactured in sufficient quantity to take the place of most of the human components, the mega-machine would remain vulnerable. I have cited this revolt, whose consequences, if not its detailed chain of causes, are attested, because it must stand for many other challenges, uprisings, and slave rebellions that have probably been carefully expunged from the official chronicles. Fortunately, we may add the capture and escape of the Jews, whose forced labor for the Egyptian mega-machine was recorded. Likewise we know of the slaves' uprising that took place in Rome under the aristocratic leadership of the Gracchi. We have reason to suspect that there were many other human revolts, also suppressed without mercy, as Wat Tyler's rebellion and the Paris Commune of 1871 were put down. But there were more normal forms of expressing both alienation and resistance, if not active reprisal. Some of them were so normal, indeed, that they were nothing more than the healthy development of small-scale economic operations and secular interests. The city itself, though at the outset a major enterprise of kings, was not merely an active rival of the mega-machine, but, as it turned out, a more humane and effective alternative, with a better means of organizing economic functions and drawing upon a diversity of human abilities. For the great economic strength of the 231 city lay not in its mechanization of production, but in its assemblage of the greatest possible variety of skills, aptitudes, interests. Instead of ironing out human differences and standardizing human responses to make the mega-machine operate more effectively as a single unit, the city recognized and emphasized differences. By continued intercourse and cooperation, urban leaders and citizens were able to utilize even their conflicts to draw on unsuspected human potentialities, otherwise suppressed by regimentation and social conformity. Urban cooperation, on a voluntary give-and-take basis, was throughout history a serious rival to mechanical regimentation, and often effectually superseded it. The city, it is true, never completely escaped the compulsions of the megamachine. How could it, when the citadel, the very expression of the organized coalescence of sacred and temporal power, occupied the center, a visible reminder of the king's unscapable presence? Yet the life of the city favored the many-tongued human dialogue against the tongue-tying monologue of royal power, though these valuable emerging attributes of urban life were certainly never part of the original royal intention, and were often suppressed. Similarly, the city gave encouragement to small groups and associations, on the basis of neighborhood and vocation, whose threatening independence the constituted sovereign authority always eyed with suspicion. The fact remains, as Leo Oppenheim has pointed out, that in Mesopotamia, if not in Egypt, the city alone had sufficient force and self-respect to challenge the state organization. A small number of old and important cities enjoyed privileges and exemptions with respect to the king and his power. In principle, the inhabitants of the free cities claimed with more or less success, depending upon the political situation, freedom from corvée work, freedom from military service, as well as tax exemptions. Or to use the terminology I have introduced, these ancient cities claimed a large measure of freedom from the megamachine. 6. Curbs on the megamachine. Since the basic institutional transformations that preceded the construction of the megamachine were magical and religious, one should not be surprised to find that the most effective reaction against it drew on the same potent sources. One such possible reaction has been suggested to me by 232. Two correspondents, namely that the institution of the Sabbath was, in effect, a way of deliberately bringing the megamachine periodically to a standstill by cutting off its manpower. Once a week the small, intimate basic unit, the family and the synagogue, took over, reasserting, in effect, the human components that the great power complex suppressed. Unlike all other religious holidays, the Sabbath spread from Babylon across the world, mainly through three religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam. But it had a limited local origin, and the hygienic reasons put forward by Karl Sudhoff to justify it, though they are physiologically sound, do not account for its existence. To cut out one whole day from the working week is an expedient that could occur only in an area where there was an economic surplus, a desire to throw off an onerous compulsion, and a necessity to reassert the more significant concerns of man. The latter possibility would have direct appeal, one might suppose, to an oppressed and exploited group like the Jews. On the Sabbath day alone, the lowliest classes in the community enjoyed a freedom, a leisure, a dignity that only the chosen minority enjoyed on other days. Such a curb, such a challenge, was obviously not the result of any deliberate appraisal and criticism of the power system. It must have sprung from far deeper and more obscure collective sources, at bottom perhaps a need to control the inner life by ordered ritual as well as by compulsory labor. But the Jews, who espoused the Sabbath and passed it on to other peoples, had certainly more than once become the victims of the megamachine by being taken wholesale into captivity, and during their Babylonian exile they combined the Sabbath with still another byproduct of that episode, the institution of the synagogue. This unit of organization escaped the restraints of all the older religions tied to territorial gods, a remote priesthood, and a capital city, since it could be transplanted anywhere, while the leader of such a community, the rabbi, was a scholar and a judge, rather than a priest and a dependent upon royal or municipal power. Like the village community, the synagogue was an I and thou, face-to-face association. It was held together, not just by neighborly nearness, not just by a common ritual and a special day for religious observance, but likewise by regular instruction and discussion in matters of custom, morals, and law. This last intellectual office, derived from the city, was what had been lacking in village culture. So far as is known, no other religion before 600 BC combined these essential attributes, including transportability in small units and universality, though Woolley traces these features back to the household religious practices that Abraham may have acquired at Ur, where even burial took place. In a crypt beneath the dwelling house. By means of the synagogue, the 233 Jewish community recovered the autonomy and the capacity for self-replication which the village had lost through the growth of larger political organizations. This fact accounts not alone for the miraculous survival of the Jews through endless centuries of persecution, but for their worldwide distribution. Even more significantly, it shows that this small-scale organization, though as unarmed and open to oppression as a village, could maintain itself as an active nucleus of self-sustaining intellectual culture for over 2,500 years, when every larger mode of organization, based on power alone, had disintegrated. The synagogue had inner fortitude and persistence that highly organized states and empires, for all their temporarily effective instruments of coercion, always lacked. Admittedly, the small communal unit, in its Judaic form, had serious weaknesses. For one thing, its underlying premise, the existence of a special relationship established between Abraham and Jehovah, which made the Jews a chosen people, was as presumptuous as the claims of divine kingship. That unfortunate solecism for long prevented the example of the synagogue from being more widely imitated, and from serving, until the heresy of Christianity arose, as a means of establishing a more universal community. Jewish exclusiveness outdid even that of the tribe or the village, where at least marriage out of the group was often encouraged. But despite this weakness, it seems plain, from the very antagonisms the Jewish community awakened, that both in the synagogue and in the practice of the strict Sabbath it had found a way of obstructing the mega-machine and challenging its inflated claims. The hostility that the Jews and the early Christians constantly evoked in great states was a gauge of the frustration that mere military power and absolute political authority experienced in dealing with a small community held together by a traditional common faith, inviolable rituals, and rational ideals. For power cannot long prevail unless those upon whom it is imposed have reason to respect it and conform to it. Small, seemingly helpless organizations that have an inner coherence and a mind of their own have in the long run often proved more effective in overcoming arbitrary power than the biggest military units, if only because they are so difficult to pin down and confront. This explains the efforts of sovereign states all through history to curb and suppress such organizations, whether they were mystery cults, friendly societies, churches, guilds, universities, or trade unions. And in turn, that antagonism suggests the way in which the modern megamachine may in future be curbed, and brought under some measure of rational authority and democratic control. Chapter 11. Invention and the Arts. 1. The two technologies. Since the megamachine was in essence an invisible organization, the historic record tells us nothing specifically about its existence. What we know is derived from the details that must be pieced together. Those who designed the machine were of course unconscious that it was a machine, for how could they identify it as such when the few existing machines, all far more primitive in design, supplied no clue? But of one thing we may be certain, because the motive power of this machine required a great assembly of human prime movers, it could flourish only in a few prosperous agricultural regions that favored urban civilization, with its facilities for concentrating and coercing a large population. Without this constant flow of manpower, the machine could no more work than a watermill on a dried-up river. This explains why the megamachine, as a productive mechanism, never took hold in many sparsely populated areas of the world. Smaller communities on a tribal or feudal basis might, once the megamachine was in being, mimic many of the accoutrements of kingship in close detail, from the shillaks of Africa to the Polynesian kingdoms of the Pacific. But as a working organization, the megamachine lapsed in such areas, and if evidences of its existence nevertheless remain, as is perhaps indicated by the stone statues of Easter Island, and certainly by the cities and roads of the Peruvian and the Mayan empires, one must assume a more dense population than now exists in those regions. In short, a miniature megamachine is a self-contradictory, almost comic concept, even apart from the difficulty in small communities of 234. 235. Achieving the necessary desocialization and depersonalization of the individual parts. When the feat of universalizing the megamachine was finally achieved, it was only by translating its attributes into their non-organic equivalents in wood or metal. Once invented, the original megamachine underwent no further improvement as a whole, though various parts might, by training, reach a higher degree of automatism. But the invisible machine, as a smoothly working apparatus, never exceeded in either output or meticulous workmanship the high standards of the Pyramid Age. The Macedonian phalanx was not more completely mechanized than the Sumerian phalanx had been some 2,000 years before, nor was the Roman phalanx more economic of energy than the Macedonian, and 2,000 years later, the famous British military square, even when equipped with muskets, was still, as war machine, on the same level as its predecessors. Along that particular line, invention was arrested at an early stage. But this arrest was partly an indication of the adequate performance of the megamachine when conditions favored it. For the massive achievements in civil engineering, from the construction of the Mesopotamian canal system, traced out recently by Thorkild Jacobsen and his associates, to the building of the Great Wall of China, were uniformly done under royal authority through its local agents and appointees. No small community could engage in such enterprises, even if any custom-bound council of elders were sufficiently aspiring to conceive them. The line of technological advance for long lay outside the province of the megamachine, and it was in large part a continuation of the same kind of small-scale enterprise, based on empirical knowledge, seasoned by broad human experience, which had brought about the domestication of plants and animals and vastly raised the energy potential of the human community. These improvements were far less spectacular than the wholesale constructions and destructions of the megamachine, and most of them, like agriculture itself, were the work of many little people, pooling their experience, maintaining their traditions, and concerning themselves more with the quality and human value of their products than with mere quantitative displays of power or material wealth. The handicraft tradition, like the older inventions of social organization, language, and agriculture, was never exclusively in the hands of a self-favoring minority in command of a centralized organization. Almost from the beginnings of civilization, we can now see, two disparate technologies have existed side by side, one democratic and dispersed, the other totalitarian and centralized. The democratic mode, based on small-scale handicraft operations, was kept alive in a multitude of little 236 villages, in partnership with farming and herding, though spreading into the growing country towns and finally lured into the cities. Craft specialization and interchanges by barter and purchase were necessary to this economy, as they had been, indeed, in Paleolithic times, so that those special raw materials, copper or iron for the smith, or minerals for glazing pottery, or special dyes for cotton or linen cloth, might come from the outside. Most of the resources and most of the skills to use them were homegrown. Such innovations as took place came in slowly, without disrupting the ancestral patterns. To make the contrast between democratic and authoritarian techniques clear, let me define the term democracy in this context, since I have already characterized the authoritarian system. Democracy is a term now confused and corrupted by indiscriminate use, and often treated with patronizing contempt, when not foolishly worshipped as if it were a panacea for all human ailments. The spinal principle of democracy is the perception that the traits and needs and interests that all men share have a superior claim to those put forward by any special organization, institution, or group. This is not to deny the claims of superior natural endowment, special knowledge, experience, or technical skill. Even primitive democratic groups acknowledge some or all of these distinctions. But democracy consists in favoring the whole, rather than the part, and ultimately only living human beings can embody and express the whole, whether acting alone or with the help of others. An institution is the lengthened shadow of a man. Yes, but only part of a man. Democracy, in the sense I here use the term, is necessarily most active in small communities and groups, whose members meet face to face, interact freely as equals, and are known to each other as persons. It is in every respect the precise opposite of the anonymous, depersonalized, mainly invisible forms of mass association, mass communication, mass organization. But as soon as large numbers are involved, democracy must either succumb to external control and centralized direction, or embark on the difficult task of delegating authority to a cooperative organization. The first choice is the easier one, or rather, it is hardly a choice, but what happens automatically when no sufficient effort is made to lift the spontaneous democratic mode of customary control to a higher level of intelligent organization. Historic experience shows that it is much easier to wipe out democracy by an institutional arrangement that gives authority only to those at the apex of the social hierarchy. The latter system, in its first stages, often achieves a high degree of mechanical efficiency, but at a prohibitive human cost. Unfortunately, the forms and methods of totalitarian techniques could not 237 be confined to the mega-machine, for wherever the population was concentrated in large cities, where a large-scale organization of a landless and increasingly traditionless proletariat took place, compulsive methods made their way even into the processes of handicraft and progressively mechanized them. Mechanized, that is, in the human sense. The large-scale organization of the proletariat in specialized workshops and factories, using what now seem like modern methods, is reasonably well documented for the Hellenistic and Roman world, as Rostov-Seff showed, but must have begun at a much earlier date. In this way the original practices of the mega-machine began to pervade even the more humane institutions derived from an earlier economy. Both kinds of techniques had their virtues and their disadvantages. Democratic techniques had the security that comes from petty operations under the direct control of the participants, following a customary pattern, in a familiar environment, but it was at the mercy of local conditions and could suffer grievously from natural causes, ignorance, or bad management without being able to get help from elsewhere. Authoritarian techniques, at home with quantitative organization, capable of handling larger numbers of people and drawing by trade or conquest on other regions, was better capable of producing and distributing surpluses, under rulers with sufficient political intelligence to establish just distribution. But the mega-machine wiped out its own gains in efficiency, in the workshop as in the state, by cupidity and sadistic exploitation. Ideally, each mode had something to give the other, but neither established for long any effective cooperation. If the small agricultural community favored democratic techniques, the increased use of metals, first copper, then bronze, and finally iron, which coincided with the rise and spread of kingship, helped to foster the authoritarian form and carry it into other industries, from era to era. The persistence of military operations in itself incited improvements in the arts of metallurgy, and it was in the mines, smelteries, and foundries that the industrial processes exhibited both the harsh coercions and the heroic exertions that had hitherto been the special characteristics of the military regime. In hunting and agriculture work had been a sacred function, one of collaborating with the forces of nature, and invoking the gods of fertility and organic abundance to countenance with their favor the efforts of the human community. Pious exaltation and cosmic wonder mingled with strenuous muscular exercise and meticulous ritual. But for those who were drafted into the mega-machine, work ceased to be a sacred function, willingly performed, with many pleasurable rewards in both the act and its fruition. It became a curse. In the book of Genesis, God associated this curse with Adam's exile from 238. The tropical exuberance of the Garden of Eden, for that exile imposed the necessity, brought in with cereal crops, to dig and delve in the hard soil. Doubtless it was natural for free-moving pastoral nomads, like the Jews, to associate this curse with the unfamiliar rugged duties of agriculture, to down Cain, the farmer, and raise up Abel, the shepherd. But this interpretation conceals the historic fact. Actually, It was mining, mechanization, militarism, and their derivative occupations that took the joy out of daily work and turned it into an implacable, mind-dulling system of drudgery. Wherever tools and muscle power were freely used, at the command of the workers themselves, their labors were varied, rhythmic, and often deeply satisfying, in the way that any purposeful ritual is satisfying. Increase of skill brought immediate subjective satisfaction, and this sense of mastery was confirmed by the created product. The main reward of the craftsman's working day was not wages but the work itself, performed in a social setting. In this archaic economy there was a time to toil and a time to relax, a time to fast and a time to feast, a time for disciplined effort, and a time for irresponsible play. In identifying himself with his work and seeking to make it perfect, the worker remolded his own character. All the praise of tool-making and tool-using that has been mistakenly applied to early man's development becomes justified from Neolithic times onward, and should even be magnified in evaluating the later achievements of handicraft. The maker and the object made reacted one upon the other. Until modern times, apart from the esoteric knowledge of the priests, philosophers, and astronomers, the greater part of human thought and imagination flowed through the hands. Under democratic technics, the only occupation that demanded a lifetime's attention was that of becoming a full human being, able to perform his biological role and to take his share in the social life of the community, absorbing and transmitting the human tradition, deliberately bringing the ceremonies he performed, the food he planted, the images he shaped, the utensils he carved or painted to a higher degree of aesthetic perfection. Every part of work was life work. This archaic attitude toward work was widespread, and despite all the efforts Western man has made, since the 16th century, to corrupt and destroy this basic culture, it still lingered in peasant communities, as well as in the surviving tribal enclaves that were intact at the beginning of the present century. Franz Boas noted the high regard for craftsmanship among supposedly primitive peoples, while Malinowski emphasized the same attitude among his near-Neolithic choral gardeners. Machine culture in its original servile form did not share these life-enhancing propensities. It centered, not on the worker and his life, but on 239. The product, the system of production, and the material or pecuniary gains therefrom. Whether kept in operation by the taskmaster's whip or by the inexorable progression of today's assembly line, the processes derived from the mega-machine worked for speed, uniformity, standardization, quantification. What effect these objectives had upon the worker or upon the life that remained to him when the workday was over was no concern of those who commanded these mechanical operations. The compulsions produced by this system were more insidious than outright slavery, but as with slavery, they finally debased the controllers as well as the working force so controlled. Under household slavery, indeed, personal relations might be established and sometimes were established between the slave and his master, and this in turn might result in a recapture of autonomy, since the favored slave, as in Rome, might acquire property, perform outside services for money, and might finally purchase his freedom. Slaves employed in making works of art, a much larger part of industrial production in ancient times than in the present age, achieved an inner freedom, a personal delight, that provided them with a life not essentially different from those voluntarily dedicated to the work. Indeed, in 5th century Greece and elsewhere, they worked side by side. But wherever the practices derived from the mega-machine were dominant, all work became a curse, even if the worker were legally free, and in many industrial operations, it was a form of punishment, even if the laborer had committed no crime. The wider use of metals did not lift this curse, though it did in fact provide better and cheaper tools, as well as weapons. For the extraction and breaking up and smelting of ores, along with the further working up of the metals, demanded prolonged physical effort, under far more unhygienic and depressing conditions than those under which the farmer and the craftsman of the more domestic trades labored. In the small workshop, the carpenter, the leather worker, the potter, the spinner, and weaver, though often unduly confined and economically harried, had the benefit of human companionship, more or less on a family pattern, often with family assistance. But mining underground was from the beginning a dismal, dangerous, back-breaking occupation, particularly when done with the crude tools and apparatus that prevailed up to the 16th century of our era, and in many places well into the 20th. Physical coercion, disease, bodily injury gave mining at every step the features of a battlefield. Both the landscape and the miner bore the scars of this operation, even when the latter remained alive. From the earliest times, as Mircea Eliade points out, blood sacrifice had been a ritual accompaniment of metallurgy. The curse 240 of war and the curse of mining are almost interchangeable, united in death. There is plenty of historic evidence of this association. Though peasants were sometimes conscripted for mining operations, as well as for war, so repellent was this labor that for the greater part of history only slaves or criminals were assigned to the mines. It was confinement with hard labor, a prison sentence, and no work for free men. As the cult of power widened its province, the heavier demand for metals in war, notoriously the chief consumer of metals, extended the slavery and these sacrificial rituals over wider areas. And if, as V. Gordon Childe supposed, metal workers were the first full-time specialists, then that division of labor itself shared and intensified the primal curse of labor, which embittered and actually shortened life. With the advance of civilization, this system of brutalized toil, on the prison model of the mine and the galley, was eventually carried over into the more commonplace tasks of daily life. Traced back to its origins, the curse of labor is the curse of the mega-machine, a curse extended beyond the period of conscription to a whole lifetime. That curse gave rise to the compensatory dream of a golden age. Part memory, part myth, the picture of a life when there was no harsh struggle or competition, when the wild animals meant no harm and even man was kind to his fellows. This dream first appears on an Akkadian tablet, and much later was transferred to the future, as an afterlife in heaven, when all work would cease, and everyone would enjoy an existence of sensuous beauty, material amplitude, and endless leisure, a replica in terms of mass consumption of all that actually took place in the great palaces and temples for whose expansive maintenance and further elevation the mega-machine was first invented. With the increased division of labor in many urban trades, the field of activity for the individual worker shrank, and the chance of shifting from one occupation to another, as one does in the seasonal round of farm work, became more remote. At a quite early date the city, once conceived as a representation of heaven, took on many of the features of a military camp, a place of confinement, daily drill, punishment. To be chained, day after day, year after year, to a single occupation, a single workshop, even finally to a single manual operation, which was only a part of a series of such operations that was the worker's lot. Each specialized trade, precisely through its specialization, now acquired its typical occupational disabilities, its lopsided posture, its overdeveloped muscles, its bleached complexion, its myopic eyes, its enlarged heart, or its silicate-clogged lungs, with their associated diseases and poor 241 monant anatomical deformities. Too often these ailments were chronic and persistent, a higher death rate betrayed the lower life rate. Down to our own time, the expectation of life for an English farm laborer, often living in a crowded dwelling, eating coarse food, constantly exposed to wind and rain, remained superior to that of the factory worker, even when the latter was far better provided, not only with higher wages, but with more sanitary domestic facilities. Under such conditions, the curse of labor was no idle epithet. In the Egyptian summary of the benefits enjoyed by the scribe above all other occupations, these disadvantages of specialization were set forth, as related to one occupation after another, the daily hardships, the filth, the danger, the nightly weariness. The scholars who imagine that this reckoning was grossly exaggerated, and call the document a satire, know too little about the actual condition of the urban working classes in any period. All the miseries the scribe depicts were worse, of course, in those crafts which were practiced indoors, in underlighted, ill-ventilated quarters, in contrast to the poorest peasant, who is foot-free and mobile. Witness the weaver's lot, he cannot breathe the open air. If he cuts short the day of weaving, he is beaten with 50 thongs. He must give food to the doorkeeper to let him see the light of day. This passage clearly shows that the discipline of the megamachine had already been extended to the urban workshop, thousands of years before it reached the 18th century factory. If conditions under the megamachine were oppressive, they remained dismal enough in many ordinary trades all through history, though the picture was never uniformly bad, and in certain periods and in certain cultures, Athens in the 5th century BC, or Florence in the 12th century AD, to take only the most obvious examples, was distinctly bright. Is it strange that out of such depressing circumstances there came not only the feeling that labor itself was inherently a curse, but that the most desirable life possible would be one in which magical mechanisms or robots would perform all the necessary motions under their own power, without human participation of any kind? In short, the idea of the mechanical automaton, which would obey all orders and do all the work. This dream has haunted civilization throughout history, repeated with magical variations